Hello and welcome to Stuart Gipp in Video World. I am Stuart Gipp, and I've been informed that in order to be successful on YouTube these days, you need to show your face. Well, fine, here I am. Satisfied? Coming up with the name Stuart Gipp in Video World was really hard. I seriously considered a fair few others. Check them out. I eventually chose The Stew Review, but then I was informed that googling The Stew Review brings up quite a lot of things about fleshlights. Anyway, on today's show, bobcats, buzzcuts, man cubs and Asgore. Let's kick off this regular feature with a look at one of the more well-known shitty fucking mascots. It's Bubsy the Bobcat. Gracing the SNES and Mega Drive like a house cat graces you with a massive poo in the carpet, Bubsy stuck around for a sequel that nobody played, a Jaguar sequel that less than nobody played, and a PS1 game infamous for its epoch-shattering crapness. Bubsy, in Claw's Encounters of the Fucking Hell I'm Not Saying That, takes the form of a confused halfway house between Mario's considered secret-packed gameplay and Sonic's running really fast not giving a shit thrill ride. As such, it's a confused and confusing experience, having you fling the noisy orange dickhead around the screen at Mach 3 and losing all your lives faster than you can Skinner. No, I'm not saying that either. The thing is, if you know me, you'll know I have a lot of time and patience for this sort of thing, and I feel strongly that Bubsy is this close to being an excellent game. This close. You can't actually see my thumb and index finger right now, but I have them held very close together. This close. Yes, Bubsy would be much more fondly remembered if they'd only copied Sonic just a bit more and ripped off the rings system wholesale. Then Bubsy could barrel through the stages like a freight train, taking hits but crucially not losing his momentum and consequently fun. You can't give the player the ability to move like a bullet, then stymie it constantly, not carve the stages around it. It simply doesn't work. Bobcat, more like Bobbins. The whole segment was just so I could say that, and having done so, I just feel as though it wasn't worth it. This week's frog is Pogo, from the Amiga classic Nebulous and the NES classic Castellian. They are the same game. Pogo is, in my opinion, a significant frog. Look, there he goes up a tower. Join me next time for more of the history of frogs in video games. Misogynist dinosaur Duke Nukem, famous for drinking toilet water and slapping wall tits, got his start in a much less controversial game released for DOS compatibles in 1991. Duke Nukem is a side-scrolling platform shooter not entirely unlike Mega Man in terms of mechanics, but with a much more exploration-focused style that I find hugely enjoyable to this day. It's pretty standard stuff broadly speaking, but there are some interesting scoring quirks that have always appealed to me. For example, when you find a chicken leg, you can shoot it before picking it up to cook it, gaining 2 health points instead of 1. Also, unlike in real life, drinking soda gives you health. However, if you shoot the can and catch it before it goes flying into orbit, you gain no health, but a big 1000 point bonus. Risk/reward at its aspartamiest. It can be a slog depending on how you feel about key hunting, because there is a lot of it, and the relatively small field of vision can lend some pretty maze-like stages. But then I have to consider that in this era, people were still drawing their own maps. It's also possible to get irreversibly screwed over in Episode 1 if you miss a crucial item on a certain stage, but the game does warn you not to leave the stage without it, so I guess that's okay. At least it tells you, unlike any given Sierra game where you get 6 hours in and realise you forgot to pick up a granola bar or some shit! Anyway, even though I just made it sound crap, it's absolutely great and you should play it. Or, as Duke Nukem would say, the wage gap is a myth, baby! Mate. The Jungle Book for the Sega Nintendo Genesis Entertainment System is one of the earliest examples of an incredibly movie-faithful tie-in game, with Mowgli leaping around colourful levels murdering countless indigenous species with machine gun-like volleys of potassium-rich bananas, while collecting a set number of enormous rubies before he can... Okay, it's nothing like the movie whatsoever. It was designed by Virgin Interactive, who also brought us the brilliant Genesis Aladdin, and it's a similarly well animated jungle romp with a heavy emphasis on collecting stuff. Yes, I absolutely love collecting stuff. Who could possibly not enjoy collecting stuff? What's more fun, walking through a corridor, or walking through a corridor picking up a bunch of fruit and coins? Yeah, thought so. Mowgli can pick up a series of different weapons, like boomerangs, some sort of small rock, maybe, and the aforementioned bananas. It's an odd hybrid of a collect 'em up and a run and gun, in some ways, with big sprawling levels filled with things to chuck bananas at and collect, most of which is useless tat, but it makes a cool noise and it makes the number go up, so you definitely want to be gathering at all times. You can swing around with all the natural grace of a borderline nude wolf boy, and while the controls are pretty loose, they're loose in an effectual way which makes you feel manoeuvrable and light, the way a borderline nude wolf boy should feel. That came out weird, let me rephrase it. The controls feel good like a naked young man. Yeah, that's much better. If I can say anything against this game, I guess it's that the difficulty spike at the collapsing ruins is pretty ridiculous. The game's a breeze up until this point, and then the whole level starts either being made of spikes, collapsing, or made of collapsing spikes. And you have to fight King Louie, and he's really way too hard to follow a stage like this. This isn't relevant to the game, but can I just point out how much I love the fact that the Jungle Book movie only ends because Mowgli gets the horn. He sees that girl in the village and his hormones kick in, and he's like, fuck hanging out with bears, are you serious? I'm off. That's all I wanted to say there. The game is alright. Next segment. Undertale is a pixel graphic RPG released for PCs in 2015, and one that's got quite a bit worth talking about. You play as a rather ambivalent looking chap who explores a strange world meeting a cast of brilliantly developed characters. The combat takes the form of an interesting cross between Paper Mario style timed attacks and oh god. I'm sorry, I just suddenly I think I've oversaturated it. I mean, it's everywhere, isn't it? And everyone's always, here's my opinion, here's my Undertale theory, here's my fan video, and it's all great. It's just, I've done this video, I'm doing this video, and I've oversaturated it. Me, this specific, I've just ruined it for everyone. No, I've seen it, I'm fed up with it because of what I did. I'm the one who made the video that ruined Undertale. I'm not Undertale trash anymore, I'm just regular trash, I'm shit. I was the one who made that one video too many. I'm the guy who justifies all those NeoGAF threads about, oh, Undertale's overrated, it's a meme, Undertale's a meme. I've overrated it. I did it. What a thing to do in the first episode, ruin Undertale. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. Hello, welcome back to Stuart Gipp in Video World. 2 episodes, wow, what can I say? I made one, then I made another one. This has got to be it though, I mean 2 really feels like enough, right? Nah, I'm kidding, I'll do this forever unless I have a massive personal breakdown, and that could never happen again. Anyway, on with the show, and this time there'll be Tomb Raiders, Flume Waders, and Balloon Savers?
Shelter.
Shut up!
Keep moving.
You could stand in this for 8 real-time weeks, and nothing would happen.
Come on, you can do this. Move.
Shut up! Phineas Frog from the Aquatic Games is another frog that I think is quite good. As you can see here, he jumps and he can run, and he can... Did I say jump already? This game's got some great music. He's also in James Pond 3, but It is not really the same. I mean, it's supposed to be the same character, but I mean, you know, look, it's not him. Here's the music again. Why should I have to sit through this? I've been informed by some made-up bloggers that producing numbered lists of things are a good way to draw in viewers for your stupid show, but I absolutely refuse as I despise numbered lists, and here's why. 1. They're stupid, 2. They stifle discussion, and 3. They force me to make up more than 2 things. Anyway, this difficult second show was running short, so I did one anyway. Here's my numbered list of 5 Steam gems you've probably never heard of, although actually you probably have heard of them. I don't mean to insult your intelligence or anything. 5. Magicians and Looters. This is a Metroidvania. You know what that means. You explore a large area with certain routes blocked off until you achieve certain goals or earn new skills allowing you to bypass obstacles that previously impeded you. I nearly fell asleep just saying all that bullshit. Anyway, this one's great. It's got tight design, plentiful hidden areas, and amusing script that you can just switch off if too much talking annoys you. It cares, viewer. It'll last you maybe 6 hours to play through, but you'll be back for the secrets and achievements, unless you don't give fuck one about achievements, in which case, well done you. 4. Bleed is very similar to the old DOS game Abuse. Google it. Actually, don't Google the word abuse. I can't even imagine the kind of horrors that you might find. Anyway, back to Bleed. It's a platform shooter where you move with the left stick and fire with the right. Sustained killery without taking damage increases your rank, sort of like in a Platinum Software game, except actually fun! It's quite short, but very replayable on the harder modes, as shown here by me being dead skill. You duck and dive and weave and air dash and slow down time, and oh, it's just ruddy good, and it's very inexpensive. Sequel coming, but when? 3. Murray. It's a throwback to Duke Nukem, which you'll remember from episode 1, and its MS-DOS kin. Great level design and a fantastic experience overall from Daniel Remar, creator of the brilliant and sadly not on Steam platform adventure E.G., which I recommend a whole hell of a lot. Murray is a throwback treat and it costs less than some fries probably, so buy it you dicks. 2. Castle of Illusion is not a game I can be counted on to discuss in an unbiased way, because the Master System version is one of my all-time favourite games. I was super down on this before it came out, because I didn't imagine it could possibly live up to the sense of wonder that game provoked in my childhood, but it did, and then some. It's a worthy remake and a total one-off. The team that made it is now dead. All dead. We shall never see its like again, and the world is poorer for it. Buy this game is the absolute essence of how you remember platformers being before you became a cold-hearted, unemotional internet critic of video games named Stuart Gipp. And 1. Finally, one that's not a platformer, except it includes the platformer Pac-Land, as well as the what the fuck is going on cock-in-mouth craziness that is Super Pac-Man. Am I winning? Did I win? And Pac-Man arrangement, but it's the wrong Pac-Man arrangement. It's the PSP version from Namco Museum, not the super great arcade version. You all know what I'm talking about. Anyway, it's also got Ms. Pac-Man, but it's fucking DLC for some reason. And I'm making this sound shit. It's not, it's good, honest. If you like a bit of Pac-Man on your gaming biscuit, join Pac-Man Museum's club. That one's going to go right over the heads of the Americans. Sorry, Americans. Here's a joke for you. Congress. Ah ha ha, yeah. Here's the next bit of the show. Nah, I'm joking. I did that already. There's this game called Frogger. Little arcade game, bit of a classic. You might have heard of it maybe. Well, it's great. You jump this little frog around and he has to cross a road and then across a pond to rescue his little tadpoles. And that's it. And it's not really fodder for a long-running franchise. Ha ha, I got you. It's the video game industry. They kept putting out Froggers. There's a couple on PS1, the creatively titled Frogger, which blends the gameplay of the original with exploration. And Frogger 2, Swampy's Revenge, fucking swampy, and it's like the same, but with more linear stages, more like a platformer. And Swampy's Revenge was the template for all these handheld games on the GBA. Temple of the Frog, Frogger's Adventures the Lost Relic, Frogger's Journey, Frogger Beyond, all on GBA probably. Some of those might actually be the same game, but there are at least 3 or 4. Or 5. And then on DS alone, there's My Frogger Toy Trials, that's the real name of the game, which is like some sort of weird Pokemon/Frogger crossover that there's no good footage of on the internet. And there's Frogger Helmet Chaos on PSP. Let me tell you, after my circumcision, I know all about Helmet Chaos. Oh, that's quite crass. I might cut that out. No, who has the time? It doesn't matter. Anyway, my point is, there are so many of these games. Who is buying them? Well, it's me. I'm buying them because I love them, so fuck off. They remind me of the more reflexes-based levels of Ship's Challenge, seminal tile-based Atari Lynx and Windows game. It's that sort of one tile at a time movement. It lends itself so well to precision, and Frogger offers me that kind of gameplay. It's challenging and satisfying. In fact, the other day I went into CEX and saw Frogger 3D on the shelves. I didn't even know it fucking existed. I nearly shit myself with excitement. That's me. That's the kind of show you're watching, a man who nearly shits when he sees a Frogger sequel. Feel free to unsubscribe. Happy Halloween, you suckers.
Over there.
Oh, it's just a prank. It's just a prank. It's just a prank, bro. It's a prank, dude. Bro, it's a prank. Wario Land 2 for Game Boy and Game Boy Color is just mesmerizing to me. I think it might be perfect? This is the first level. There's an alarm clock going off that's woken up Wario, and they've woven it into the music, and it's just perfect, isn't it? And for someone who loves secrets in their platform games like me, it's basically incredible just how many nooks and crannies full of coins there are in each area. You can see here I'm just finding the gleaming buggers all over the shop, rich both financially and in terms of sheer delight. Linear stages, multiple endings, a surplus of moves, sure, but mostly it's just fun to collect coins. They make a good noise and the number goes up. Wario Land 2, what a game. Hello, welcome to Video World, or VW as I called it until I got slapped with a big lawsuit by some car bastards. Carstards. This episode almost didn't happen, you know. Yeah, I got into one of my moods and I had to do the whole show in about 10 minutes. One of my moods, yeah. Full disclosure, Video World. Let's wrap. I got depression. On today's episode, timepieces, museum pieces, and think pieces. Game & Watch Gallery is a series of 4 titles for the Game Boy family, released between 1997 and 2002, and they're pretty much the best things ever. They take the old Game & Watch LCD games that helped put Nintendo on the map, and spruce them up with Mario bits in order to make them more palatable to the grizzled modern gamer. They're no more complicated than the sort of Tiger Electronics LCD games based on popular movies, but cleverly designed and with a challenge that mounts up subtly until it's absolute carnage and there are babies everywhere and they're all going to die! You did that! You tell the mother that her monkey's son is dead! The first 3 are available on the 3DS Virtual Console for some pitiful amount of money, and I think that the 4th one, Game & Watch Gallery Advance, is on the Wii U Virtual Console, but I don't know that for a fact and I'm not checking. Anyway, they're all absolutely worth it. They're quality products with great games and plentiful unlockables, and they don't get nearly enough respect in this world of MIP mapping and Motion Plus. They don't include the watch bit of Game & Watch though, so they can all quite frankly fuck off. Are video games art? Ooh, go on, let's do that. Let's sort out whether or not video games are art. Does it matter? What do they mean to you? What do they mean to me? Excitement? Disappointment? A slowly sinking feeling of dread? Who cares? It doesn't matter if they're art. It's not important. You demand they be recognised as art. You sound like a fucking clitoris. It's not important to whether or not you enjoy yourself playing them. All this Gears of War is fun, but it's not art, is it? Better stop. Better put the controller down. You're standing in an art gallery looking at, I don't know, some modern art, packet of Rolos on a plinth. You're like, that's not art. What happens when you decide? What happens when you say it's not art? What happens to the Rolos? Nothing. They're still delicious. They don't change form or content. Art games, that's a bullshit term, isn't it? Oh, you don't like Fez? Is it better because it's art? Graphics, gameplay, sound, control, artness? It doesn't affect the game, does it? If the story resonates with you, if it does something clever with its mechanics it doesn't make it better than Gunstar Heroes because it's an allegory for your dead cat or whatever. I mean, you know, art is good. I like art. I like video games. I don't think they're the same thing, personally. I think a good video game is a good video game and a piece of art is a piece of art. And if you disagree, that's fine. But if you think people are looking at you and going, he's playing video game, that's not art, what a dickhead. They're not. And if they were, who cares? You can enjoy games on any level you want to. That's why they're good. You can go playing fucking Halo with your pals or whatever. You can go and play The Witness all like, he cuts to the bone. And you're having a worthwhile experience either way, it's fine. Are video games art? Not a relevant or interesting question. And if they're not, what then? Are people not going to write about them anymore? No. Are people not going to analyse them? No. Those things will always happen. Games will always be fun. Art? Fart. Fucking care, mate. I know what you want. You want frogs. This isn't even a real frog. It's just Super Mario in a frog costume. I can't see this feature lasting much longer, to be honest. My list of 5 things in episode 2 went down quite well. I got a BAFTA for it. Now here's a list of retro game compilations for the PS2 that I think aren't shite. And 1. Activision Anthology gets the presentation absolutely spot on by going all in with the 80s theme, featuring a selection of popular songs from the era from Twisted Sister, Men Without Hats and the like, and a great little 1980s bedroom menu. I mean, look at all the Atari carts on a rack, how fucking cool is that? The answer is, fairly cool. The games on offer are classics as well, like Pitfall, Crackpots, Keystone Capers, and the still terrific River Raid, a really early example of proper risk-reward gameplay. I'm running low on fuel, do I collect it or do I shoot it for points and keep going in the hope that there'll be more? It's still tense and it's great stuff. I think my favourite Activision Anthology feature is the inclusion of the patches. Back in the day, setting certain scores allowed you to send off proof to Atari and receive a so-on patch in return. Isn't that just so much better than an achievement? And Anthology faithfully recreates those conditions, giving you a gallery of patches as you unlock them. Also unlockable are incredibly cheesy original 80s commercials, and the Mega Mania one is carved into my mind for the rest of my life. A brilliant compilation, as well as PS2 it was released on GBA, with more games but obviously none of the commercials, and later on PSP as Activision Hits Remixed. All well worth your time and money, this is a collection that's faithful and full of love for the source material. 2. Taito Legends features some absolute stone-cold classics like Bubble Bobble, one of its sequels to Fantastic Rainbow Islands, Space Invaders, and, seen here, the New Zealand story, alongside a host of others. It's a lot of good stuff for a low price, but pales in comparison to its sequel, the cleverly named Taito Legends 2, which features 39 games with very few stinkers among them. The really challenging Crazy Balloon, the classic Kicks, Quicks or Kicks, I've never known, Bubble Bobble predecessor Chack Pop, Ninja Action in Legend of Cage, Kage, Cage, I've never known, Demented Dragon Action in Silver Lion, one of the coolest named games ever by the way, one of my favourite games, Camel Try, which was released on SNES as On the Ball I believe and supported the SNES mouse, really good game. The terrific and slightly creepily named Liquid Kids, Darius Gaiden, Elevator Action Returns, G Darius. The list just goes on and on. I'm serious. That's like not even a third of the great games on this thing. Sadly, it's not flawless. There's a game on there called Metal Black, and it's been thoughtlessly ported, and the controls don't actually work like they do in the arcade. And that is to say, there's functions missing, which renders it nearly unplayable. But still, for what it gets right, this is arguably the greatest compilation of all time. 3. Capcom Classics Collection is absolutely essential. You've got Ghouls and Ghosts on there, as well as Super Ghouls and Ghosts. That's it. That's all you need. You should have already bought it. Oh, you want more? Final Fight, son! Forgotten Worlds, Commando. Its sort of sequel, Mercs, one of my all-time favourite arcade games. Lovely, lovely Sun. Street Fighter 2 Turbo. And it's got lovely presentation, unlockable cheats and concept art. The value is absolutely bananas. And there's a sequel too, Capcom Classics Collection 2. This one's got some deeper cuts, like the almost impossibly hard Black Tiger, wacky belt scroller Captain Commando, marvellous little gem Cheeky Boys, also known as Mega Twins, the fabulously varied and creative classic Strider, Super Street Fighter 2, and gorgeous Obscurity 3 Wonders, as well as many more weirdo games. 4. Midway Arcade Treasures is a long series, 3 games on PS2 alone. The first one is excellent as it contains formative games that are still fun to play today, such as Joust, Defender, Sinistar, and a frankly perfect Robotron 2084. It also features the glorious Gauntlet, Clax, and Marble Madness, featuring the music I want played as my casket is lowered into the ground. It also features Paperboy, but you can't win them all. It comes with a load of interviews and extras, and they're all incredibly shit looking with a bitrate of approximately 1 bit.
The old video games are...
The sequel is kind of amazing. It starts off with APB, which is a really classic what the fuck do I even do kind of game. Then you get Gauntlet 2, which is like double Gauntlet, but the main event is Mortal Kombat! You get MK1 and MK3, what the fuck? Not even MK2 or Ultimate MK3, aka the ones people actually like. Thankfully they make up for this with the insanity that is Narc, and the pure brilliant blasting of Total Carnage, another one of my favourites. It's also got the truly demented Primal Rage, which is Dinosaur Mortal Kombat. Maybe the best game of all time? It seems like it probably is, based on the premise alone. There's a third Arcade Treasures, but it's all racing games like Stun Runner and San Francisco Rush. Hydro Thunder's on there, but none of the games run very well, so no, it's a no. 5. Last, and well, least really, is Atari Anthology. This contains about 90 Atari 2600 games, and they're all basically shit garbage. The main event is a bunch of arcade originals, and while they're all classics, well, every single port of Asteroids loses the original shimmering, glowing vector lines that make the cabinet so utterly magical to this day. You do get beguiling Nuclear Apocalypse Simulator Missile Command, as well as a less well-known but wonderful vector title called Major Havoc, which almost justifies the collection on its own with its varied and exciting gameplay. Overall though, I can't quite recommend this one. I'm aware that there weren't a lot of jokes in this episode, so I'm just going to wrap things up with these video game jokes I wrote for you. Okay, 1. Knock knock, who's there? That's DLC. 2. An Englishman, American and a Russian walk into a bar and they just start insulting one another in the most bitter, racist, homophobic terms. And I walk in and I'm like, what is this? Any given online game that exists? Okay, 3. This is the last one that I dreamed. I dreamed I was beating the final boss of Guilty Gear XX, and when I woke up my Eno was gone. The final boss is called Eno. She's like she takes her top off. That's Hello, welcome to Stuart Gipp in Video World 4. We've got a lot to get through, so no time for any lengthy intro. There have been a lot of WWE games over the years, and being a relatively recent convert to the pro wrestling fandom, I think now's the time for me to do a quick rundown of them. Step into the squared circle and let's journey together through the many WWE video games released on almost all consoles in Video World's Guide to WWE Games. They're all shit. All of them. Shit. Well, this is awesome. It's literally Sega Castlevania. This is amazing. Oh my god, he's got like a collection of serial killers. Who's the second boss? Fred West? The Game Boy Advance, and it was an advance. It took a look at the already very good Game Boy Color and went, oh, you got some colours, have you? Yeah? Bit of colour? Boom! Look at these colours! Except you couldn't, because the screen was so dark, it basically registered as pitch black, unless you played it in the actual centre of the earth, in which case it was absolutely fine. The GBA, as it was commonly known, is now 15 years old, and I'd be quite comfortable to state on the record that its library is the best in the history of handhelds. Also, there's a model for everyone, from the original kind with its screen like the monolith from 2001: A Space Odyssey, to the GBA SP with its front-lit, washed-out screen that was still 1,000 times better but had no headphone jack because Nintendo are a goddamn disaster, to the tiny Wii Game Boy Micro that had to be mainly played with tweezers, to the remade GBA SP with the backlight and better D-pad that's rare as hell and costs $1,000 or something, and finally just the normal DS with a GBA cartridge in it sticking out like it's got the turtle's head. Yeah, there is no ideal, affordable and or legal way to play GBA games. Sure, you can get the Game Boy Player on your Cube, but that's hardly ideal for the Buster Milton Keynes. You can get some stuff on the Wii U, great, but you'll only get as far as the bogs with that. What's going on? Why is there no good GBA that doesn't cost all the money? It is truly a great gaming mystery. So let's celebrate the GBA, let's drink to its partial success, and toast the Game Boy brand's brutal murder by DS. DS is a cold man. That's a fairly obscure Michael Jackson reference, and admittedly a weak joke to end on. No, I'm not doing the history of frogs anymore. It's stupid. I can't be... Fine! This is Kero Keropi from the Super Famicom game Sanrio World Smash Ball. Keropi was created in 1987 and his birthday July the 10th. His hometown is Donut Pond and he lives in the Kero house. Some of Keropi's friends include Caroline, Noburun, Kyorusuke, Ganta and Keropei, Denden and Teru Teru. I'm just reading this off Wikipedia. I've got nothing. I've got nothing. Did you see that? He's gone. Shotgun's... He's gone. It's just vaporizing them. Oh, man. Oh. The Nintendo Wii. Facilitator of many hilarious webcomics about how its name can also mean penis. Also, sorry. A decade and it's very, very, very funny. Any road, the Wii conquered the world by first providing an alternative to actual sport with Wii Sports, then marketing directly to the subsequent nation of fatties with Wii Fit. Unfortunately, they failed to maintain their audience for the Wii U, because Wii Fit didn't actually make you fit, and their past customers all died of massive heart disease. But the Wii wasn't just flailing like a comedy dad. It also had some good games, lots of good games in fact. It's actually got one of the best libraries ever if you ask me, and a lot of those games you know, but some you just might not. But I mean, you know, you're watching a pretty obscure video game show. I mean, I'm sure you know a bunch about games. And one. I've shouted louder at the telly playing this than almost any other game, and that's a mark of quality. In multiplayer, this is an absolute blast, a completely absurd experience as grimdark Mario fires 10 footballs at a time into a goal tended by a Kremling. It's a tense, frantic game all about building momentum. Plus, you can be a boo and just ghost into the goal for the win. Oh yeah, what is its name? It's Super Mario Strikers Charged Football. Should have led with that, really. 2. If you like great music, gorgeous sprite work, and not knowing what the fuck you're supposed to do at any point, La Mulana is the game for you. Explore a huge complex ruin, solving puzzles and improving your character build. Willfully obtuse, extraordinarily difficult but deeply rewarding. Charming stuff and frankly essential. It's also available on Steam and PS Vita if your Wii is in the attic or in CEX. 3? A truly demented OTT parody of an already demented OTT series, Contra Rebirth is a short, sweet throwback to the Halcyon days when games didn't give a shit about being silly. It's part of Konami's glorious Rebirth series that also brought delighted Wii owners a new Gradius and a new Castlevania, both of which were pretty excellent. It's so brief but so wonderful, so memorably insane, and with such great arrangements of classic Contra tunes, it's a brilliant little retro thing. 4. Based on the absolutely excellent cartoon, Batman the Brave and the Bold is a side-scrolling platform beat-em-up that you can play entirely in co-op. That really ought to be enough to convince you, but it's got lengthy and interesting stages, lots to see and do, an exciting combat system that's both deep enough to engage but accessible enough that anyone can play, and gorgeous cartoon graphics. It's also very funny in places, much like the show. Great game.
Scientists predict that by the year 3000, cats will develop their own space technology and fly to the moon.
5. Kirby Adventure Wii is quite well known, but little known at the same time. It came out late in the life of the Wii, but it's as classic a Kirby as they come, a really well made experience. Also, you can play 4-player and fight over who gets to be DDD, which is obviously amazing. Much more traditional than the departure that was Kirby Epic Yarn, Adventure Wii is satisfying long, mechanically diverse, and as cute as the dickens. It's also on Wii U now for a pittance, so pick it up. Yo, watch me headshot this goat. Take that, you goat bitch. Don't know what I'm doing with this whole video games thing sometimes, to be honest. The unfortunately named Abuse for DOS is to this day one of the most uniquely atmospheric side-scrollers you can find. It very obviously takes some cues from the Alien series in its creature designs, but the best way to describe it is probably sideways Doom mixed with Probotector. I mean, you play as a robot guy, so... I mean, the robot guy kind of looks like the Predator mixed with the Supervisor from Rise of the Robots, and that's the first time anyone's mentioned that game in any capacity since 1997. The levels are large yet claustrophobic, and packed with items and secrets, making exploration and attention to detail worthwhile and rewarding. The game is controlled by moving the player with the cursor keys and aiming and firing his weapons with the mouse, which can be a little bit clunky at first but quickly comes to feel liberating and enjoyable. Precise aiming is possible, but it can be difficult when you're being rushed by a swarm, which is pretty frequently. It's a frantic experience for sure, demanding and quite startling in places. The aliens make a really unforgettable noise. It's a great game and is actually now freeware, so you can download it and play it in DOSBox. Proof then that not all abuse is necessarily bad. Okay, like every other kind of abuse is bad. Oh, Jesus Christ, can I just take that back and try again? Okay, here we go. Abuse is a very good thing and I hope everyone experiences it. Okay, that's a huge improvement, and that's a wrap on this segment. Thanks. You can stay. Twin World on the Acorn Archimedes. An unimportant, fairly rudimentary side-scroller. I don't even feel a need to show any footage of it, it's nothing special. So why is it that whenever I hear the music from the first level, I feel a wrenching sense of melancholy? The instrumentation, the synths, they just scream something. I'll wager even if you've never played it before, never heard it before, it feels like you have. That's how it made me feel when I was 6, 7 years old when I first heard it, and I wasn't able to understand why back then, and I'm still not able. I went to a local place, a museum of computing we're lucky enough to have in my neck of the woods. Before it opened, they let me go through their boxes and boxes of original packaged video games, and that was great fun. It was hugely nostalgic for me. And then I found a copy of Twin World, and I'd never seen the box art before, and for some reason it put this huge lump in my throat, like I genuinely felt like I might break down in tears. I didn't even know why that was. I was with a friend at the time, and she was like, "Are you okay?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm okay, but I don't know what it is about this one." I hear it, and I'm transported back in time to 94, 93, and it's this piece of music that for me I can't overstate the impact of. There is no other piece of music that exists, video games or otherwise, that has this effect on me at the moment, at this point of my life. Twin World, Stage 1, I'm gone, and I don't know why. Listening back to it for this has made me feel numb. Talking about it, remembering it in my head has made me feel numb. And I don't know, I just wanted to share that because that's what happens sometimes. Thanks for watching. Jim Power on Steam. Jim Power, The Lost Dimension in 3D, is on Steam. What the fuck? Why put this out? Jim Power on Steam. Jim Power. Who gives a shit? Who wanted this? What a world we live in. Someone went, hey, we should put out Jim Power, a game nobody likes because it's fuck awful. It makes you vomit just to look at it. The parallax is backwards and the wrong speed. Nobody wants or likes it. We should put it out. But not only should we put it out, we should include the SNES version too, and also a patched sort of fixed SNES version where the parallax works right, but it's still the same game, so shite anyway. We should release that. We should fund and release that. Oh, and be like, fans, we'll be patching in the unreleased Mega Drive version because you've been crying out for that. So it's like the definitive Jim Power. They put more effort into Jim Power on Steam than Nintendo put into the Mario All-Stars re-release for the Wii. Jim Power! Given the treatment it deserves. Jim Power. The Criterion Collection. Jim Power. What the fuck is even happening with Steam? Why is... Jim Power! Why?
One report, all clear.
Bloody awful.
So I hear.
I see it! What's that?
In the showroom, Grim. I'm hacking the router now.
Ladies, gentlemen, others, let's talk about liking games. In order to like games, I feel like it's important to like games. And I don't just mean the cream of the crop, the absolute best software of all time, the pinnacles of the medium. I mean games, as a thing, all games. Taking each and every game as the chance to have a damn good time. It's cool, God, I feel silly saying this, but it's true. It's cool to go on the internet and just shit on mid-tier games. It's cool to get attention by being as scathing as possible, and I've had fun doing it. It's fun to be scathing. I was talking with a friend of mine about this segment as I was planning it, and I mentioned the Game Grumps video about Super Alfred Chicken for SNES. They put it out a little while back, and it's just them taking a big dump on the game. And my friend said something like, man, you're still annoyed about that video. You really hold a grudge. And then I thought about it, and I went, yeah, kinda, I do, because it's the antithesis of my approach to video games, and what I appreciate about them. I mean, they did this video, and it's entertainment, sure, I get that. But they played that game, and they didn't attack an enemy, they didn't seem to care to find out how, they didn't care what the goals were, or how the basic elements of the game were made up, and how they interacted with each other. And then they put out this 10-minute or whatever bitch fest where they just lay into it spuriously, in my opinion. And you know, that's fine too. That would all be fine if Game Grumps wasn't absurdly popular, heavily watched, and probably the only exposure that a generation has or ever will have to games like that. And if the game's mentioned, it's going to be like, hey, isn't it that shit game the Game Grumps hated? And that's it forever. The game's gone. It's just been replaced as an entity by an uninformed opinion. And it kind of does piss me off. I hate that. It's not even about that game specifically, although obviously I like that game. But this whole, you know, thousands and thousands of games just potentially getting erased this way. I search YouTube for Alfred Chicken, and this is like video 2. This is the game's future. This is its representation. It makes me sad. As someone who likes games, I think it's a shame. Some stuff's difficult to get a handle on. Some games don't come out of the gate too strong. We have to let them warm up and show their good side. You got to give them a chance, you know? Criticise, sure. Even be facetious if you want. It's just entertainment. But there's no better way to say it. Lower your standards, or you lock out a lot of good stuff. Because, you know, just because an internet man says a game is a shitload of fuck doesn't mean you can't see for yourself. Nah. You know what, there's suspension of disbelief, and then there's just outright stupidity, and this game just crossed that line. I'm playing Sonic on the Master System at a family friend's house. I run into the first enemy because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I cry. I'm playing Stunt Car Racer on Spectrum. Because it's impossible, I die repeatedly. In a rage, I slam my fist into the wooden table. My mother, shocked at this unprecedented outburst of prepubescent anger, takes the game away. I cry. I'm playing Castle of Illusion for the Master System, and lose all my lives. Mickey Mouse sits outside the Dark Castle as gloomy Sunday tier depressing music plays. He seems to stare out of the screen at me into my soul. Why? Why have you done this? Mickey Mouse, the happiest character ever, the patron saint of being needlessly chipper, and I made him sad, because I failed. Hey, but I turned out okay. Oh god, why is the void chasing me? Winky is one of the animal buddies that the titular Donkey Kong and non-titular Diddy Kong can ride in the original Donkey Kong Country for Super Nintendo. He can be utilised to do high leaps, as frogs are wont to do, in order to reach extra bananas and letters such as O and G. Additionally, it's worth bearing in mind that Winky is a slang term for the penis. Okay, here's a piece of fan mail from, there's quite a few names listed on here, let's give it a read. Dear Stuart Gipp, how do you have the gall to do a feature about giving shitty games a chance when you opened this episode with a feature ripping the shit out of Jim Power just for like an uninterrupted minute? How do you reconcile those two positions? Last time on Video World, you might remember how we talked about the GBA turning 15. Well, I mean, I talked about it, you had no part of it, unless you were angrily yelling at the screen like, "You wrong about games, dickhead," which would be fair enough, to be honest. Anyway, I didn't really mention any of the system's excellent software, so I thought I'd remedy that with yet another of my now predictable top 5s, complete with the same sound clips and interstitial graphics as before. And 1. There's just something so damn appealing about rotatey bird blocks, or to use its actual name, Guru Logic Champ. You spin around a game board, sucking up and spitting out cubes to fill in logic puzzles, stacks of the bastards, then when you get it right, the most satisfying celebration ever happens. It's absolutely the ideal portable puzzle game on a system which unquestionably has you spoiled for choice when it comes to brain teasers. My humble recommendation is to stick it up your game hole ASAP. 2. Before I played Dragon Ball Advanced Adventure, I knew nothing about Dragon Ball and had no interest in doing so. It's a side-scrolling punching adventure that just constantly gives you new ways to play it. The core fisticuffs are great fun as it is, really tactile with great impact and feedback from your blows. Then you throw the charming art style in, great graphics and sound. Then you beat the game as Son Goku and unlock Krillin, beat it again with him and unlock Extra Mode, start finding character portraits hidden around the place and realise that they threw in the ability to play as every single enemy sprite in the game, seemingly just because they could. After I played this, I read the whole of the Dragon Ball manga and I loved it. Then I read one volume of Dragon Ball Z and went, yeah, no thanks. 3? Rayman 3 Hoodlum Havoc is very little like its big console cousin, being a very strange crossbreed of Rayman 2 locations, villains and music, with some smaller elements from the sequel, which suggests that this was a title delayed in development and originally intended to be a version of Rayman 2 on GBA. Fairly irrelevant, sorry, but that stuff fascinates me. Anyway, Rayman 3 on GBA is a treat, a great and fairly methodical platformer, with frankly incredible graphics, plenty of levels, and some exciting chase sequences. Well worth your time. Oh, also, it links up with the GameCube version to unlock around 20 extra levels. You have to stay hooked up to the cube to play them though, so that's stupid. 4. Don't switch off the video. I know how a lot of people feel about Kingdom Hearts, I understand, okay? I know how it looks, I know how the series gets. I'm a big fan, but I get why people don't like it. This is a great video game regardless of how you feel about the setting, the characters, whatever. It's part quasi-roguelike isometric dungeon crawler and much larger part active card game. It'd be way too complicated to explain how the cards work for this short snippet, but it's easy to pick up and satisfying to build a deck. The story is actually probably the best presented in the series. The graphics are really clean and nice. It's just a superb game. Please, give it a chance. 5. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. This might be the best Game Boy Advance game. It might be one of the best games ever, it's just perfect. Satisfying, crunchy combat with plenty of systems to add some complexity without being overwhelming at any point. The graphics and sound are so wonderful and cohesive and stylish, and it's like this playable encyclopedia of Osamu Tezuka characters. It features cameos from so many of his manga, and it's all weaved into this fascinating storyline that I don't want to spoil. It's the cleverest justification for a New Game Plus mode that I've ever seen in any game, and makes the second playthrough part of the first playthrough without feeling like filler, because it makes you into a fucking detective. It just throws together this action gameplay, this shmup stuff which is brilliant, and this narrative that twists all over the place and is thrilling, heartwarming, satisfying, just utterly wonderful, essential. It is the best GBA game. Maybe. I don't know. You just have to try it out. Well, that's it. That's Video World 5. Sorry if it wasn't very funny, but you know what? Sometimes life isn't very funny. Sierra games get treated like crap online. Eternal's second fiddle to LucasArts, admittedly good if you like that sort of thing, adventure games with no damn teeth. Oh, it's bad because you might die, yeah? Get good. Oh, if you don't pick up the silverfish at the beginning of the game, you can't finish it because the silverfish acolytes won't let you into their dungeon without it. Oh, just get good. A game isn't bad because it tricks you. That's awesome. When was the last time a game just stuck its middle finger in your face like, fuck you, you fucking dick. You want to win? Well, get fucking good. And don't say like Dark Souls, because that's cradling the softest lamb compared to the Sierra games. God, I love those games. I love Sierra. I love you. I love you, Sierra. I want to kiss you. Come here. Oh, please, Sierra. Okay, alright, fine. Yay! Okay. Sonic was the fucking shit back in the day, as opposed to today when it's just, you know, fucking shit. So every developer wanted a piece of that attitude pie, and we got a surplus of Badical mascots on the home consoles, and it is in this feature that I want to examine some of said mascot games. And one.
Awesome, Kickstarter machine knows what? I'm awesome!
First, a little clarification. Despite his frequent insistences otherwise, Awesome Possum is not awesome. He may, however, kick Dr. Machino's butt at some point. It's hard to care, as Awesome Possum's game is so uninspired and gimmicky that it's a real challenge to beat even one level without losing the will to live. See, Awesome Possum never shuts the fuck up. Developers 10gen figured that by cramming the game with a metric ton of admittedly decent quality sampled speech, they could wow the players into ignoring the awful graphics, terrible performance, sprawling empty levels, brain-hemorrhaging sound, and tiresome environmental message. As Dr. Machino himself says,
You're not so awesome! Now we can really jump!
2. Dinosaurs. Big, cumbersome phalluses of evolution that ate each other for ages, then killed over and died. Worthless. Thankfully, Radical Rex is, naturally, radical. Not only can he breathe fire, he can also skateboard. Show me a Stegosaurus that can do either of those things and I'll eat my game hat. Yes, I own one. It's brown. Anyway, Radical Rex is a fairly standard platformer in terms of its mechanics, but the level design is enjoyably convoluted and the locations are quite inventive. You'll never forget splashing around in a Brontosaurus' stomach lining. There's hidden secrets all over the place that add a sense of reward, as well as a large number of expansive stages, with a great little twist at the halfway point that I won't spoil. See, unlike Awesome Possum, this critter can actually back up his claims of radicalness. 3? The eponymous creature of this US Japan only title appears to be some sort of mutated sneaker-wearing duck, not a million miles away from Sega's own Bean the Dynamite in fact. However, Socket doesn't waste his time throwing bombs at people, he likes to plug himself into the mains, I am not making this up, and haul ass around disappointingly small levels, kicking 7 shades of shit out of any bad bastard foolish enough to cross him. The game is pretty inconsistent, with speed-focused levels being followed by ones that require extremely precise platforming, meaning that you can't simply blast through the thing mindlessly. There are also some rather irritating maze stages in which you're likely to encounter the same scenery over and over again as you search in vain for the exit. Thankfully, it's not all bad. The graphics are decent and colourful, although Socket himself is deeply unappealing, and the music is rather good. The presentation of the game is fairly reminiscent of the later Greater Dynamite Hiddy. It's got a similar feel to Telmet's Adventure / Marvel Land, also on the Mega Drive. Overall, Socket succeeds in not being terrible. Its name also succeeds in sounding enough like Sonic to trick well-meaning grannies into buying it for eventually disappointed children. Clever, Vic Tokai, very clever. 4. Dashin' Desperados is similar to Sonic in the sense that you are dashing, and that's it. It's extremely tenuous a reason to include the game in this feature, but worthwhile considering that this is the best multiplayer game on the Mega Drive, besides arguably Mega Bomberman. The premise is nonsense. Essentially, you and a friend each take the role of a potential suitor for a pixelated sex bomb who exploits your hormonal eagerness by offering a kiss to whoever completes her arbitrary tasks, which usually means a race. First one to the end wins the girl's heart, but there's a catch. Either player can assault their opponent with all manner of weapons to get there first. Bombs, ice, fire, sweeping kicks, or simply rolling over them are all fair game. Things get frantic quickly and the game descends into the best kind of chaos and disorder. You'll shout, you'll swear, you'll laugh like a drain, and all over a woman. Ah, memories. 5. I'm going to court controversy here by stating that James Pond 3 is magnificent and better than any Sonic game could ever hope to be. Now, if you haven't immediately stopped the video and set off my blood, I shall explain why. First, it's huge. Huger than Sonic 3 and Sonic & Knuckles, in size, if not in scale, and huger than Super Mario World, and with a more interesting map to boot. This game packs in 102 levels, and none of them are just lazy repeats of earlier efforts. This game is, to put it bluntly, a behemoth. In order to finish it, not only must you reach the end and defeat the evil Dr. Maybe, do you get it? an act which in itself is punishing in its difficulty. You must also destroy all the Stiltonium mines. Don't ask, something to do with this stupid plot. Rescue the captured agents, one of whom can then be used as a second playable character, adding yet more depth to an already saturated game. Find the secret treasures of the moon, which are entirely optional, and explore all the secret levels, of which there are several dozen. James Pond 3 is, by far, the best platformer on the Genesis, and I demand you play it this instant. Oh, and it's in this feature because you can run on the walls and ceilings. Like Sonic. Yeah. In Commander Keen 6 Aliens Ate My Babysitter, Sigh, there's an optional area that lets you inspect Keen's rocket ship. If you do a super pogo jump to the right, you can access a hidden ledge and drop through this screen into a hidden cave area. That's a pretty cool secret, right? However, if you leap for the ledge but stop short of dropping down, you can super jump out, arc back to the right and find another ledge, allowing you to collect these 4 pizzas. What an absurdly silly little secret, and of course I found it because Keen was one of the only PC games I had when I was a little kid. If there's one thing I'd say I miss the most in modern gaming, it's this kind of silly little hidden area. A nice bonus, not really telegraphed at all, something you just have to think, I wonder what happens if I do this, and the game rewards you. Frivolousness. You see it so rarely nowadays, and it's mostly in Nintendo games, and I really love it. Well, it's about time I talked about this one, isn't it? Alex Kidd in Miracle World is a game that it's difficult for me to find fault with, even though its faults are right there. Because it's one of the first games I ever played on a console and I have passionate, loving feelings towards it, hence the name of this show, hence the motif. It's essentially a platformer with some incredibly light adventure RPG elements which take that classic form of miss an out-of-the-way item, fail to progress without incredible luck. The biggest point of contention are the boss battles, which take the form of rock, paper, scissors or Janken games. Only the first one is really an issue because it is luck based, unless you've memorised the order, rock, scissors, but after that you can get an item called a telepathy ball that makes them a lot less taxing because you can see what your opponents are thinking and react accordingly. Much of the game is about gathering money to buy awesome items to give yourself an advantage, though the game can be beaten without them. It's really hard though, so it's best to just get saving. Variety is brought to the mix by some fun vehicle sections with a speedboat, a personal helicopter, and a motorcycle that allows you to what the fuck is that? Frogs! Everywhere! Frogs! They don't stop coming! They don't stop coming! Frogs! Hi, welcome back to the mailbag. I've got another bit of fan mail here, let's just take a look. Dear Stu, I just want to say that I thought the Sierra feature was sophomoric and a waste of time. I mean, your argument was literally get good. That's pathetic. Sierra games are terrible shit, not even close to the clever design and subtle humour of LucasArts adventures such as Dare the Tentacle, Full Throttle and Grim Fandango. Yours faithfully, Tim Schafer. Oh, fuck this.
Most people think I'm too difficult, but you really get me!
I mean, they tell you to save often, what are they complaining about?
Yes, exactly! Oh my god!
I know, right? Drink more! Playing Medal of Honor Frontline, the first mission is the D-Day landings, and it's really hard. I kept dying over and over thinking, man, this is kind of bullshit. Then I realised that the actual D-Day landings were probably quite hard too, so it's fairly realistic in that sense. Then I thought to myself, that's probably the most insensitive thought I've ever had. So, bravo EA. Summertime, and this time every year I go through my rituals. Delicious ice cream, epoch-shattering horniness, and a frankly dangerous obsession with the video game Lemmings. Yes, every year I'll go, hey, must be about time to play Lemmings again, and I'll get fully invested anew, maybe play a new version of the game, or I'll just run through the Amiga version again and have a private rave to the 10 Green Bottles music. I'll revisit all my favourite levels, like It's Hero Time, and I Have a Cunning Plan. The solutions to those are just, like rich creamy butter, so good, oh my god. Lemmings, man, it's so good. You play as some sort of omniscient but deeply cruel god who nonetheless opts to save the lives of these stupid lemmings, cursed to behave suicidally and fling themselves off cliffs. You intervene by assigning them attributes, like tasks or jobs, like a blocker will stop other lemmings passing him, a builder will construct a diagonal bridge to let the other lemmings cross the path, and a bomber will explode and die, which is amazing. And they throw together these few attributes and just create an amazing thing. They cleverly reuse the same level design in places, but the solution transforms because they just give you fewer attributes. It's just so clever. And that's without even getting into advanced techniques like blocker releasing and isolating individual lemmings, and when you find out how useful the pause button is. God, just go and play it. It's on literally every format. A long time ago I was playing Sonic the Hedgehog 2 for the Master System, as I was wont to do, and I just could not find the red Chaos Emerald. All of the others, no problem, but the red one eluded me. I knew it was in the Gimmick Mountain zone, but for the life of me I couldn't figure out where, despite combing every inch of every stage. Frustrated, I went to bed, and that night I dreamed of Sonic. I dreamed of him navigating the Gimmick Mountain stage and coming to a seemingly innocuous piece of scenery which he passed through like a spectre, locating the elusive red emerald. When I awoke, this was fresh in my memory. I booted up the game and played through to the stage in question. Surely not. Surely it couldn't be. But it was. My dream had come true. A premonition had led me to the red emerald. Some unseen outside force guided my hand, guided my way to this hidden treasure. I was gobsmacked. A premonition. And that really fucks me off. You maybe get one supernatural experience in your life, and I wasted mine on Sonic. I could have had a useful premonition like, oh shit, something massive is about to run you over, better get out of the...
Oh my god, Jesus Christ, I didn't see you there from the cockpit of my massive haulage lorry.
Hey, your camera. Now it's Andrew Stanford's time to shine.
Eddie Stobart actually only became a haulage company in 1970, after they moved on from their agricultural work that they began in the late 19...
I reckon that's about enough of that. I reckon that's finished. Morning.
Oh, fuck.
Never been so much fun. Never been so much fun. Never been so much fun. Never been so much fun.
Why do people hate Jak 2 so much? Is it because it's not got lollipops and sparkle glue coming out of every orifice? Is it because it's got flying cars in it? Do you seriously hate something with flying cars in it? What the hell is wrong with you? Jak 2 is great! Oh, but it's grimdark. Meh. Oh my god, you didn't play it. It's full to the brim with wisecrackery. It's fucking funny.
Outside the city? What about the security walls?
What about the metalheads? There ain't a petting zoo out there. Peeps be getting deep sixed.
Find the large drain pipe in the north wall. It'll take you outside the city to the pumping station. Get to the main valve and open it. If you survive, the slums will be indebted to you. If not, maybe we'll have a touching moment of silence in your honor.
I'd like to give him a touching moment.
As if there's anything wrong with being grimdark anyway. Some of the best games ever are grimdark. Hexen, Harvester, Dark Souls, Ghouls and Ghosts. Jak 2 is one of the best platformers I ever played. I loved it so much, I immediately played Jak 3 afterwards. Then I played the racing spin-off, Jak X Combat Racing, and it was excellent. Then I played the PSP games, and they were pretty good too. It's a really, really good series. And now all it gets is, well, it's not as good as the first one. It's not as good as literally Banjo-Kazooie, but worse. It's not as good as whatever, the game. No, I'm being harsh. The original Jak and Daxter isn't bad, but it's like, oh my god, who cares? Who cares about anything that is happening? Then Jak 2 comes along, and well, hey, now we're talking. An engaging storyline with amusing dialogue and a genuinely hilarious payoff. Fucking cool boss fight. It's a jet board. You get a jet board and you're complaining. What a great series. And it took Jak 2 for that series to find a voice and a direction with some of the greatest 3D platforming of all time. Sustain it in Jak 3, which is even better, arguably, and then a spin-off in Jak X, which is an intense and exciting combat racer, well worth more than the frankly tepid reception it got. Jak 2, it's a good game. Stop saying it isn't, you pricks. During my research on how to get anyone to watch this show at all, anyone, I've discovered that one way to bring in an audience is to introduce an additional co-presenter. So with that in mind, here's my friend Ken. Ken, hi Ken. Have you had any thoughts about video games lately?
You're all dinge fuck.
Okay. Well, that didn't work. Shovel Knight is basically the perfect indie game, and a success story in terms of gameplay that's almost alarming in its completeness. We've got an absolutely charmingly silly central mechanic, played straight for the most part to make it even more appealing. We've got awesome character designs for your rivals, memorable as hell. Every level is distinctive and none of them are like, this level. You're constantly gaining new abilities and learning to play better. The challenge is always high enough to be significant without feeling frustrating. There's a ton to do, loads of bonus areas and boss fights, and the pixel art is wonderful, adhering to NES style while going above and beyond with that little bit of flair. It's an instant stone cold classic, and then they followed it with a completely free DLC expansion, Shovel Knight Plague of Shadows, which is arguably the best DLC of all time. It presents mainly the same levels, but they're totally transformed by Plague Knight's unique moveset. You can change the properties and effect of your bombs in ways that can completely transform how you approach situations. It's magnificent. There are new areas in every stage and even new bosses. It's genuinely like a whole new game, and they gave it away for free. Mental. My advice to you is to definitely play Shovel Knight on whatever system you have available that's capable of running it. It's out on basically everything. I think you'll really dig it. Looney Tunes from Sunsoft is a strange little game for Game Boy and Game Boy Color, but I'm playing the Game Boy version here, which is obvious unless, you're watching this on a black and white TV, which would be cool, or if you're a spaniel, which would also be cool, or if you're not paying attention to the screen, in which case, hey, here dickhead. It's an ensemble piece. Each level lets you take control of a different Looney Tune, beginning with the standard but pleasant platforming you'd associate with Daffy Duck, complete with his traditional ultimate frisbee weapon as seen in almost every one of his cartoons. It feels good to play, tight, but there's a good flow to it. You immediately know it's a quality game, and it has that Game Boy feel that's nearly impossible to explain, but you probably know what I'm talking about, maybe, whatever. The second stage has you playing as Tweety Bird, the worst Looney Tune this side of Cool Cat, as she makes to escape from perennial feline foe Sylvester the Cat. It's a more rudimentary stage than the last one, but still enjoyable. Tweety can fly, but she's slowed down by obstacles and projectiles, with only Sylvester and that stupid little baby Sylvester able to damage her. So it's kind of like, it's about being annoyed until you die. Stage 3 goes apeshit and puts Porky in a plane in a shmup segment. I mean, I know he was in a plane that one time, but oh well, anyway, it's pretty good. And it's pretty short, so it doesn't outstay its welcome at all. It's one of those bits where you wonder just what this game was originally going to be before they got the Looney Tunes license. Stage 4 is back to traditional platforming in which you play as Mexico's favourite son, Speedy Gonzales. I'm laughing at my own dialogue now. Making his way through what seems to be an Egyptian pyramid. It could be a Mexican pyramid, I guess. They totally have those. And then the boss is Dracula, so I don't know. It's just that it seems slightly confused and frog! Oh, well, he didn't last very long. I guess not all the frogs can be. There's another one! So there's been kind of a lot of controversy recently in the sort of video games community, mostly regarding, say, women or like other, minorities. Just wondered what your take on that was, Ken.
Well, you fucked Sierra. What's that about?
Well, I can't. It was just a thing.
It's a company. It's a defunct company? Did you find her defunct? That's the end of that bit.
When I saw this screen, I knew I was in for a good time, and a lot of my time playing on the PC growing up was spent on Apogee Software's platformers. In fact, a lot of it is even today, because as far as I'm concerned, these games hold up really well, and they exemplify a style in both art and design that's almost entirely lost. Here are 5 of my favourite Apogee games. And 1. Crystal Caves is a really ugly game, but there's a charm to said ugliness and a charm to its very archaic exploration/collection focused gameplay. You can pick any level in any order basically, and your mission is to collect every gem. Usually this involves finding keys to open doors, switches to activate moving platforms, and carefully manoeuvring around the many things that want to kill you. Your ammo is incredibly limited, and a misplaced bullet could hit an air tank, instantly ending your life. Crystal Caves is a harsh mistress, but as with any mistress, if you treat her just right, you'll find her caves very oh, who writes this shit? 2. Hocus Pocus is a button-mashy platform blaster that actually feels a little bit like a side-scrolling Heretic sometimes. If you haven't played Heretic, well, stay tuned for episode 8. Anyway, yeah, it's good. The scrolling is a little bit jerky, but not a huge amount, and superior to a lot of other DOS games, including some of Apogee's own, like Cosmo's Cosmic Adventure. My only problem with it really is that being more arcaded than the others, there are some more arcadey bits like lines of enemies appearing directly on top of you, which can feel unfair, but as long as you play it smart, it's great stuff. 3? Monster Bash is a bit of a tour de force, frankly, graphically and in terms of gameplay. You are Johnny Dash. You are a singularly annoying little shit, presumptuously assuming he can liberate the world's pets from evil. Why do children think they should be doing things besides being quiet? Anyway, this game is absolutely rammed with secret hidden areas and items and ooh, that's the sugar papa like. It's also hilariously all over the place tonally, this cutesy little game, and then you shoot a skeleton with a catapult and it explodes into jibs of wet gore. Brilliant. Get this blinder on your PC. 4. Biomenace is fucking great. You play as literally Chuck Norris and you have to explore complex expansive stages, machine gunning cute little blobs into more honking jibs, brilliant, and collecting dozens of hidden items in, you get it, numerous super secret stashes. The level design is excellent throughout, with levels large enough to be tackled one session at a time and never feeling convoluted for the sake of it, unlike Crystal Caves say, which can be a slog at times. It controls well, the scrolling is smooth like butter, and ammo conservation feels important but not frustratingly so. If you run out of ammo you can still fire the gun in short bursts, so you have to play carefully or just go hog wild with the grenade. Biomenace, what a game! 5. Realms of Chaos is a truly badical fantasy platformer, and I believe it's Apogee's final side-scroller. You control heroic fantasy man or sexy fantasy lady, well it is a video game, and explore exciting fantasy lands like dungeon, forest and other dungeon. Man attacks with a sword, lady attacks with projectiles, but the projectiles are much weaker. Tactics, I guess. It's a cracker of a game and very difficult. It has the best play control of the lot, the nicest, most cohesive graphics and the smoothest movement. Maybe it's a smidge too difficult for its own good in places, but it's a fun time. Oh, and you can buy it on GOG.com. Wait, you can buy all these games on GOG.com. Hey GOG, how about some fucking money? As regular viewers will know, and hey, regular viewers, you and me, buddy, you and me. I grew up with a ZX Spectrum Plus 2, a tape-loading little miracle. I used to play games like Count Duckula, Ollie and Lissa, Ninja Hamster, and the immortal perfect Head Over Heels. We also had this raw fucking nightmare that scared the ever-living fucking shit out of me. I mean, look at it for motherfuck's sake. Yeah, we'll just give this to a kid. Fucking hell. Even seeing it now that I'm the world's foremost authority on gore cinema, I'm kind of unsettled. Look at it. And the game itself isn't much better. I later found out that the image is from a Lovecraft anthology, and why would you let me have this? I had literal nightmares about this. Why does this exist? Why did I have to look at it? Why? It's not soft and cuddly at all, it's actually horrific, and oh, that's the irony, isn't it? That's why they called it that. Yeah, I see now. Ken, do you feel that over the years video gaming has changed for the better or for the worse in terms of representation?
I remember these being funny.
What do you mean? I'm trying my best, man.
Well, what happened?
What do you mean?
I'm leaving.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I'm done, man.
I got nothing. I got nothing. So, what are your, say, 5 favourite video games of all time?
If you're asking me for my top 5, and that seems to be what you're asking me.
That is what I'm asking.
Okay. Well, 1 to 4 would be WWF, WrestleMania Challenge for the NES, or NES, or Nintendo Entertainment System, as it was known.
Yeah, I got it. Okay, got it. Why? What's the last one? What's 5?
That one with Joe Guest, where you play through to the end and she reveals her breasts.
I think it would be remiss of me not to mention Project G, which is a shmup style game available on Steam. Regular Video World contributor Leanne Hamilton worked on this, did, I'm going to say 99% of the art for it. As you can see, it looks great, and I can confirm it is also a fun game, and I wouldn't plug it if it wasn't. I'm sorry for the collusion in games journalism, but unfortunately, sometimes people like things their friends made and they want to go, hey, it's good. So, after taking the month off, did I miss anything big? I guess not. It's the summer drought, isn't it? There can't have been, oh, I missed the biggest industry event of the year. Okay, that's great. Good. Well, anyway, long after the fact, here are 5 things from E3 that I'm personally excited about.
I am hungry. Feed us.
Kratos is back, and this time he's got a beard and a kid. To use the wrestling parlance, I marked out for this. I love God of War, I love it when established series take a big fucking risk, and I love taking small children to foreboding forest. You know what? That's in poor taste. That's in very poor taste. The game looks good. I loved Limbo, probably more than it deserved, and by all accounts its follow-up, Inside, is superior on every level, and considered a piece of video game art, even though there is no such thing. I haven't picked it up yet because I'm saving up my Steam trading card money. I'm so close, come on!
Here's a real high-class bout, and begin!
Come out, for God's sake, come out. It's been, what, 8 years? Come out, just get released, come out! Make the game available for purchase.
Two. No one's seen you for hours.
Oh, nose to the grindstone, you know.
Then why haven't I heard a single whoosh through the door since 10 o'clock? Did you forget we're having Deirdre's birthday party?
Oh.
We've got a piñata.
Right. Brilliant. Of course.
Have you forgotten your joy?
Of course not. Snug as a bug on a drug.
Well, come on then, finish up.
The tense, atmospheric trailer for this, Peach, was my thing of the show, and I got inordinately excited by the Bioshock vibes it was giving me. I've since found out it's procedurally generated, which is, less exciting, but I still love the design and I think it looks like something I'll really dig. Well, I hate to say it, but that was it. There was nothing else at E3 that I really got that excited about, and I wish there was. I wish I was invested in the future of the games industry, but I'm not. There's nothing. There's nothing to look forward. Oh my god, give it. Nintendo are doing a tiny NES. That's good, isn't it? Everyone's well excited. Well, almost. I'm too afraid that if I buy one I'd accidentally sit on it and it'd go fully up me. But I suppose I could just pull it out by the controller. But what if the pad's not plugged in? Then it's fucking lodged in there, isn't it? I'm stuck with a NES up my arse. That's not shifting without a fight. Christ, I hope it never comes out now. The NES is a release, not the theoretical NES up my arse. I do hope that comes out. So, has anyone played Heretic? Heretic is good because it's basically Doom, but for even bigger nerds because it's high fantasy. All fulfillments of prophecies and names with apostrophes. It's got the excellent level design of its big blast Space Marine cousin, but instead of a shotgun you have an elven bow, which is obviously awesome, and you power yourself up with books, just like in real life. There's a really great sense of exploration, a really nice feel of immersion, and a great atmosphere. Finding secrets in this game always feels good. Plus, Doom Engine, it's difficult to go wrong with that. It's balls hard, but it's absolutely worth your time, along with its sequels, Hexen and Hexen 2. Not Heretic 2 though. Never Heretic 2. Goodness me, that mighty number 9 was a bit of a to-do, wasn't it? Quite the to-do indeed. But I'm going to ignore all of the to-do and get to doing a review for the game. Oh god, don't switch off. It's okay. It's as good as, say, Mega Man X4 and X5, and I know a lot of people love X4, but not me. I find it kind of bland and barren. And Mighty Number 9 is, similar. It's got a good feel to it. I like the way Beck moves around. I like the way you absorb enemies. It lends itself to speedy play and gives good feedback. I thought the boss battles were really cool and challenging as well, if a little unfair in places, like Pyrogen's horrible instant kill attack. It's a good foundation for a sequel, which I now rather fear it won't get. I'd play it. It's definitely a solid experience, and maybe just slightly less good than Mega Man X8, which will mean to you what it means to you, I guess, because X8 is super divisive. It's not shitey number 9, it's not delighty number 9, it's alrighty number 9. Hey Chimp, have you seen my car keys anywhere? Fucking chimp. So you may have heard of this chap, the angry video game nerd. You know, he's the only reason anyone makes video game shows on the internet. Deftly balances informative stuff with lowbrow humour and a pleasing sense of his own absurdity as a character. Anyway, he's got a video game, 2 video games, and they're both shockingly good. I know, a YouTuber with a video game and it's good. Well, rest assured, if I ever get a video game, I will personally make sure it's complete crap. Angry Video Game Nerd Adventures is a simplistic, classic-style scrolling shooter with a focus on intense difficulty and a nice line and parody without, you know, dragging the game to a halt. Things just keep moving and coming at you and you keep fighting and getting better. It's fun stuff, difficult without being absurd, and funny without rubbing your face in it. Then the sequel came out of nowhere and was even better. More stages, each stage less overly long. More defined, upgrades, less frustrating difficulty, funnier gags, better graphics. It's a treat, and I recommend it and its predecessor to anyone who loves games. If I can fault the sequel, it's that they maybe go a little too heavy on the graphic filters and it can feel overbearing visually, but that's a nitpick. The games are superb and not enough people are talking about or playing them. Fix that please, Video World viewers. Shatterhand is an action game for the Nintendo NES, or NES, and it's pretty obscure. You probably haven't heard of it unless you saw it mentioned in Scott Pilgrim, in which case, this is you massive hipster. No, I'm just kidding, I actually really like Scott Pilgrim. Look, my copy is signed. Yours isn't, so fuck off. Boom! In the face! You know, sometimes you just know something's going to be good. You just know. Everything about the presentation of Shatterhand is shit hot. I mean, look at it. The colours pop, the backgrounds are awesome, the sprites are clear and basic while still being impressively intricate. It's one of the all-time best looking games on a system that already benefits from a distinct and evocative look. Shatterhand was originally a Japanese game based on a TV show called Super Rescue Soul Brain. I don't know what this is, but it was localised into this superlative leaping and punching simulator in which instead of a Power Ranger, you play as a bodacious 90s dude, possibly named Badical Radsworth. You'll have noticed those little Greek letters at the top of the screen. If you collect 3, you summon a little robot pal whose abilities and appearance depend on the order in which you collect either the alpha or beta icons. For example, Alpha Alpha Beta AAB here summons a little laser shooting drone, while Beta Alpha Alpha BAA summons a giant mechanical sheep with razor sharp wool. Nah, I'm joking. Shatterhand isn't an original game. NES action platformers are 10 a penny, but the sheer style and flair with which it's delivered really elevates the game into the higher tiers of the genre as represented on Nintendo's amazing 8-bit. It's tough but fair, requiring careful thinking to tackle even the simplest seeming enemy, except for this guy, he's a piece of piss. The game cribs the stage selection gimmick from Mega Man, which is always welcome because it means that if you get stuck on a particular stage, and you probably will, you can go and bang your head against another one. Its design is linear, but it's compact and intricate in a satisfying way. It's an obstacle course, and one that encourages you to get just that little bit further. It's like, come on mate, girls are watching. Or boys, if you're a girl. Or girls, if you're a girl who likes girls, or the same for boys, or transgender, whatever. Look, I shouldn't have mentioned gender at all. I don't want to make it a thing. It's just a good game, okay? It's just good. It's just good. I mentioned earlier about the NES having a distinct look, and that's true, but it also extends to a feel that's very difficult to describe. Shatterhand has it in spades. With certain NES games, you can just look at them and know that's going to feel great to play, it's going to be smooth, it's going to be responsive, it's going to be a blast. NES action games that are fast, vivid, colourful, like the most exciting looking video games ever. Even today, even to an adult, the video games ever made are on the NES. Mega Man 2, Bucky O'Hare, Monster in My Pocket, Zen, Battletoads vs Double Dragon, DuckTales 2, Batman Revenge of the Joker, Rescue Rangers, Gargoyles Quest 2, Contra. I mean, I'm going to court controversy now and say the SNES, when it came to action games, wasn't a patch on its daddy. I mean, of course, there are fast, enjoyable action games on the SNES. Claymates, Aladdin, Contra 3, others that I haven't listed, obviously. But it's a system that, to my mind, is most fondly remembered for its RPGs. And that's fine, but then what successor does the NES have? Where did all the fast-paced, loud, vivid action games go? Oh no, he didn't! This is not a console wars piece. I think both the Genesis and the SNES have their merits. They deserve their acclaim, but I think their strengths were distinct, and I think the NES ethos of fast, hard gaming migrated to the Genesis. Even the Genesis versions of multi-platform action games were often faster and superior. Chaos Engine, Earthworm Jim and Mickey Mania stand out. But fast and hard is what the NES did, and it's what the Genesis does. What the Super Nintendo can, but often doesn't. Now, I love both systems. There are no RPGs on Genesis that can hold a barge pole to the mass influx of excellent ones on SNES. Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy VI, Terra Enigma, Secret of Evermore... No, I can't. But the Genesis has the NES's heart smack there in the middle of it. See? It's difficult to call Epic Mickey a good game because it's basically not. Performance is awful to the point that playing it can be actively nauseating. The whole game is effectively a pile of fetch quests, some of which are numbing in their repetition. The Wii remote controls are spotty at best, and frankly it's ugly as sin even for a Wii game. But it's still one of the most memorable games I've played so far this year, with its almost unbearably nostalgic atmosphere and locations I'll never forget, like Mickey Junk Mountain, an enormous, foreboding landfill of Mickey shit. And then there's that great part where you fight Pete, except it's Tron Pete out of literally nowhere. And sure, nobody cares about Tron, but it's still a pretty cool, unexpected moment of Disneyness. So it's kind of like the epitome of video worldness, really. It's this not great game that people fall over themselves to shit on and dismiss like it's some kind of apathy race. Like, yeah, I hate this game, yeah, well I hate this game so much I cut my arm off and sent the developers the medical bill, and that's why Junction Point got shut down. Thanks, Armo. Hi, welcome to Postbox 360. Got quite a lot of letters about Video World 7's Looney Tunes feature. Let's see what I got to say.
Tweety is a boy.
You know, Tweety's a boy.
Tweety is a boy.
Tweety Pie is a boy.
Tweety
Actually,
is a
gender
boy.
is a bullshit social construct perpetuated by an oppressive patriarchal society.
Tweety is a boy, Stu.
Oh, fuck this. Did you catch that? Look again. Watch how the camera moves when I make that jump. Look! They moved the camera in the middle of a jump. In the middle of a jump, and I missed that jump like 10 times because of that camera move. They moved the camera in the middle of it. Sonic games have problems with the camera. Yeah, okay. But this is a 2D side-scrolling area. They zoomed the camera in, they moved the camera on a jump. Sonic, I like you, but it's over. No, it's not. Thanks for watching episode 8. That's the end. Could have sworn I forgot to put something in. Was it? No. Well, maybe I... Oh shit, wait! Frog from Chrono Trigger is... Ah, fuck. Dead Space is about a mechanic on a spaceship, and the spaceship is broken and he has to fix the spaceship. Seriously, that's what you do in Dead Space. You fix shit. You put everything back where it goes. There it is. All working again. Oh no, mate, something else is fucked. Go and fix it. Oh, also there are scary monsters and you have to shoot their limbs off. All of their limbs. Actually, the limb shooting system is the most innovative part of the combat. It's a nice break from the monotony of headshots in every other game. Where's the main bit of a human? The brain. Bang. Headshot. Dead. Home in time for tea. Not with Dead Space. You shoot the necromorphs in the head and they're like, nah mate. You got this mining laser thing that you can rotate to a horizontal and vertical orientation, and you're like, why? Then you realise that horizontal is for legs and vertical is for arms. It's macabre stuff. Overall, the game is absolutely excellent. The whole series is terrific. Gamers will tell you that Dead Space 3 is bad, but they're wrong. It's an effective co-op shit. Boo! Haha! That's like the game. I scared you like in the game.
You what? Pico!
doing? Practicing your skateboarding moves?
You gotta be kidding me. You call that skateboarding?
Kazuya! But you one told me he's an awesome skateboarder with a strict training program, right?
Now you won. Remember how easily I tripped you up yesterday? You can't do anything, let alone skateboard. Face it, you'll never succeed. Not in 100 million years.
I will too succeed!
Guitar Man is a truly excellent rhythm action game available on PS2 and PSP, which manages the admirable feat of making your actions in-game actually feel like you're playing some sort of instrument with its precise and careful mechanics. Stages take the form of battles between Guitar Man and, for example, a giant disco bee, in which you attack using the Guitaro's unusual but intuitive system, and dodge or defend using a more traditional hit buttons in sequence form of gameplay that nonetheless manages to accurately recreate the sensation of being assaulted by enemies from all sides. It's a very impressive fusion of aesthetics and mechanics, but ultimately, Guitar Man is about adolescence. I mean, it's also about having super weird space guitar duels with a host of bizarre characters, but mostly it's about adolescence. You play as U1, an awkward teen who can't talk to girls and has no self-esteem to speak of, who turns into something approaching socially competent when he plays his Guitaru and literally transforms into a taller, more outlandishly dressed being called Guitar Man. He plays his music to defend his home, to save his planet, and ultimately to get the girl, without even needing to transform. When he becomes his sexual ideal, you even get the sound of borderline orgasmic ladies announcing him and celebrating his victories. It's actually thanks to Guitar Man that I gained the confidence that led to me losing my virginity. Not really, that was bullshit. Fucking hell. Losing my virginity necessitated the absolute opposite of playing a video game. A commonly held sentiment among the more, let's say, core gaming community is the idea that gameplay takes precedence over graphics and sound, aesthetics. So basically the premise is that as long as the game mechanics are good, tight, whatever, then the aesthetics are irrelevant. Unfortunately, this is raving Jack Nicholson from The Shining level madness, because the aesthetics are the most important thing in any visual medium. Excellence in video gaming aesthetics isn't necessarily predicated on perfect artistry. After all, there are highly acclaimed oil painting looking video games out there that are boring shit. It's about cohesiveness, where your game's feel matches the aesthetics that it presents you with. A good example for me is Apogee's Monster Bash, welcome back to Video World Monster Bash, a game that kind of looks like the programmers did the art. I mean, it's a little bit clumsy and a little bit intricate at the same time, but so is the game. The corny aesthetics fit the kind of corny gameplay. If they don't mesh, everything kind of falls apart. If Monster Bash had the same gameplay but looked, well, better, you'd be like, what the fuck is this shit? The stiff graphics fit the stiff gameplay. When I say stiff, I don't mean bad, I mean stiff. Castlevania is stiff, but you'd be a clown to call it bad. So I mean, I don't know about you, but that suggests to me that aesthetics are actually the single most important element of a video game. Think about, say, Adventure on Atari 2600. I mean, that's Atari 2600, so it looks like that, but it fits. Imagine if Adventure looked like Mankind Divided, it'd be awful. Your game's aesthetics have to match your game's feel. When a reviewer says something has good gameplay, they just mean that they like the game. That's all it means. A game, a video game, is not its mechanics, it's a package. And if that package fails hard on any of its individual elements, the whole experience starts to collapse. It all has to fit together. And that's why graphics are more important than gameplay. Oh, please. That's not really honest. It's fair enough perspective, really.
You're a fucking dick.
The Turtles lend themselves to video games like, well, Heroes to Half Shells, so it's no surprise that everyone seems to have at least one Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles game that they remember with great fondness. For me, it's Turtles in Time on Super NES, for others it's the original arcade game, and for some it's the NES game so hard that I actually screamed racist abuse at Shredder. That's actually true, ask Ken. Anyway, I'm not here to talk about any of those games. I want to discuss the games based on the 2003 Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles series. The first is simply named Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles, and is an extremely good-looking side-scrolling beat-em-up with mild platforming elements. You can pick a turtle from Leonardo, Michelangelo, Raphael, Donatello and Aloysius Hardcocks, and take on 4 levels apiece, followed by a final showdown with the Shredder when the game is complete. You can find crystals hidden throughout the levels that encourage you to replay, but some of them are a bit stupid in their hiding places and basically force about 4 replays of one level, and all they unlock is a password for the GameCube game anyway, which is shit, so who cares. The sequel, Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles Battle Nexus, expands heavily on the platforming and adds some fairly rudimentary stealth, with a focus on exploration. The gems from the last game have become extremely prominent, as a number of them are now required to qualify and move on to the next stages, which forces replays as the other turtles in order to use their unique abilities. Normally I would hate that, but for some reason the presentation of Battle Nexus is so enjoyable that I don't mind digging through every little nook and cranny. Just don't play it in hard mode, because you'll have to play each level at least 4 times, which is asking a bit too much if you ask me. The final game in the series is Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles Mutant Nightmare, and is something of a half-assed combination of the 2 games, with the most egregious Nintendo DS launch window holy shit we have touch controls implementation of the second screen this side of Castlevania, making you draw those stupid fucking symbols after hard boss fights. Yes, all the fun of turning a crank, that's exactly what the TMHT's target audience of young adolescents want to do. And it's really hard too. What makes these developers think that teenagers are adept at pulling off hard cranks? Yes, that's the joke this segment's going out on. I overslept, but I'm just in time for my train. Fucking chimp. The Internet Archive has recently added around 10,000 Amiga games to its archive. Obviously this is completely legal and thus acceptable to promote. Any road, 10,000 is a bit too many, so here are 5 Amiga games that give me a stalk on. And 1. Arabian Nights is a surprisingly obscure platformer with a heavy emphasis on exploration. It's actually quite difficult to recommend speaking objectively, but this is Video World, and this is one of those games that quite a lot of people would scoff at, and which, by my reckoning, has a lot to offer. You bop around atmospheric stages, murdering stuff with a sword, and searching every room extensively for cash and items that you need to progress. Yeah, this is the kind of game where the secrets aren't really optional. You need to find them just to move on, because they hold crucial progress items. And see, I know that doesn't sound good, but if you know me, and if you do, what up? You'll know that I like games with a focus on hidden secret areas and items, and this is one of them. Feels good, it's fun to play, it looks great. What more do you want? 3 wishes. Two. Parasol Stars is the sequel to Rainbow Islands, and was inexplicably never released in arcades. The basic idea is to pick up enemies with your parasol and chuck them at each other, but the deceptively simple gameplay masks quite a lot of complexity, as per usual for the Bubble Bobble series. Throwing enemies and bubbles in certain spots reveals hidden items, and it's those items that can push you through to the final boss, and then the secret final boss, and then the other secret final boss for a full clear. The game's best version is probably the PC Engine port, but the Amiga version is the one I want to highlight because it's such a strong game in the Amiga library. Also, my friend Leanne would kill me if I didn't because it's her favourite game of all time. 3? Yes! Robocod. James Pond is a series that I imagine fills Americans with confusion, and of course I've talked about James Pond 3 on Video World before, but Robocod is a much more traditional beast, a colourful and bouncy adventure in which a fish policeman in a mecha suit stretches all over the shop like the yoga bloke off of Street Fighter. Loads and loads of levels, it's beloved and fondly remembered in the UK for a reason. Get it played. 4.
Conveyors activated.
The Chaos engine is precision heavy, extremely difficult and unforgiving, and fun as hell. It's a top-down shooter with light smatterings of maze-like gameplay, though you'll rarely get lost. You collect money to buy upgrades for your character as the game progresses, gaining more health and better firepower. You can play the whole thing in co-op, which makes it twice as fun. It's also available on Mega Drive and recently Steam. The SNES version isn't great though, so steer clear of that. Oh, and I believe in America this game was called Soldiers of Fortune. 5. Super Frog is a speedy, cleverly designed side-scroller from Team 17, who gamers know from Project X, Worms, Body Blows, Worms, Worms, another version of Worms, this year's Worms, 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 Flockers, Worms and Worms. Like a lot of Amiga platform games, the game is about collecting massive amounts of fruit. It's also about a frog, which is obviously the only important thing here. Anyway, the game is really good. The HD version that came out a bit ago is alright, but not a patch on the original. I recommend giving it a go. Oh, and I've just received word that during this segment another version of Worms has been announced for all platforms. Manic Miner, now you're talking. This game's legendary. No American has ever played it. You're not allowed to. You wouldn't get it. You wouldn't appreciate Miner Willie's perfect jump arc. You probably didn't even snigger when I said Miner Willie. 20 levels. Starts difficult, ends up psychotic. Actually, the last level isn't too bad, but it gets pretty tricky, believe me. It's all about precision. You're timed on each stage, but you usually have enough oxygen to plan a route, though executing it can be difficult, what with the proliferation of collapsing floors and airborne traps impeding your jumps. Collect all the items, then exit. It's that simple. So why can't you do it, you dickhead? It's just so British, from its demented title music to its unusual cast of enemies. Gorgeous, vivid Spectrum graphics too. I never get tired of that look. Unfortunately, I didn't have this game as a child, but that's probably a good thing, as it's so tough that it really would have made me into a manic miner. Yoshi's New Island for 3DS was released to shrieks of disdain and an explosion of scornful tracks on NeoGAF while I stood brooding in the darkness, my heart swelling with fury at the injustice of it all. Nah, not really, I just played the game and went, man, this is good. Seriously, it's really good. Is it as good as the original Yoshi's Island? Hell no it isn't, almost nothing is. You know how back in the day when slavery was abolished? That was only slightly better than Yoshi's Island. Berlin Wall coming down, actually a little bit worse. Yeah, Yoshi's Island's good. You can't reasonably expect any game to live up to it. Yoshi's New Island doesn't, but it's a lot better than Yoshi's Island DS and far better than most seem to give it credit for. As you may expect from the title, it's a bit like the new Super Mario Bros. Series in that it's a little more simplistic than you might expect, but it's still a full-featured and satisfying mashup of elements from its signature series. The traditional 30 stars, 20 red coins and 5 flowers are still present and ready to collect, but in a nice gesture towards accessibility, you no longer have to get all 3 groups in one go. For example, you could clear a stage with 5 flowers but only 19 red coins, and while you wouldn't get the full clear for that stage, you'd only need to pop back in and get all 20 red coins on your next run. The flowers would stay collected because you already got them. The music comes under a lot of criticism, but I like it a lot. It's laid back, it's easygoing. The aesthetics are soft and fuzzy and nice and cute, much like the gameplay. It works, it fits together, it feels right. It's available as one of the Nintendo Selects, now available from McDonald's. No, that's not true. It's not really available from McDonald's. It's because they do something called Chicken Selects and Nintendo Selects. It's the same word, so I thought that would scan. It's my opinion that popular games can't possibly be reasonably considered bad. Sorry, but millions of people can't be wrong. About, everything anyway. You see a lot of criticism of stuff like Call of Duty, for example, which seems to me disingenuous and based on its popularity. You see, the reason it's so popular is that it's the pinnacle of what it does, and what it does is a mass appeal FPS you can play online with swearing teenage racists. No, see, that's me being a dick. You can play with anyone, because so many people are playing, and every single game in that series has basically had scorn poured on it since Modern Warfare 2. Just a series that gets ripped on for not evolving, for not innovating. Then everything the developers do to try and innovate also gets crapped on. It's because it's popular, even among those who wouldn't necessarily identify as a gamer. The people demanding innovation are the same people who want Resident Evil to go back to its fixed camera and bad controls roots. The same people who decried the Devil May Cry reboot for being accessible and stupid. As opposed to the original games, which are mystifying in the systems and equally stupid.
I should have been the one to fill your dark soul with light!
I find it all baffling, really, because while there are obviously games I don't care about, like, any given sports game, like Madden, like any strategy game, really, RTS, turn-based, I can't be arsed with any of them. But I don't denounce them on that basis. I don't think XCOM is shit because I don't like it. I don't play Call of Duty multiplayer, ever, but if your game is the absolute leader of its genre, it's doing something right. Angry Birds, I'm not the biggest fan, but it was offering something that really worked for people. Even Pokemon Go, I couldn't give less of a shit, but people are literally stampeding to get a digital fuckachoo. So, good for them, great, the game obviously has merit that I'm incapable of appreciating. There's something there. I just find it weird, man. I got talking about the aforementioned Devil May Cry reboot a short while ago and was instantly met with this sort of baffling response of disbelief that I enjoyed it more than the preceding titles. Like, that's an opinion that can't possibly exist held with sincerity. Like, the complainer is the arbiter of taste and distinction, where no such thing exists in the medium of video games, and stop pretending that they're fucking art, for Christ's sake. I think I went off on a bit of a tangent there. Rampage World Tour was like the perfect game for me as a kid. You go to every single city on the planet, basically, and just smash the fuck out of them. That's like the whole game, smashing things to fuck. And they put in so many fun little details, like there are tourist traps with a whole bunch of people to eat. You can collect purple toxic barrels that turn into an even more horrifyingly deadly monster. You can play it with 2 other friends, as you can see here. Also, this game is a little bit naughty, with naked people and people on the toilet, and when you're 12, that's like the greatest thing you could ever imagine. I also used to love the fact that I'd randomly mash buttons on the loading screens, and sometimes trigger a secret level or cheat code, because Midway games used to be like that. God, I miss them. Yeah, I got you another massive drink of alcohol, and I thought maybe we could...
I'm fucking the chimp. He's got money, Stu.
Fucking chimp, man. Why can't I just walk up there? I can do this. But I can't just walk up there. Oh, I can jump up the side, okay. Video games are stupid. Since this is Video World X, I felt like a relatively significant milestone should merit a relatively significant feature. So here's the history of Croc. No, not really, I'm obviously not doing that. I'm doing my top 10 favourite games of all time in no particular order, so Croc might actually show up. It won't. I actually played the original non-Rebirth version of Isaac quite a bit more than Rebirth, but Rebirth is the widely available version and it is pretty much superior in every way, so I'm going with it. The Binding of Isaac is like the original top-down Zelda in structure, but like a roguelike in practice. You move through between 6 and 10 stages, gradually collecting items that adjust your stats, movement, appearance, and offensive attack radically, meaning, say it with me, it's never the same game twice. It's this variety that keeps me coming back to it. That and the fact it's as fun as hell with a wonderful sort of maladjusted child scatological doodle aesthetic that admittedly some people will bounce hard off of, but I like it and it's my list, so piss off. Regular Video World viewers will both recall that I am quite a big fan of Sonic the Profit-Accruing Hedgehog, and Sonic 3 plugged into Sonic & Knuckles is the best game he ever appeared in. Vast in scope and with graphics that are still gorgeous, it's the Blue Bastard's greatest adventure. 3 playable characters that significantly change your approach to, and traversal of, the stages, big chunky bosses to beat up, and that first little hint of fan service for long-timers, with Sky Sanctuary's Retro Tour. Also, the best dialogue-free storytelling in gaming history. Probably. The Ultimate Doom is the first-person shooter that basically created first-person shooters. Fuck Catacombs, fuck Wolfenstein. They don't count. I picked this one over Doom 2 because frankly I think Doom 2 wears out its welcome right around the downtown stage, but obviously both games are superb. Ultimate Doom though, 4 flawless episodes. Great movement, great shooting, great secrets, great cast of monsters, great music and sound, great graphics. It's great. And thanks to the still active mod scene, you can play the game forever. And I will. Until my Ultimate Doom. This is largely a nostalgia pick, but the crazy thing about Castle of Illusion for Master System is that there isn't actually anything wrong with it. There are no sections where I find myself thinking, this could be a bit better. And that's including 2 auto-scrolling sections, one of which is underwater, so you know it's quality. Perfect controls, perfect length, perfect difficulty curve, it's absolutely essential. There was a later remake amalgamating this version of the game and the Mega Drive version, and it too was absolutely brilliant. I recommend it almost ludicrously highly. Yoshi's Island is sweeter than Sweeties and never stops being thrilling. Every single level feels crafted and tested to within an inch of its life. Absolutely no homogeneity here. There's over 40 levels and every single one feels distinct. It has an absolutely irresistible art style too, like a child's drawing come to life. Just, not an insane child like in Binding of Isaac. Tons to see and do, and then you've got excellent bonus challenge stages that are so hard they'll make you bite your own knob off. Yoshi's Island. It's the happiest place on Earth. Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles 4, Turtles in Time, for Super Nintendo, is basically the apex of the side-scrolling beat-em-up as far as I'm concerned. I mean, sure, I'm not an idiot. Streets of Rage 2, Castle Crashers and Battle Circuit are probably better mechanically, if you insist, but Turtles in Time on SNES is my favourite. It's so colourful and loud and absurd, it's neither too short nor too long, and it's got the turtles in it. Also, you can thwack a foot soldier in the cock and then throw them at the camera, which never gets old. One of the best soundtracks ever too, it sounds exactly like a video game should sound. And it's got pizza monsters in it. Pizza monsters. Sometimes I wonder if I might be a pizza monster. It was either this, Mega Man X, or Mega Man 2, and I ended up opting for 03, because Mega Man X and 2 are shit. Obviously that isn't true, but hopefully it riled you enough to post furious comments and share this video on Reddit and 4chan to mobilise a harassment squad that will bring me more views and thus pounds. The entire Zero series is excellent, but 3 is the pinnacle as far as I'm concerned. The game is, in my opinion, absolutely unmatched as far as 2D combat platforming is concerned, and the amazing boss fights are a testament to this. None of them are easy, but none of them are unfair either. They're all expertly designed and fun as hell to fight. And this game's story and payoff are good too. Better than Mega Man X and Mega Man 2 stories, which are shit. Bring on the patrons. Very much more than the indie flavour of the month, though it was also that, Undertale is the perfect integration of video game and narrative, brimming with lovable characters, absurd situations and hilarious dialogue that neatly sidesteps the lure of gratuitous internet memes. It's charming without feeling contrived, earnest in its presentation and completely timeless thanks to its unobtrusive retro aesthetic. Of course, if you've already played it, you know how good it is. And if you're skeptical, believe me, it's not as irritating as its occasionally shrill and insistent fanbase might have had you believing. Great, great game.
Hey, baby! How's it going? This beat is non-stop.
Oh yeah.
Hey, baby! Listen to my face. I can give you the sense of rhythm.
Game Boy Advance import title Rhythm Tengoku challenges the player to capture their inner metronome and complete a series of esoteric and laugh-out-loud funny rhythm challenges. It's one of the most creative experiences I've ever had in this medium and I love it, forever. I've had the songs from the game in my head since its release in 2006. It's also one of the only games I've shown to non-gamers and had them gasp in delight at its creative and adorable aesthetics. Absolutely brilliant, do all that you can to play this one as soon as possible. ZZT is a game, sure. It's all presented in ASCII and you play as a smiley face who explores a world made of text and solves devious puzzles that are easy to screw up and render it unwinnable. But that's not the meat of it for me. For me, ZZT was a creation tool used extensively among me and my friends to create rudimentary but soulful RPGs and adventure games, the vast majority of which are now lost to time in destroyed hard drives and knackered floppy disks. Some of the games survive, and every so often I boot it up and see how quickly the creating bug comes back. It's usually pretty much instant. The abstract graphics lend a great sense of imagination to the proceedings. Games can be belly laugh funny or outright frightening when your mind fills in the visual blanks. It's a wonderful tool and one of the best reasons to download DOSBox right now. I had a really hard time whittling this list down, because, you know what, I've played a absolute shit ton of games over the years. So, you know, I had to do some sort of honourable mentions, so here are the honourable mentions. I hated Jet Set Radio for a long time. Years, actually. I played it back in the Dreamcast games and I didn't get it. What's with these controls, I opined? Which genius made the button you use to spray a tag the same button you center the camera with? Why do you jump as though you're in space? Why? Why is it so crap? Then, of course, because it's a Dreamcast game, it was lauded as brilliant throughout the years, until it released on modern platforms and I'd become convinced that I'd somehow missed the trick. So Muggins here picked it up again, only to find that, hey, it's the same game. You still press L to both tag and center the camera. Stupid! And the gamers are like, yay, JSR is back, it's so good, it's such a good game. And I'm like, this is like Nights into Dreams all over again. It's just a shitty game that everyone fawned over because it was on their piss poor console that they have to somehow justify. That's what I saw it as. I'm not saying Nights is shitty, I just didn't get it. So anyway, I put Jet Set Radio away again, and I saw a thing on the internet that was all, here is why Jet Set Radio is good. So I read it, and I went, well, I would like to learn this game and appreciate it. I'll give it another go. So I did, and I was baffled, and I persevered, and ultimately I was sort of like, oh yeah, I get it now, kinda, a bit. It's not terrible, I sort of understand. So I went on the internet saying, hey, I think I finally get Jet Set Radio, and I was happy with that. And I went to play it again, and it hadn't saved my data, and the Steam version has a known issue where the game just doesn't save, so I guess I'll never ever play it again, and that's my history with Jet Set Radio. You can't say that I didn't try. Go on, little frog. It's over. You're free. Well, now I gotta come up with a new feature. Luigi's Mansion 2 for Nintendo 3DS is delightful. That's about the sum total of any review I can possibly come up with. It's delightful, it's charming, it's creative and clever. The mansion is like a puzzle box, the way each room appears pretty benign on the surface, but can be completely unravelled with your varied but never overwhelming toolset. You can roll up carpets to reveal trapdoors, suck canvas paintings up to reveal what's underneath, open up flowers with a blast from your flashlight, pull cords, ride dumbwaiters, just try anything and everything to explore and locate more treasure. There's combat, so to speak, between you and the many strange somethings in the neighbourhood, and while it's enjoyable to execute, it always felt to me like a dainty hors d'oeuvre to the exploration-based main course. It's stunning too, graphically, and nails the Nintendo feel so absolutely that I'm shocked it isn't a first-party game. Luigi's Mansion 2 is just a quality product, polished and complete feeling. Not enough people seem to talk about it, it just sort of drifted by largely unnoticed. But it's there, in the 3DS library. It's there and it's waiting. It's haunting.
Hello?
I've been playing Rise of the Tomb Raider's post-game recently and found that its closest analogue in the real world is the act of tidying up. Basically, you have this big map covered in little icons and you have to tidy it up. So you set a waypoint for an icon, press the right stick down to do OCD mode where you can see everything that needs, tidying up, And it's a lot of things, as you can see here, it's a lot of stuff. Then you go over to the thing that's glowing blue, that means tidy this up. This is the most important, this is the current thing to tidy up. Then you tidy it up, and then you look at the map and the icon is gone. You've tidied it up a bit, and you do that for hours, and then it says, you have tidied up 100% of this area. And that's, it seems like it's bad, and it seems like I'm being sort of snide, but when I'm in the right frame of mind, I find it relaxing, almost therapeutic. Like, I get to just move around and play with the really great controls. It feels good to move. And I get to tidy up. It's nice. I'll do an area, say, if I can tidy up this whole area, I'll reward myself with a digestive or something. So, tidying up, it's nice sometimes. For the top 5 in this horror-themed episode, it was a complete no-brainer to do the top 5 horror games. So here they are, the top 5 horror games for the Sega Master System.
And 1.
Master of Darkness is Castlevania for the Master System. There is no dancing around this, it is literally Castlevania. It has the same style of gameplay, the same hidden health in the walls, the same basic heads-up display, the same floating objects with items inside, it even has the stairs. It's Castlevania in all but whip. Thankfully, it's quite a good Castlevania. You play as the marvellously named Dr. Social, who has to journey through various stock horror movie locations, such as a wine cellar, a waxworks, and a drug trip, in order to defeat Dracula. Jesus Christ, it's even Dracula! This is Castlevania as fuck! Couldn't they have made it literally any other fictional vampire? Anyway, the point is that Dracula is amassing an army of serial killers. Jesus, this is amazing. This is actively incredible. Who's the final boss? Fred Whoa, I just got wicked deja vu. You can pick up various weapons, but the best one is a walking stick, which is awesome. Dr. Social is awesome. I wish my surname was Social, everyone would just be at complete ease with you. You could lull your enemies into a false sense of security, then absolutely twat them with your walking stick. Dr. Social, the ultimate badass. This game seriously needs a remake, with microtransactions so you can buy more walking sticks.
Two.
Laser Ghost for the Sega Master System is a Sega Light Phaser game that tasks you, the player, with protecting a small girl named Linda as she casually strides through such welcoming environments as a haunted castle, a haunted house, a haunted garden, and a haunted city. It's like one long escort mission in which you fire live rounds alarmingly close to a frightened child in order to protect her from living suits of armour, ghouls, pumpkins, some manner of painting geist, bats, tables and chairs, but no ladders. It's pretty difficult, especially if you play with the actual light phaser, because in that mode you can accidentally shoot Linda and assault on Precinct 13 the fuck out of her. Playing with a pad doesn't let you do this friendly fire, which is a fair trade-off for the astonishing inaccuracy you'll experience playing that way. You'll need the pad on your lap anyway, even if you use the phaser, because you have to hit button 2 to activate the special shot, which is basically a smart bomb. It's a little bit awkward in general. It's based on an arcade game, and as you can see, it's an absolutely spot-on port. Of course, I am being sarcastic, the Master System is not known for its arcade-perfect accuracy. It's a totally different game with the same title, like the same format's version of Line of Fire. Interesting curio and worth a play on this most fearful of holidays.
3?
The Master System port of Ghouls and Ghosts is quite an interesting one. It's not perfect, in fact it's barely adequate, but it makes a few changes that are interesting to fans of the series. There's an unusual sort of upgrade system wherein you can find hidden doorways to level up Arthur's helmet, armour or boots, which give appropriate boosts to his powers and stats. There's a big issue with sprite flicker, as is pretty common in Master System titles, but it's a decent looking game with a few standout moments. The most unusual thing is that it only seems to have the default lance weapon, but it's possible there are more buried in the game that I just didn't luck into. It's also really, really hard, but saying that about a game in the series is like saying the 32X didn't really set the world alight. Four. I'm not going to lie to you, I don't know what you do in Ghost House. I could have looked it up, but then I'd have to open my Sega Master System cupboard and, you know, it's really dusty in there. Gives me a bit of a sinus problem, so I don't want to look. What? You seem to be in a house and it's full of ghosts, spooks, apparitions and that. And you sort of walk around and punch a goblin right in its shitty face. And sometimes you have a stabbing knife, and there are bats. And there's spider webs, but I'm yet to see a spider. And apparently you have to defeat Draculas, like multiple Draculas. Oh, and Ghost House has been released in Brazil as Chapolin X Dracula Duelo Assustador by Tectoy. The sprite of Mick was replaced by the Mexican character El Chapulín Colorado, to the point of starring in his own comic book. Citation needed. Five.
Dracula.
Bram Stoker's Dracula is a diamond in the rough, based on Francis Ford Coppola's incredibly brilliant movie of the same name. I haven't seen the movie, I don't know. But yeah, it's a really good game. Really Mario-esque little game where you control Keanu Reeves as he explores various vampire levels. The first area of each stage has an interesting system, where the enemies don't really come out until the night, which takes a few seconds of game time. There are lots of hidden secrets to find, which of course gives me the right horn, because I love secrets in platformers. There are several weapons to use and lots to see, with some really cool looking bizarre environments later in the game. It's one of those titles you have to play on hard mode to even see the ending, which is a bit annoying as the game isn't easy by any means. A particular bugbear are the relatively tight time limits. I don't understand why devs put these in their games when the time constraint isn't a paramount sort of part of the game's design, but that's a whole other feature. One of those ones where I'm on the lectern. I don't deserve to be on a lectern. I don't actually have any authority on the subject. I just did it because extra credits do. They don't have any authority either. I'm just as good as extra credits. Maybe if I made my voice squeaky, I'd get more views. Is it working? Am I a YouTube sensation? The Amazing Adventures of Mr. F. Lee is demented beyond human comprehension. You play as a flea and you have to pick a pup, and then it's just Frogger. Like, it's the same as Frogger with no differences. Well, I mean, there are dogs instead of frogs, but it's Frogger, not Dogger. Then you finish Frogger and pick another pup, and it's Donkey Kong. With the most bizarre, nonsensical perspective, it makes literally no sense to look at or play. But it's Donkey Kong, and there's no cats apparently. So then you finish that and go to the next stage, and it's I don't know what this is. Maybe Circus Charlie. That's just a guess. So you're swinging on tails, like dog tails and cat tails, jumping from tail to tail, and oh Christ, look at that top right one. That's a cock. So anyway, next one is another thing where I don't know what it is. You are climbing up a dog's back, but because you are a flea, and you pop balloons, then that ends, and you just sort of loop it. You do it all again, and it's ludicrous. But it's actually quite a good idea, because if you only have like 1 quarter, you would get to play 4 games in the arcade, and at least 2 of them are just other arcade games. Like normally a quarter would get you a game of Frogger or Donkey Kong, but with Mr. F. Lee you get both of those and more on 1 coin. So that's pretty cool, really. And that's the first edition of my new MAME, that's Multiple Arcade Machine Emulator, feature, Dank Mames. I might rename it. Or should I say, remame it? No, I suppose I should say rename. I played Resident Evil Revelations 2 for 10 trillion hours. I was surprised, especially when the Earth's sun burned out and civilization began anew. I missed it, I was playing raid mode. This game is brilliant, especially on co-op, it's just so much fun. It takes that more modern shooty Resident style and dials it back a bit and focuses heavily on the dual character mechanic. So you've got Claire and Moira, the former is the muscle and the latter has a flashlight which can stun enemies. So you shine it on a monster until they get blinded, then switch to Claire and twat them. Or you can be Barry and Natalia. Barry is, again, the muscle, but Natalia has a sort of daredevil radar sense, so you can see where the enemies are through walls, as well as invisible insects that kill you in one hit. It leads to some great tense co-op moments where the Natalia player is directing the Barry player where to fire, enemies visible to her but invisible to the Barry. The aforementioned raid mode is actually the meat of the game for me, around 40 or 50 stages of shootery loveliness. It's definitely an addition of number go up, but it's a good one, and getting increasingly superior weaponry and equipping your character with new loadouts and skills is a fun and fairly deep experience. The whole thing, again, can be played in multiplayer, which is ace, and features loads of characters from throughout the history of this beloved series. The episodic structure works brilliantly, and overall it's just a top-tier product. I give it my highest rating ever, 8 out of 10.
They thought summer camp would be fun. It wasn't long before they realized it would be deadly. Slayaway Camp.
Slayaway Camp is a recently released puzzle game for Steam that I would imagine, based on the interface, is probably also coming to phones. You control a serial killer, a slasher, as in the great tradition of slasher movies, and you have to slide your way around killing teenagers. If this all sounds morally bankrupt, the art style is so cutesy that the violence barely impacts. Indeed, I've grinned massively at some of the absurd excess on display in this game, but if you're not a fan of completely willful bloodletting, you might want to steer clear. There are tons of little homages to classic slasher and other horror films, and a great sense of humour playing off the repetitive nature of sequels. The general aesthetic and presentation are terrific, and it feels like it belongs in a much more expensive game. The actual mechanics are very simple, in a way that makes the game accessible without sacrificing challenge. Your killer slides around like he's on ice, not stopping until he hits a wall or a teen, and you have to manipulate him to murder said teens before escaping the stage. Variation is introduced with new elements such as policemen and stages in which you have a limited number of moves. You have access to a quick restart as well as a step-by-step rewind if you take any particularly boneheaded actions, so there's no frustrating replaying of an entire stage just because you accidentally hit right when you meant to hit up. It's been a big surprise for me, a super fun game with plenty to see and do, many unlockables and lots of humorous violence as well as horror fanservice. I recommend Slayaway Camp. It's Ampian. Newsflash! Titus the Fox to Marrakesh and Back is on GOG.com. Yes, 1992's DOS platformer Titus the Fox. It's out. You can buy it. It has been re-released. You can be a fox and throw things at hobos and die a lot because it's very hard. You can murder bulldogs and be a fox like Tails the Fox except with one or no tails. Titus the Fox, it's back in GOG form. You know that feeling when you're the only person who cares about something? Well, we made it through Halloween and into Bonfire Night. Happy Guy Fawkes Day, everyone. Now let's watch the fireworks. Video games. Mega Man Battle Network 2 is complete horseshit. I can't remember the last time a game wasted my time with such brazen abandon. Like, oh yeah, no, you have to run over here with a random battle every 15, maybe 10 seconds. Then the guy you speak to is like, yeah, so actually you need to go and speak to the first guy. So you go back to the first guy and it takes like 5 minutes, sure, but it's these winding, samey roads and 10 more random battles and you just run from them because for Christ's sake, you know? And then you get to the guy and the next piece of the puzzle is back where you came from, buddy, but, you know, a little bit deeper. And it's so confusing too because as mentioned, the maps look like this. And that's just the net areas. You also have to go around the overworld, and it's just it never seems to end. As the game goes on, the missions get increasingly convoluted in terms of the steps. There's a mission near the end of the game that goes on for 3 hours, and all it is just running between these two same areas pretty much, and you've been to them all before, and the clues for what to do are basically just, I mean, there's a hint button, but when you press it, it's just this kid lamb with his face, and his hint is just, Mega Man, we need to do a thing, and you're all, well, that's the hint? Mega Man, something's up here, there's something's going down, and that's all you get. And you could be like, no problem, I'll just commit to the NPC who issued the task to memory. But all the NPCs look the same. Like all the net areas and everything else. The storyline and dialogue are blaring nonsense, it's absolutely baffling, it's the most ludicrous childish drivel, and then suddenly you're in a foreign country getting robbed and exploring the ghetto. I'm not even joking, they start talking about being oppressed minorities, and I'm like, sorry mate, what was that? I thought I was playing a game for children. Oh, a plane hijacking. When did this game come out again? 3 months after 9/11. Yeah, okay. And of course I played it for 13, 14 hours because I'll be damned if I'm going to get this far only to give up. So I finished it. I slogged through the final mission, which by the way was no challenge, it was just long. There was no gameplay really, just running back and forth for ages. And then I thought, well, this must be absolutely slated. So I looked online and there are all these positive reviews, all praising the game's systems, the battle system, which is interesting and unique. It is, it's definitely good. And you have this sort of almost card game thing going on. There's a deck building element. The cards can be mixed. Well, it's legit, you know. I have no issues with the battle system, but the skeleton it's built around is trash. The actual RPG, the exploration, the adventure here is appalling. And I don't understand people who say otherwise. Obviously their opinion's theirs, I'm not trying to detract from that. But it's like, you know how you have some things that you just don't understand contrary opinions of? Like for me, Battle Network 2 is great, is up there with, say, oh, the Mega Drive Sonics are all bad, in terms of sending me into raving incredulousness. So we have this ludicrous storyline mixed with a really deep, complex card game system. I understand when a single mechanic or system or meta game is compulsive enough to push you through utter banality. After all, Pokemon is very popular. But Battle Network 2 just seemed like a step too far. You don't know frustration, tedium, until you've tried to remember how you're supposed to get from Den Area to Koto Square, and oh, it's absolute bollocks! Anyway, on to Battle Network 3, I suppose. Mega Man The Power Fighters is an extremely unusual arcade game, as while coin-ops are no stranger to one-on-one combat games, they never really use shooting mechanics wholesale like this one. It takes its visual style from Mega Man 7, which is why Mega Man looks like some sort of weird troll, and it has you face off against a number of opponents from the classic NES games. You can play as Mega Man, Proto Man, Bass, or Duo from the then upcoming Mega Man 8, and you basically have all your moves from the Nintendo titles. It's intuitive to control, and for an arcade game designed to suck your 20p's, it's surprisingly easy to complete. I can comfortably clear it with 1 credit, 2 at a stretch. It's all the more enjoyable to play for being so reasonable in its difficulty. It's a colourful and creative experience throughout, with even veterans of the boss fights on offer sure to be pleasantly surprised by their old favourites' new attacks and tactics, and with 3 paths through each game it should hold up for a good number of replays. Surprisingly enough, at the end of the game there's a direct tie-in to the Mega Man X series that set series message boards a-chatter for a good 2 decades, and obviously absolutely nothing came of it besides some vagaries in Mega Man X4 and X5. But to be perfectly honest, if you care about the plot in the Mega Man series, you're obviously some kind of prick. Mega Man is one of the most widely discussed series in video gaming history, so I thought for this episode's list of 5 things I'd try to pick some of the games that you just might not have got around to playing. And 1. Rockman EXE WS was a janky little mess released exclusively for the WonderSwan color in Japan, and it plays like shit. However, it is a Mega Man Battle Network platformer that feels a little like Mega Man Zero, and consequently it's interesting enough to appear on this list. The graphics look squashed, the animation is bizarre, and the whole thing just feels off somehow. The controls are weird, but that's more of a WonderSwan hardware thing and not so much a game thing. I don't know, it's okay. It's worth a try just to see how wrong third-party Mega Man games can be. No official Western release, but there's a fan translation. 2. Mega Man Battle Chip Challenge is yet another Battle Network game, but this one's actually kind of interesting. The reviews at the time are basically, what is this, how is this a game? Because all you do is assign your deck, then basically watch the battles play out without any input. Now for a lot of people this is obviously appalling, but I quite liked it. I found it therapeutic. It's a bit like I imagine playing Football Manager is. You can strategize before a game all you want, but ultimately it comes down to the systems. So yeah, this is a nice game to play if you just want to press A repeatedly, not really make any real decisions, and pretend like you were responsible when you win. And the music's sweet too. I think it's on the Wii U eShop, but I'm not checking. 3? Mega Man Powered Up is a sugary sweet experience, essentially a remake of Mega Man 1, but gussied up in every possible way, including 2 new Robot Masters in Time Man and Racial Stereotype Man, as well as a fully featured level editor and plenty of free downloadable content. You can also play as any of the bosses and also tackle the gamer's role, Mega Man's until now helpless female counterpart. It will be a huge step up for progressive video games, but she attacks enemies with a broom, because, I mean, of course she does, because women are defined by cleaning, obviously. Nice going, Japan. 4. You might not think Cannon Spike is really a Mega Man game, but if you press left on the select screen he shows up as a secret character. It's a pretty fun thing to play if short, like a twin-stick shooter, but with only one stick because it's on the Dreamcast. A Dreamcast game with inadequate controls? Who could ever have conceived of such a thing? Sarcasm aside, yeah, it's worth a play even though you can beat the whole thing in about 20 minutes. It's an interesting curio. 5. Mega Man 5, that's in Roman numerals like V, Mega Man V, is an extremely good little title for Nintendo's classic brick Game Boy. The 4 previous games for the Game Boy were remixed versions of their NES counterparts, more or less, but V is all original, with boss battles breaking from the blank man Robot Master format and being named after celestial bodies such as Pluto, Jupiter, Venus, and 2005 UQ513. The thing that really fascinates me about this Game Boy Mega Man game is just how much gameplay they cram into these tiny spaces, like tiny little puzzle boxes, intricate and clever. Tons of gameplay here in a winky little cartridge, highly recommended. It's actually available on the 3DS eShop as well. No, I'm not doing Stu and the Chimp anymore. You can just do the Chimp. I don't want to do it anymore. I don't like the Chimp. He's trying to ruin my life. Look at him. He's thinking. I don't even know what he's thinking about. I don't know. He's probably trying. He probably wants to fuck me in the arsehole or something. I don't want that. I don't want a Chimp to fuck me. Okay. I don't know. Maybe there's not even plan. I don't want to do Stu and the Chimp. I'm not doing the Chimp.
We need the Chimp, Gipp. Chimp's tracking well. Kids love the Chimp, right, kid?
I love the Chimp.
See? Kids love the Chimp.
I don't care if kids love the chimp. I don't care if you love the chimp, kid. Okay, sorry, I don't care. I'm not working with the chimp. I don't love the chimp. It's my show. You know what? No, you're fired. You're fired, chimp. You're fired. Aztec Falcon, the first boss you face in the original Mega Man Zero, is a statement, and that statement is, you're getting your shit pushed in. Sorry, that was crass. Anyway, he's great. You've faced a sort of scripted mini-boss before this point, but this is the real deal. Buster shots pretty much just bounce off him. You're unlikely to have access to any charged attacks at this point, unless you already know to grind. He moves like lightning, his attacks climb the walls, so they're not safe. Saber combos are more or less useless. Oh, and you're on a timer. Good morning, this is your wake-up call. You bang your head against him for ages, or you go back and grind, or whatever you need to do. He's a great example of that sort of Dark Souls style, where you're conquering him feels like a real achievement. Aztec Falcon is a classic boss fight as far as I'm concerned, and a series absolutely full of them. Welcome back to Video World Mega Man Battle Network. The Mega Man Network transmission for the Nintendo GameCube takes the gameplay of the handheld series of RPGs, as eulogised by me earlier, and translates it into a really, really hard side-scrolling Mega Man game. At least, it starts off really hard. The difficulty is front-loaded. As you play through and level yourself up, getting better battleships, it gets easier and more fun. It's got great music, and I'm quite fond of the graphics, though I can see why they might not appeal to everyone. It's really close to the original NES games in its level design, deliberately going for a throwback feel. It's quite lengthy, there's a lot to do and plenty of secrets, and the whole thing is just generally pretty slick. This game got slated while Battle Network 2 didn't, which makes me feel as though I might be an insane person. Mega Man X8 is a terribly underrated game, which means I like it, and the prevailing sentiment among the gaming community is that it killed their puppy. I don't know. If you played X6 and X7, X8 should be like a hot fudge sundae compared to the hot maggot cum sundae you've just endured. But even if you haven't played those, X8's a good time. In terms of the boss battles, they seem to take inspiration from Mega Man Zero. The whole game feels a lot like the Zero games, but with bells on. There are lots of hidden secrets in this title, far more than even its predecessors, and a focus on collecting metals that you can then spend on permanent or temporary upgrades for one of your characters. You can be X, Zero, or Axel, another product of the Mega Man X staff's seeming obsession with Guns N' Roses. They all have different and worthwhile skills to offer, and you'll need all three to visit the stages repeatedly to 100% clear each of them. This is a source of contention for some people, and normally I would be among them, as I truly don't like replaying stages as a rule, but in X8 the replays can be enjoyable as you take your tooled-up Maverick Hunter into a stage that gave you trouble before and absolutely take it apart. There are a couple of weak vehicle stages, but for me, this wasn't enough to bring the game down. It's challenging but not unfair, and the final bosses, which I won't spoil, were absolutely awesome. It feels like a polished quality package in a way that no game in the series since hell the Super Nintendo has managed. Plenty to see and do, lots of unlockables, a real diamond in the very, very rough that is the Mega Man X series. I mean, it had been a long time with nothing major, just some Virtual Console re-releases of questionable quality, and, you know, it's nice that they'd bothered with the more obscure games, but nothing much going on with Mega Man. then they announce something, and it's old, it's a retro collection, it's Mega Man Legacy Collection, and, you know, great. Capcom remembers that Mega Man exists. And it's a physical product and digital. It's on the modern consoles, it's on PC for the first time, it's on 3DS so you can take it out with you, and it's just $15. And that was exciting, but the fans were like, no, this isn't enough. It's Mega Man 1 through 6 on NES, we've played those, we don't want those. That already got collected, and it had Mega Man 7 and 8 too, with the arcade games. Mega Man Legacy Collection, what are you trying to pull? And I'm thinking, you wanted Mega Man, you got Mega Man. And there were lots of little challenge missions and a museum, a gallery of super high-res scans of all of the concept art, but no, it wasn't enough for the gamers. Why not stick 8, 9, 10 on there? Why not the X series as well, the 0 series? It's not like it can't fit on the disc, it's a ROM dump. These were collected 11 years ago on dead hardware. Why should I buy these games when I can download them illegally for free? When I can play them illegally in the browser? $15 for 6 critically acclaimed beloved games, complete with copious supplementary material. Cash grab. And then it comes out, and there's maybe some slight sound glitches. So you get, don't support these devs. Vote with your wallet. And they patch the sound glitch, but it's too late then. The first impression has already been made. The gamers have spoken. And these slight porting issues kill it. Like, that's that. Mega Man Legacy Collection sucks. And so, you know, nothing since then. No Mega Man. Because there is no way to win, so goodbye, Mega Man. May you find everlasting peace in death. Merry Christmas.
Video World! Now it's time for Christmas time in Video World. It's Stuart Gipp, that's me, I'm in Video World.
When I was a kid, I played Bart vs. the Space Mutants a lot. Borrowed a mate's copy for the Master System, and I finished that shit. Ludicrous stuff. In the first level, you need to disguise all the purple stuff because the Space Mutants need it or something. So you mostly just spray paint stuff, but then it gets kind of esoteric, and you have to like use rockets and make prank calls to Mo so you can spray paint his tabard. Then you have to like buy all this stuff from the shops, and it's all used in really weirdly obscure ways. Like there's a key that lets you warp from the retirement castle to the start of the level and back, but it's just a shortcut that's very, very mildly useful because at the showing times on the cinema, a little kid comes out of the cinema wearing purple, so you can spray him for one more goal. And then you use the wrench on a fire hydrant, and all the other items are used on stage 1, except there's a magnet that you can buy that's actually only used in stage 3. And since there are no items in stage 2, they all disappear from your inventory, including the magnet. Then the magnet just comes back in stage 3 out of nowhere and totally unprompted. You use it on one of the carnival games, so you rig it and get 3 lives. Except there's no way you could really figure that out, because it makes no sense. And on level 2 you have to collect hats, except there's this bit where you jump on lollipops over wet cement. And then you fight a giant sort of shoe man. And then you collect balloons on level 3, and there's an optional game of what's basically lights out, you know, that rudimentary puzzle, for more 3 lives. And they just put it in there. And then on level 4 you have to collect exit signs in a museum, and none of them let you exit the level. And it's got then there's dinosaurs and stuff, and a mummy or something. And then on level 5 you have to collect inanimate carbon rods in the power plant, but like they're locked behind doors with numeric key codes, and each member of the family has a new code, so you have to explore this enormous maze of doors, backtracking and writing down these codes, which doesn't sound tough, but you're on a timer, and writing things down to later refer to them is like advanced calculus for a child. Then you get all but one of them, and you're looking around for the last one in tears because you have 10 seconds left, then you time out and have to start the whole game over. Then you're finally through trial and error, discovering that the last one is in Maggie's mouth because she's using it as a pacifier. And except they didn't draw that, so it doesn't really scan at all. And also, if a baby sucked on a carbon rod, that would probably be really terribly bad for them. I mean, they get some acid reflux at the very least. Anyway, in closing, Bart vs. the Space Mutants is a fascinating pile of shit. I love it, and always will, for its idiosyncratic, near-baffling decisions and inexplicable secrets. I haven't even mentioned how bad the controls are. Following the Tracer and Armika controversies, the arse of the upcoming Nier Automatus protagonist, 2B, has caused something of a stir in the online community. Creator Yoko Taro has responded to the argle-bargle by stating that he is having trouble following all of the perverted fan art being produced and has requested that someone collate it all and send it to him. It seems that this is one 2B that really puts lead in his pencil. See you next month for more arse news, and there will definitely be some because video games are stupid. I recently finished the PS3 tentpole Uncharted 3 Drake's Deception, the swan song for the series on that format, and, you know, I finished it, so something was grabbing me, possibly the sumptuous views, the astonishing tech pushing the damn thing, the fact that I really liked Uncharted 2 Among Thieves. But overall I'd say that, as a gameplay experience, Uncharted 3 was crappy. I never felt that the controls were anything but loose, with Nathan constantly diving into the line of fire rather than adhering to cover like he's supposed to, because dodge roll and cover are on the same button for some reason. They also put the command to counter physical attacks and to pick up ammo on the same button, so in the middle of a punch-up, Nathan Drake will be like, "Ooh, bullets." Then he dies. Most jumps are pretty much automatic, then inexplicably you'll veer right and die. It's just inconsistent like that. I never feel fully in control of Nate. The whole thing was full of mechanical frustrations like these. It's just these admittedly impressive set pieces linked with seemingly endless combat. There's a quite good shootout section in a sort of shipyard area towards the end of the game, which was difficult and tense in a way that demanded attention rather than just blind luck. And when I looked up opinions of the game post-completion, that was the section most people complained about. It sometimes feels like I have no place in this world of computer men. Son is a really bizarre side-scroller released by Capcom as a coin-op in 1984. It's pretty much based on Journey to the West, with you playing as Sun Wukong making your way to the right in an auto-scrolling environment, shooting up all manner of monsters and collecting bamboo shoots when they randomly pop up. It's so unusual, the gameplay is compulsive as you hop between layers of the game world, icing any sucker who steps to you, and occasionally, I'll say it again, collecting a randomly sprouting bamboo shoot for bonus points. Look, I don't know why I like this one so much, but all I can say is it was part of the Capcom Generation's 4-disc set on PlayStation 1, and I played Son the most of all the games on there, and that's including Ghouls and Ghosts, so you know it's good. Son is also available on the PS2 Capcom Classics Collection, Wii Virtual Console, and the PS3 and 360's Capcom Arcade cabinet. It's probably on the PSP ones too, but I'm not checking. Get it in soon. Aero the Acrobat is probably the first game I think of when I consider what makes Video World, though I've barely touched on it in the past. It's a game that's been widely derided, and its identity, which I personally think is quite distinctive, has been lost in the rush to condemn any and all games that aren't good enough to be revered as classics and aren't appalling enough to have fun laughing at. The problem with Aero the Acrobat is that it's a good game, and good games don't get your internet video viewed. You need great games or abortions, and this is neither. It's just a cool platform with a fun circus theme, and a double jump drill move that's enjoyable to pull off, with lots of gimmicks to add a sense of variety. There are lots of hidden items and secrets, and the levels are expansive without feeling aimless. The moveset in general is pretty cool. Aero moves at a good clip and doesn't run right into hazards like a lot of this sort of mascot platformer is wont to do. My main gripes with the game are that the original Mega Drive and SNES versions are far too difficult, with instant kill spikes everywhere and no save feature to speak of, not even passwords. It also doesn't put its best foot forward, with slightly meandering collection missions and a few too many of the same stage archetypes in a row. Overall though, it's a good time, especially the Game Boy Advance port, Rascal Rival Revenge, Christ, which is a hugely enhanced version of the original. They put in the more expressive sprites from the otherwise inferior Aero the Acrobat 2, they changed the gameplay so you had more access to projectiles and spikes didn't kill you in one hit. They added a save feature and a new game plus that resets the difficulty to that of the original game, while still including the added horizontal flight move that makes traversal a lot more effortless. Also, they forgot to program proper collision detection on said horizontal flight move, so you can fly through any angled surface, skip half of the game and completely break it. So on top of being a pretty good platformer, you can also utterly fuck yourself over for a laugh, which is always fun. Aero, the lighter way to enjoy platforming. Oh wait, that's Maltesers. I'm not changing it now. Adventure Time, Secret of the Nameless Kingdom is a Zelda clone, and I mean that in the most glowing terms possible. It's really very, very good. You rock around as Finn and Jake, exploring the overworld and solving complex, interesting dungeons. Adventure Time doesn't have a great history with video games, in my opinion. Hey Ice King, why'd you steal our garbage was kind of bland. Explore the Dungeon Because I Don't Know was my personal least favourite game of the year, so I didn't have high hopes for this one, but I picked it up because I like WayForward and I think it deserves second and third chances. So I went in expecting something pretty poor, but it's good. It's not just surprisingly good, it's genuinely good. It's short, but it's fun, there's very little fat on it, and it feels pretty sweet. Lots of tips of the hat to Link to the Past, but nothing that feels egregious or wanky. And inexplicably, in making this segment, I found out that it's $1.99 on Steam now as its base price. What the hell? Buy it! Kid Clown in Crazy Chase is an extremely bizarre SNES game, of which I am very fond. You play as Kid Clown, who is a clown, who is also a kid, stick with me here, who has to outrun a burning fuse trailing all the way to an enormous cartoon explosive. Along the way he is intercepted by all manner of hazards. There's really a ton of variety, and plenty of hilarious animations to go with your inevitable failures. The game controls quite well with decent acceleration management, though you can't turn around and go back in the opposite direction, which is a problem, because in order to get the good ending in the game you need to collect 4 items, one of each suit and a deck of cards, in your first pass. If you miss one but still outrun the fuse you can go again, but you won't get a certain item that you absolutely need to roll the credits and not feel like you've let this world down. Additionally, even if you manage this task, it's still basically trial and error whether you're able to rescue the princess or not. This kind of idiosyncratic feature that, revs my engine but pisses almost everyone else off. The game was later re-released on GBA with a ton more levels, but it's even harder. Highly recommended for no reason. James Bond. Everyone's favourite rapist has undergone a bit of a career boost with Daniel Craig, seen here represented by a Moai statue, taking on the role in order to do a bit more of a humanised Timothy Bond, one who might even shed a single tear when nobody is looking. Someone a lot more relatable, except that bit where he rapes the woman who was recently freed from a sex trafficking ring. Come on, Bond, don't rape people, it's 2017, it's not legal. Anyway, I decided I'd do a look at the 5 Daniel Craig Bond games on Sony consoles. I'm a bit bored of listing numbers, so I'm instead just going to denote each game with the previous non-Craig Bond film. If you find that confusing, just pretend that they are numbers, alright? Quantum of Solace on PlayStation 2. Quantum of Solace on the ancient, decrepit PlayStation 2 is a bit of a hidden gem. It's a really well-made third-person shooter with stealth elements that feels a little bit like if Splinter Cell Conviction wasn't quite as good. Of course, if you hate Splinter Cell Conviction then you probably disagree with that, but you can actually go away, because Splinter Cell Conviction was good. Oh, I should have done a list of 5 Splinter Cell games I like. Except I only like 2 of them, so it wouldn't really have worked. Anyway, it's exactly the game it looks like here in the footage. I mean, what else can you say? It's really good and cheap, and you should seriously consider exchanging currency for it. Quantum of Solace for PS3, 360 and PC. Quantum of Solace for last gen, on the other hand, is Call of Duty Bond Warfare. It's also very good, with stages from QOS as well as flashback stages taking place in its predecessor movie, CR. There's a really rudimentary sort of cover system going on that doesn't quite work, but the game really is very exciting and feels a lot like you're in the middle of a Daniel Craig James Bond movie going, I am Bond, I actually am serious now, I am serious Bond and I will take you down, right down, if you mess with me. It's like the PS2 one, but the camera is further forward and the graphics are slightly better. GoldenEye Reloaded for PS3 and 360. It's a remake of GoldenEye, the N64 game that insane people insist hasn't aged a day. Actually, originally the GoldenEye remake was on the Wii, but with dodgy and sporadically enjoyable motion controls. But let's face it, this sort of game generally works better with a pad. Like Quantum of Solace, it's a lot like Call of Duty, but it has its own Bondy identity, not Bourne identity, that lends it a nice atmosphere and a great, feel. It feels good to play, it isn't beholden to the sacred original cartridge game, creating a title that feels modern and worthwhile, not just trading on the name like this absolute bollocks. 007 Bloodstone for PS3, 360 and PC. .007 Bloodstone is a game that really needs to be better than it is in order to avoid myriad tedious gags along the lines of having fun with this game was like trying to get blood from a stone. It's basically Gears of Bond, a third-person shooter with a nice little melee system and a very, very generous auto-aim. The weird thing is that melee takedowns give you this bonus called focus aim that lets you basically get a free hit with a tracking zoom in and a one-shot kill, but your standard auto-aim is so insanely precise and has so much leeway that the bonus is barely useful. It's also got some rather enjoyable driving sections, a bunch of speeding chases through exciting set pieces as the world seems to collapse around you. They can be tough and a little frustrating, but generally they handle pretty well. Bloodstone's quite good actually. It's a solid little cover shooter, and I think if you're going to get any of the games mentioned in this list, this is the one to consider, simply for the original story. GoldenEye Reloaded is probably a little bit better, but I'm still going to give it to this one. The story is definitely worth a play, and your sheer resilience and insane aiming skills do well to make you feel like James Bond. Also, the ending sets up a sequel that just did not happen, so look forward to that. James Bond will return in something completely unrelated. Great, cheers. .007 Legends for PS3, 360 and PC. This one's a bit of a train wreck, but who doesn't enjoy a good train wreck besides the people on the train? And their families, and friends, and you know what, train wrecks are awful, but 007 Legends is okay. The basic premise is that James Bond gets shot at the beginning of Skyfall, then he flashes back through his old adventures instead of swimming about to that god-awful Adele song. He visits Goldfinger, yes. On Her Majesty's Secret Service, yes. License to Kill, yes. Die Another Day, sorry what? And Moonraker, you are joking, before ending up at Skyfall for the finale. Now, I'm not going to be one of those weird James Bond blokes you meet down the pub, but Die Another Sodding Day. Ruddy Moonraker. Well, I suppose they're more conducive to video gaming locations, but this is 007 Legends, not 007 3 good films, a couple of shiters and one really divisive one. Anyway, the game is decent. It's basically Call of Duty with James Bond, again, much like, GoldenEye Reloaded and Quantum of Solace, but it's just a bit messy. There are all sorts of weird systems, weapons upgrades, constant visual feedback granting more XP, like, congratulations, you shot a bad lad, now go and buy a silencer. It totally falls apart in the Moonraker stage, which very obviously wasn't finished, even though some of the situations where you go from the space station into actual space and the station are generally quite impressive, and the game runs very smoothly throughout. It's not horrible, it's just not really anything standout though, so it's hard to really recommend it. If you enjoy Bond games like I do, I'd say go for it. I have to mention though, at the end of the game, it seriously diverges from the plot of Skyfall. In that movie, after M gives the order and Bond is shot, James is all, blah, 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 the M stands for massive wanker. But in this game, he's like, yeah, fair fucks, M, we all make mistakes. Fancy going down to Wetherspoons for a beer and a burger? The M stands for mates. Now they're angry that May's arse isn't big enough or isn't small enough or something, I don't even know. They couldn't make it through the production of one episode without there being some more arse news. I don't know what I'm doing here. To what end is one a gamer? I don't like to be called a gamer, although traditionally speaking I very much am one, because, well, I play video games. I think the definition of a gamer is presently someone who plays video games by themselves, and I include online multiplayer in that equation. If you're alone in a room playing a video game, you're probably a gamer. That isn't meant to sound derogatory, it's just an observation. If you play video games in a room by yourself, you are a gamer. I am a gamer. Now, here's the weird thing about gamers. As I've previously mentioned, I actually like games. I can sort of roll with a game and its idiosyncrasies, but it seems that a lot of the gaming community can't. There's a sort of race to quit a game, like who can find the most egregious wrong the game commits first. And I don't mean like sexism, racism, misogyny. I don't mean ideological reasons to quit a game. I mean technical ones, mechanical ones. All sorts of reasons, and a new one seems to pop up every week. The last term I came across was gameplay loop. Like, the gameplay loop is unsatisfying, wherein a gameplay loop is the cycle of actions a player performs routinely. Like, say, a Mega Man run, jump, shoot. Now, I mean, I would have just called that the fucking gameplay, but no, gameplay loop, because that term's, surfaced, so they all seem to use it now. Oh, it's a poor gameplay loop. Jesus Christ, so fuck. I grew up playing Running Battle on the Master System and it was bad. I mean, a really terrible, glitchy game, but I used to play it all the time because I wanted to win. I could routinely beat it. I found out about all of its little weirdnesses and I exploited them. So I have very fond memories of that experience because I didn't give a shit that it sucked. I mean, if it's not a poor gameplay loop, it's ludonarrative dissonance, right? Like, why can I hate this? There has to, just desperately going through this new popular game, there has to be something I can shit on. Man, what? Like games? I like games. I actually try to like games. I must be fucking crazy. What with screen tearing, mouse smoothing, crushed blacks, chromatic aberration, no FOV slider, locked 30 frames per second, no 4K support, day one DLC, on-disc DLC, microtransactions, non-native res games, season passes, pro patches, pay to win, input lag, stick drift. So fuck. So don't play games. You can either put up with a bunch of anti-consumer bullshit, or you can not play video games. Those are basically your only options. Sure, you could go all indie, but gamers don't really want to do that, because then you get a whole new host of problems to complain about, like a game might have a woman in it, or a gay.
Let me see that thong. Baby, that thong. I like it when the beat go. Baby, make it booty go. That thong. That girl's so scandalous, and I know I never handle it. And she's shaking that thing like who's the ish with a look in the eye so devilish.
No. Soon.
I've been thinking about what it means to be a Stuart Gipp in Video World, and I think I've come to terms with precisely what that is. I went into CEX the other day. Americans, that's a chain of second-hand media stores that focuses on video games. They got walls and walls of great games cheap. When I picked up my 360, I got all the Halo games for a total of 11 quid. Games don't hold their value, but that's another feature. Anyway, I'm in CEX and I realise that I'm actively filled with glee when I find a game I've never heard of, especially if it's based on a movie or something. Like, I found Clash of the Titans on PS3 and I was actively thrilled. Huge grin on my face, like, oh my god, this is shit. Like grabbing my friend with a copy of Cursed Crusade, this looks shit, we should play this. And he's like, yeah. And I ended up playing this game, Snoopy's Grand Adventure or some crap, and it's not even really cheap. It's like 20 quid. And I get home, and it's nothing but this bog standard 2D platformer, totally rote and unexceptional. And I'm like the happiest man who ever lived, sitting there having Snoopy jump on snakes with Peppermint Patty's hair for some reason. I reckon Schultz would have been made up with this. He'd have been like, that is spot on. I recently traded in a bunch of games there at CEX, and I got more credit than I expected, so I was able to pick up a few games with a PS4. Add me on PSN, I'm MadHair60, I can't let go of that username. And I grabbed a couple of, established good games I knew I'd like, Destiny, Ratchet and Clank, etc. But I also bought the widely panned The Order 1886 out of spite. If I had the credit, I would have picked up No Man's Sky as well, because honestly, I bet it's great, I bet it's absolutely brilliant. I also picked up Saw and Saw 2 at the same time for PS3, because how could I not? How could I not want to own these? They're like a quid. How can I not want them? I bet they're absolutely dreadful. I own Alone in the Dark on 3 separate systems. I'm not even ashamed. It's not even good. I love it. I had to shop around to find the PS3 version. That's what it means to be a Video World. I play something like Saw and I go, hey, this is really silly. These puzzles are silly. This is fun. I'm having fun. And I actually am. I'm enjoying the Order 1886 too. No idea where everyone slags that one off. It's the best looking game I've ever seen, and the gunplay feels pretty great. Snoopy is a completely standard, unremarkable side-scroller in a world where we don't get many of those anymore. All the indies are trying to be arty or conscious of their own 8-bitness in a way that makes me want to drown a horse, so I have to lean on these movie-licensed middle-of-the-road that'll-do fests in order to get my jumping on things fixed between Mario games. So that's what it means to be a Stuart Gipp in Video World. It means you like what you like. It means you like video games. Not just some video games, you like all video games, because they are silly.
One's mine!
I don't know if I like unlockables. I don't really think that I miss them. When I think of unlockables, I think of Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformed, and I think of all the really cool, fun content locked behind hours and hours of insidiously difficult racing game. I think of being frustrated that I can't play as those characters, and I think of the time I downloaded a clear game save because fuck off. Then I think about games like Smash Brothers with its extra fighters and trophies, and Soul Calibur and its extra fighters and stages and art galleries, and how much I loved the unlockables in those games, and how much I felt like the drip feed of cool stuff really enhanced the experience. And then I think about games with currency systems where just playing the game nets you this currency you can then use to buy new cool stuff. Doesn't really matter if you're good, eventually you'll be able to sort of grind up enough money. And I think that might be the best way to go. Then I think about the special art gallery in Soul Calibur 2, and I think about that picture of Seong-mina and Sophitia, and I think about being 16 and seeing that, and I think about how utterly irresponsible it was to put a picture like that in a game adolescent boys are likely to play. What was I talking about again? Congo Bongo, also known as Tip Top, is a superlative 1983 isometric clone of Donkey Kong with elements of Frogger, and one that I find myself going back to time and time again. I think it's a beautiful looking game with the sort of aesthetic one only finds in arcade games of this era. This fantastic sort of quasi 3D effect and excellent character design. Really fun game and well worth playing. It's quite easily available on the PSP version of the Sega Mega Drive collection, as well as the PS3 and 360 Sega Mega Drive Ultimate collection. I think you have to unlock it in both, but it's really easy to do. Absolutely worth your time. Congo Bongo is a bit of an underappreciated classic. Now, what I'm about to cover I sort of went over a bit in the last episode of Franchise and Lows, so if you don't want to hear me rant about the value of retro games again, switch off now and never watch my fucking show again, just kidding. I think there's a serious problem with the way retro games are valued. Not so much the physical games themselves, that's a resale market that fluctuates like all resale markets do, but when it comes to re-releases of retro games, people seem to have gone a bit mental. I frequently see people decrying Nintendo's digital pricing for Virtual Console, and I find it all a bit bloody strange. NES games are, in the UK, £4.49. Now, that's actually less than a fiver. It's 10 times less than the $44.99 you'd probably be paying back in the day. I feel like that's a reasonable price to pay for a NES game. I don't know. People seem to really disagree, calling them ROM dumps, which I've always found odd because it positions the value of games at zero, at the same level as illegal ROM downloads for playing on emulators. Let me just quickly step in and say I'm not making a moral judgment here on emulation. This show wouldn't exist without emulation. I love emulation. But I think its rise has seriously damaged perception of the value of retro games. I could pirate this, so why should I pay for it? It's not a cogent argument. I think, frankly, if you think less than a fiver is too much to pay for a NES game, you're wrong and you're cheap. And that's fine, I guess. You might be asking why I'm defending high prices, but I'm not. First of all, the prices aren't high. Second, what I'm actually defending is prestige and the worth of old video games, which now that I've said it out loud seems incredibly stupid, but I feel that it contributes to the malaise I've talked about in previous episodes. The attitude towards old video games as more of a right than a privilege. I mean, for God's sake, I just said a consumer product is a privilege. Stick with me here, folks. These games, downloaded by the thousands, played with save states and blitzed through before moving on to the next one, is not an appreciation of them, it's treating them as something to just burn through. No need to learn a game's nuances, just state saving. I first played Shinobi 3 on an emulator and I thought it was stupid, too hard bullshit. I cleared it with massive save scumming and repeated death, then later I gave it another go, discovered you could actually block, and the game turned from a load of bullshit to a meaty but fair challenge. And I mean, I would have known that if I hadn't emulated it, if I, read the manual and understood the game. To say that a game is not worth money is just another way to dismiss it out of hand. If a game has monetary value, then it has relatively equivalent play value, obviously adjusted for, time passing, but when you buy a 50 quid game that lasts 4 hours, you usually would feel pretty ripped off. But 5 quid for a NES game that lasts 2 hours seems pretty fair to me, especially if you're going to replay, especially if it has nostalgia value to you. This is why I'm extremely excited about things like the Mega Man Legacy Collection and the Disney Afternoon Collection, as well as single releases like the 3D Classics series. They can take small numbers of games or single games and give them a royal treatment. This, to my mind, enhances their perception in the market, but of course everyone and their dog complained about the Legacy Collection because 12 quid for 6 highly regarded, historically significant and enjoyable to this day video games is absolutely egregious. Look, I'm repeating myself, you get it. Video games are good, old video games are good and important, and we should pay the frankly cheap prices they're asking for them. Developers Playtonic have recently come under fire for removing an arse from their Kickstarter darling Yooka-Laylee. When approached for comment, the arse made some flatulent noises that sounded remarkably like unsolicited opinions about immigration's effect on crime statistics. Next time on Arse News, I don't know, Pro Jared says something about Zionists and I pretend he's a bum. I'm not sure if I can actually be arsed with Bloodborne. There's a lot of bullshit posturing around it and the other games in the series, Demon's Souls, Dark Souls and Anti-Odin Souls, mostly around their difficulty and how you need to get good. Seriously, go anywhere on the internet, even the Pornhub comments, and someone will be talking about how someone else needs to get good. Back when I played the original Dark Souls, I did persevere even though I found it screamingly frustrating at points. And yeah, sure, it felt cathartic to succeed, as would any rote action that you fail 100 times in a row at. Is that good design, as nebulous as that saying is? Or is it just chemical? You shit something up a lot, then succeed, and you get some chemicals released. Well done. I don't really know. I liked Dark Souls, I guess. You get this sort of idea of your story through the game, how everyone has their own Dark Souls tale to tell. I mean, here's my story. I died a lot, then I finished it. It's not really a very good story, is it? It's not exactly Jennifer Lopez in The Cell. So, like I was saying, can't be arsed with Bloodborne a bit. I can't tell if it's actually good or if it's just alternately annoying and then phew, killed the thingy. I'd like it a lot more if I didn't die all the time. And you see there, I've walked right into the get good trap that's eroded all valid criticism of these games. Well, the fact is, I don't see any reason why I shouldn't be able to use a crutch if I want to. I mean, if I want to see all the cool stuff without having to walk past these same sort of grey walls over and over, and then you fight the big dog and you just die, it would be good if I just didn't have to do that, if I didn't want to. Made me think about games in the past and what the difference is, and then I figured it out. Cheats! No cheats anymore. Then I got thinking about how I'd implement them, and I realised that there's no valid counter-argument for why they couldn't just include a cheat menu in every single game, accessible at any time and usable without any punishment. I mean, sure, maybe don't give achievements, trophies, I'd be okay with that. Nintendo got it right a while back with Super Guide, and everyone fucking whinged about that because, the way I play with my toys is the only good way. You can't have Manny faces fight Super Krang, it's not right. So, yeah, let's be having some cheats. There's literally no reason not to include them. You don't have to use them, you big stud. You'd have your little achievements, your little picture of the boss that you beat. Just, I'd like to see all the levels in the 50 quid game I've bought, please. And I don't want to be locked out of it because you've pointlessly paid disrespect to my limited video game time. I think literally every PS1 game had cheats and it was great. Bring them back. Dear Stu, how can you reconcile your desire for players to learn the nuances of and appreciate games with your desire for a cheat menu available at any time expressed within minutes of the same episode? You are a hack. Yours, NeoGaf. Ah, Last Generation. Remember Last Generation? I remember it as if it were yesterday. Oh wait, it was yesterday, because last gen games are still coming out, aren't they? I'm still playing them. Anyway, I have no introduction planned, it's just a list of PlayStation 3 games you may or may not have heard of that I think are good. I'm not going to make any assumptions in that manner. Also, I think all these games are on the 360 too, but I chose PS3 because it's what I own them on, and it's my show, so if you don't like it, I'm very sorry, and please keep watching. I'm still bored with numbers, so this time I'm going to denote each game with an image from the Soul Calibur 2 Special Art Gallery. Cartoon Network Punch Time Explosion XL.
This security system is overly secure. They really must not want you in there. A deflected projectile will probably trigger the door, so you can show them how right they probably were.
Besides having the worst title of any video game ever, Cartoon Network Punch Time Explosion XL is a surprisingly good Smash Bros. Clone starring all of your favourite Cartoon Network characters if you ignore, say, Adventure Time, Steven Universe, Over the Garden Wall, Regular Show, or My Gym Partner's a Monkey, which do not feature. Anyway, it's good. The stages are clever and dynamic, and the gameplay is straight up ripped from Smash Bros., which means it's excellent, unlike the PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale debacle. The game is let down a little by its frame rate, and yeah, I know you don't tune into Video World to hear a man wanking on about frame rates. That's what literally every other gaming YouTuber is for. I hope I pronounced debacle correctly. Is it debacle? Debacle? Toy Story 3. Toy Story 3 is a high-quality and surprisingly platformer. There's a campaign, God I hate calling single-player stuff a campaign, which takes you through stages based on the Pixar movie in a fairly traditional movie tie-in style. Then there's what I'd consider the meat of the game, a Toy Box mode in which you arse around in an open world based on Woody's Roundup, discovering new toys and items and populating your town. It's great fun, and the whole thing can be played in split screen, making it fairly essential. Lots to see and do, and a cut way above a lot of licensed games. Shadows of the Damned. Shadows of the Damned is an utterly demented third-person shooter filled with insane mechanics, barely comprehensible dialogue, and surprisingly excellent gunplay. One of the only games ever to make me laugh out loud. The experience is incredibly charming if a little bit grotesque, but get hooked by its grindhouse shenanigans and I guarantee a good, memorable time. It's very video gamey indeed. WWE All-Stars. WWE All-Stars is great, even if you don't like wrestling. I do like wrestling, so for me it's double great. But it's a fantastic knockabout party game with ridiculous, exaggerated characters and insane moves. It's easy to pick up and play for anyone. It doesn't get confusing with technical combos and all sorts like the mainline games do. There's no real sim element to it, just silly action and modes with plentiful unlockables. Fantastic game, and one everyone who likes local multiplayer should own. Fuse. Fuse is, to my possibly demented mind, one of the best games on the PS3 and arguably the best time I had with the last generation. I played this for hours and hours with a mate of mine, beginning to end, then played loads of the included sort of Horde-style mode. I played it alone too, just racking up experience, taking out mobs with the fantastic weapons you'd expect from a game made by the Ratchet & Clank guys. We're playing through on hard mode now and having a blast. It's a crime that this game didn't sell well or take off. It's absolutely fantastic fun. Everyone should buy it and play it with a friend. Highly, highly recommend it. There's an essential, irresistible romance to Kingdom Hearts for me. Tales of overcoming relentless odds with nothing more than the power of your heart, how the most devastating thing in the world is to lose the memories of the one that you love, and how those memories are so strong, they can quite literally physically manifest and fight by your side, imbue you with power and meaning. It's a game where Peter Pan tells you you can fly if you believe you can, and you do, and then you swoop around fighting Captain Hook, where everyone talks about this nebulous, ill-defined power of light and darkness, where Sora gives up his heart to save his missus and her love for him brings him inexplicably back to life. It's like a child telling a fairy story, and then Sora's wooden sword becomes a keyblade, but Pinocchio gets eaten by a whale in space, and you fight a tournament with Cloud and Yuffie and Squall, and then you buy a Mage's Staff from Huey, Dewey and Louie because, sure, and you slide down tree trunks with Tarzan, and it's magical, and it's wonderful, and I think the cynicism expressed towards it is totally misplaced. Again, it's like a small child wrote it on the spot with irrepressible and scattershot imagination. I love Kingdom Hearts.
We better go see what's up, man. 2B.
Okay, so I googled this and I looked into it on forums and stuff, and I'm amazed that it appears until now that no one has acknowledged the fact that the hub area in Nier Automata is the spaceship from the music video for Michael and Janet Jackson's Scream. I don't know if there's some way to monetize this observation, but I feel like it's a potent one, and some sort of reward needs to come to me. But send this clip to people who you think might Patreon me, because I feel like that sole observation has justified 14 episodes of Video World. So, you might be wondering what happened to the epic finale, to the chimp and frog thing that was gonna happen. Well, actually, I have some tragic news about that. The actors who portrayed the chimp and the frog were on their way to the set, and they got into a bit of a fender bender, and they did not live. So this whole thing I wrote, this whole really impressive thing, really complex animation with tweens and all sorts. You never seen such tweening. You'd think it was well beyond my abilities, but now, unfortunately, that can't happen because they have died. I'm really sorry if you feel let down by that anticlimax. I'm sorry if you wanted more from those performers who gave their lives. It was going to be this really spectacular season finale, really flashy and satisfying. But instead we're left with grief. We're left with grief. So instead of a spectacular sort of outlandish anime-style final battle between me and a chimp and the frog, we're gonna have a minute's silence to remember them. Thanks for watching the second series of my show. I'm sorry we had to end it on this sad note. Sorry that my trousers fell down.
He's dreaming about video games.
Crush blacks. Chromatic aberration. Screen tearing. 30 frames per second!
No, it's okay. It's okay, Stu. There's no such thing. There's no such thing as 30 frames per second. It was just a nightmare. It was just a nightmare, baby. It's okay.
What is you really need? Prince of the darkness, say. What is you really face? Man of the night is why. The look into your eyes, king of the terror, why? You're searching in my mind, only man warrior.
I didn't really get Bayonetta for a long time. I'm not sure I even do now, but by God, you can't say I haven't tried. First version I nabbed was the PS3 version, which runs like crap. Then later I nabbed it on 360, which runs smoother, but frankly I don't use my 360 all that much, so it fell by the wayside. Then finally, recently, I picked it up along with its sequel for the Wii U, determined to finally enjoy the game and understand its appeal, and I think I do, but not entirely. There's no denying it's a fun game to play, and the cutscenes, which I was a little bit reactionary about, because, for God's sake, video games, will you just stop, grew on me as the character of Bayonetta grew on me. I was told over and over again that it's not exploitation, and I'm still not convinced it isn't, but she is a more interesting character than the usual here are my tits offerings we get in this stupid hobby. Cocky and confident in a way that somehow doesn't feel like the contrived sex fantasy it almost certainly is. As for the actual game, yeah, it's fun to play. It's full of mechanics I don't understand and don't use, like something called dodge offset, which means you can continue a combo after a dodge, but I don't know how it works, so whatever, I just mash the button that makes you twat things. It's fun, and there's probably an intriguingly complex combat system going on if you like that sort of thing. I don't, really. I'm more interested in traversal when it comes to 3D games. God, that sounds old-fashioned, doesn't it now? 3D games that take place in 3D space, like Jumping Flash or Uncharted 4. So I suppose I'm just not into this sort of action game where there isn't much in the way of traversal involved, just escalating combat challenges. See, when I played DMC Devil May Cry, the best game in the series, it balanced really fun combat with platforming and exploration that Bayonetta so far just doesn't seem to have. Also, Bayonetta has killed me with unexpected cutscene QTEs twice now, and that does my head in. Anyway, in closing, I still don't really get it, but I bought it 3 times, so you know what, give me a break, alright? Every so often there's a game comes along that you just know you're going to like, regardless of its critical reception. Agents of Mayhem is one of mine. I knew from the announcement CGI trailer that I was going to love it. The Saturday morning cartoon personality on display mixed with the edgier Saints Row style was always going to be a winner for me, but I wasn't prepared for just how much I'd fall in love with the consistently high quality of the interaction happening among the game's characters. I wouldn't go so far as to call the cast of Agents of Mayhem deep, but they've put thought into each of the 14 titular agents' respective backstories in a way that makes them feel distinct just to spend time with, the way they interact with one another, the way that the dialogue is tailored for whichever agent you're currently playing as. It's so thorough and so convincing, and you really get a sense of this group dynamic you're participating in. Everyone knows everyone else, and it's not just the agents but the enemies too. Troops will call out the agent you're currently controlling, and it all comes together to give the game an enormous sense of personality. Another thing I have to mention is the sheer diversity of the cast. Of the 14 agents, 7 are women, and only 4 are white Americans. While this obviously doesn't have any impact on gameplay, it's utterly refreshing to hear this plethora of different races, colours and backgrounds interact with each other free of cliché, free of tokenism, and utterly free of sameness. Bored with Hollywood's gleaming white teeth? Swap them out for the Italian model assassin, the masked Yakuza, African-American ex-Marine, or the German football hooligan. They all play differently, and most crucially, they all feel like distinct, memorable characters. I found myself wanting to replay missions just to see what another character would make of the events they're in, and how they put a voice to said thoughts. You'll notice I haven't talked much about the gameplay, and that's because it's pretty bog standard stuff in a lot of ways. It's largely entirely competent with a broad selection of mission types that sadly often end up the same way: run through underground base, kill everyone, hack everything, move on. The game is definitely fun, and it's got some neat set pieces and high points, but by and large, it's quite familiar stuff. It's interesting because the diverse nature of the cast doesn't extend to the gameplay at all, so it can occasionally be a little bit jarring. There's all this fun stuff in the periphery, but the moment-to-moment gameplay just doesn't quite reach that standard. It's fun, and I keep playing it, and that's all that matters, really. You constantly unlock new gadgets and skill points to improve your agents and modify their tactics. Even the most useless agent will probably quickly accrue new abilities that make them very much a viable part of any squad you'll care to put together, but ultimately you'll get a team of old reliables and stick with them for a lot of the missions, maybe subbing the others in sort of situationally. One interesting decision is the lack of any sort of box-ticking open-world nonsense. There are events in the game world that you can partake in like any given Saints Row, but they're impermanent. For example, there are enemy towers you can seize control of to increase your hourly income, but even if you capture all 4 of them, they'll ultimately be retaken by the enemy again. Everything is repeatable, and there's no acknowledgement like, hey, this is done, tick the box, 100%. I actually find it kind of an interesting breath of fresh air, but I can see why some gamers might get, a little bit OCD about it. Agents of Mayhem has sold like shit, which is a damn shame, even though I kind of get it. I naturally assumed it was a co-op game until very close to release. It isn't. There is no co-op whatsoever, which is baffling because it would have added so much to the game. It's also not a hero shooter, which the marketing for the game really made it look like. It's a straight-up single-player open-world shooter, and it's a very fun one, with a lot of personality, and it's that personality and that breadth of character and show of utterly sincere diversity with good character work, great interaction, and a real sense of these characters having a history together that makes me feel so bummed out that Volition haven't been rewarded for what their game is, rather punished for what it isn't. So, Agents of Mayhem gets an official Stuart Gipp in Video World endorsement. If you want to see a shooter with a big character to it, with a well-realised comical world with terrific voice acting and silly humour and a feeling of real love put into it, then buy Agents of Mayhem. It's very, very impressive. I used to have this shareware CD called Jump and Run Games, actually I still have it, and it had this game called Lost City of Atlantis on it. Unremarkable little platformer except for one thing: your bloke was stark bollock naked. No shame at all, just flapping out all over the place, nude as the day he was born. I used to try and pause the game as he was turning around so I could see his knob. What? What's wrong with that? It was a remarkable sight. How many knobs do you really see in video games? The answer is very few indeed, and I would, for one, argue not nearly enough. Anyway, that's the only reason I'm bringing this game up at all. You can see his knob. This computer man's flaccid knob. Look at it. Look at his knob.
Metal Slug!
Like many others, I'm a pretty big fan of the Metal Slug series. I mean, I made a half-hour franchise and lows about it. Visually spectacular classic 2D blasting, what's not to like? So I threw on one of the games the other night and had a sort of horrific epiphany that it might actually suck. Don't get me wrong, I still like the games, and I can't imagine a time when I'm playing video games and not having the odd bash on Metal Slug, but I've come to feel that the gameplay experience it offers is somewhat lacking compared to its contemporaries. Control is stiff and firing is mostly limited to 2 directions, when 8-way fire wouldn't have significantly affected the design and would have rendered the game more playable. There's no auto-fire in the originals, requiring the player to mash the button for every exhausting bullet. It can often feel as though you're expending more effort wrestling with the controls than dodging fire. The boss battles are long and arduous at times, and bullets barely seem to be doing any damage long before extremely serious carpal tunnel sets in and you actually fucking die. I mean, I got to thinking about aesthetics again, got to thinking just how much more important graphics ultimately are than gameplay, which is true, don't argue, and I started wondering exactly how much shit I've put up with from the Metal Slug series simply because it's beautiful. A more sexist YouTuber would start making some sort of comparison to dealing with horrible behaviour from a beautiful woman, but I'm not like those people who don't even throw up in their mouth when they refer to themselves as YouTubers. I think women are good and never say bad things about them or harass them or dox them, unless they were in any way critical of my behaviour or interest in even the most benign way. So maybe I'm reiterating an earlier point because I'm completely out of material, but with a series like Metal Slug, while I definitely enjoy the games, I think it's in spite of their flaws. I think the incredible creativity and aesthetics win out over what is quite a sluggish run and gun. Yeah, I said sluggish. No, I didn't mean it like a pun, Metal Slug sluggish, it just happened. Maybe they named it Metal Slug in the first place because it's meant to be sluggish, like some sort of ironically bad art game that is actually bad and that's the twist. Ultimately, I think I'll forgive a game a lot of missteps if it can keep impressing me with good-looking stuff, and it's not like the series is a big pile of shit like Pokemon or something. It's just a bunch of games with big, obvious flaws that are considered classics because of the way they look. Bit bloody racist if you ask me.
Pertinent. Oh, hi.
He's gonna play the video games. He doesn't like the video games. He's a furious video games man.
Faraday cage. Hi. Have you noticed all this censorship lately? What's going on with that?
The evil within is absolutely stark raving mental in every conceivable way. It's a hodgepodge mishmash of disparate mechanics which quite frankly doesn't work, full of design decisions that make absolutely no logical sense, and yet somehow it's one of the best games of the generation. You play as who the hell cares, it doesn't matter, going through a series of shoebox dioramas based on the theme of dinge fuck. You can sprint for about 1 second before becoming entirely exhausted. You constantly have maybe 2 bullets to your name, and patrolling enemies you attempt to sneak up on or stealth kill can turn around at any time for no discernible reason. It shouldn't be good, but it is. It's mechanically utterly baffling, but for me that just added to the challenge. You've got to be ready to adapt, you can't really make any plans and execute them, because something will always go to shit. The odds are stacked against you, and that's what makes it feel so damn good when you succeed. The environments are shifting and changing so drastically that it feels schizophrenic and disjointed, but that's exactly what they're going for, so it works. It's disorienting, confusing, and genuinely gorgeous at times. The monsters are memorable and frightening, and you always feel intimidated by the enemies. Later in the game it becomes a little bit more like a shooter, but ammo is never plentiful. You're always scrabbling for resources, though with upgrades you can sprint for 3 full seconds before collapsing on the floor and getting your glands chewed off, which is a nice reprieve. The game suffers from performance issues on consoles, though I believe they've patched the lion's share of it up now. They added the option to switch off the game's large black borders, which I opted not to do as they are very obviously a stylistic decision that make the game much more tense. You can't see the bottom of ladders, and floor-bound ammo and items require you to actually, look at the ground to find them. It adds immersion. Others will disagree. They can all fuck off. The Evil Within, it's great. Buy it. There's a sequel out too. Buy that also, unless it's bad, but it probably isn't. I guess I'll find out when they deliver it to me on Monday. Major Havoc is an interesting example of a multi-genre gameplay experience from Atari back when they were industry titans. It's ace. First you do a bit of third-person Phoenix-esque shooting, then there's a real brief segment where you need to land on an enemy base in the manner of something like Lunar Lander, then you infiltrate the base and float around before an escape sequence followed by a spectacular explosion and subsequent mission briefing during which you can play a tiny game of Breakout for some reason. Then it starts again, but harder, as arcade games of the era are wont to do. It's absolutely great, and a big part of that is the smooth, luminescent wireframe graphics that emulation simply cannot do justice to. The fantastic Atari Vault compilation available on Steam has an option that sort of replicates the brilliant brightness of the original arcade cabinet, but in truth there is no comparison, it's just the best way to experience an unjustly forgotten game. Really, really good stuff that I have all the time in the world for. There are few sounds in video games more panic-inducing than the scream of a headless suicide bomber, except maybe the screams of 50 headless suicide bombers, or the Sonic drowning music. Get it off now! Anyway, Serious Sam is a series that is resolutely unserious. In fact, it's very silly indeed, and from thence the humour arises. Basically, you have to go into large areas full of enemies and then walk backwards while firing until they're all dead. Okay, that's a reductive view, but it's really not that far off because tactics barely change for the too few enemy types you encounter. Most of them just run straight at you, and those that don't just hang back and fire like, yeah, he'll be here in a minute. There's only minor variation throughout, but it gets so hectic at times that you can't help but get caught up in the chaos. The primary appeal for me is the proliferation of ridiculous hidden secrets, including full secret levels and rewards for doing things that are stupid, which regular viewers will know is one of my favourite things a video game can do. I didn't bother explaining which Serious Sam game I'm talking about here because they're all basically the same thing and of the exact same quality throughout. You can play them all split screen or online with Steam's Serious Sam Fusion application, which basically multiplies the fun by how many people are playing. And you can often get the entire series for shit all £90 nothing, so get it in and see how you feel. It's seriously okay, I guess. I can't remember the last time I touched the ZL or ZR buttons on my new Nintendo 3DS, or the little nipple thing for that matter. In fact, I'd say I've copped more real actual nipple than I have that little computer nipple, and I play my 3DS literally all the time. I've actually had the 3DS in one hand and a nipple in the other before, but I never touched that little analog nip. I've been a Sonic fan since I was 4. It was the very first game I ever played, Sonic on the Master System. I'm not going to get bogged down in fandom shit, that's the opposite of Video World, but I have to address this because I'm talking about Sonic Mania, which is fandom encapsulated, crystallized into an entity. I'll joke about Sonic all the time, I'll joke about Sonic fans all the time, but I am not ashamed of being a Sonic fan, not ashamed of immersing myself in that community of playing and replaying all of those excellent games. The best Sonic games are, to my mind, precursors to the modern sandbox, make your own fun, play for the sheer joy of playing. Those games are about creative traversal, so its fans are, well, creative. Passionate and clever and creative people who create and create and create. They can't stop creating. It spills out of them like so many dropped gold rings. Create and create more and more. Art, comics, writing, animation, criticism, game modifications, full new games, and Sega encourage this. They don't stifle it at all, and why would they? Why should they? And why should people be ashamed of liking something? What's to be gained from sneering at them? Now, having said all of that, Sonic Mania. Sonic Mania has, I'd imagine, been broadly described as a celebration of the series. I suppose I can see why. I'd personally describe it as a wallow. Despite being a Sonic game, it feels paced like treacle, thanks largely to the gimmicky and routinely unenjoyable boss fights. To my mind, Sonic bosses are supposed to be rewards for traversing the stage beforehand. Relatively simple to take apart, fun to ping off of, loud and brash and knockabout. These resolutely aren't. They're complex, difficult to pass visually, and sort of the opposite of what I want from a game like this. I don't really want to think about these fights. Challenging is fine, but I don't want to have to try and figure out how to even hit them. I don't want these manic, visually far too busy messes taking up my time. Boss battles aside, the whole game is made up of odd decisions that mark it out very specifically as the fan game it ultimately is. And I don't mean fan game as a dirty word, but it's a patchwork of the way we wish these games had been, a Frankenstein of ideas that seem cool in theory, but are imprecise and muddled in practice. Like, what if Flying Battery was even longer? What if Hydro City was completely unmemorable? What if Oil Ocean had less visibility? Ultimately, the remix zones are, to my mind, not at all successful in offering an experience that does anything more than make me wish I was playing the original, much more gracefully designed games from their respective origins. The new games are a similarly mixed bag. The early Studiopolis is the showpiece as far as I'm concerned, an excellent halfway house between Sonic CD's wide-open design and the laser-focused open linear style of the original Sonic the Hedgehog. It's a genuinely great level, soiled with a little too much fanwank, with its numerous, glaring bits of obscura, references to franchise minutiae like Sonic Popcorn Factory, which serve mostly to distract and annoy. It's a little bit like watching something with someone who's overly familiar with it, constantly pausing to go, hey, did you get it? Did you see what we did? Other new zones are also underwhelming. Press Garden is a confused aesthetic in search of a gameplay flow, a really muddled experience. Mirage Saloon is an interesting concept that wastes its entire first level on a remake of Sonic 2's always awful Sky Chase Zone, then segues into an extended homage to a deleted level from the same game, ending on a triple fanservice boss battle with unmemorable non-entities Bark, Bean and Knack, from an obscure arcade game and the weakest of the Game Gear platformers respectively. The final stage, Titanic Monarch, is an entirely linear platformer that, while fun, doesn't really feel even slightly like a Sonic stage with its near total dearth of alternate routes. If there are any other original stages, they made so little impact on me that I truly don't remember them. Look, the classic Sonic games are triumphs of minimalism. I know that might sound mental, but hear me out. Everything else, the aesthetic, everything on top of these games is window dressing. It is wonderful, marvellous window dressing for these simple D-pad and one-button games. Every negative element of the classic Sonics is born of the developers betraying that simplicity. The barrel in Carnival Night, the myriad gimmicks in Metropolis, the ridiculous seesaw bullshit in Starlight, it all betrays that core dynamic of exploiting momentum using the environment and your own abilities, experimenting, finding what works and executing it. That's Sonic, that's the entire game. And now we've got Sonic Mania where you're running away from the Death Egg robot in level 1 because that would be cool. Where you play Mean Bean Machine because that existed, throw it in. It's just that kind of thing, and it's exhausting. The flow is absent, the simplicity is compromised, it's botched, it's a botch. And yet, you know, it's still pretty fucking great. It's still a 2D Sonic game where you whirl around the screen, exploring, finding new things, collecting rings, and generally having a blast. There are moments of pure, joyous creativity. There are some great spins on the old stages. The special stages are a blast and among the best the series has to offer. The game is easily worth the asking price, and a Sonic fan like me is going to dig the heck out of it and play it multiple times. You know, for all my criticisms, it's probably the best Sonic game since 1995. But I'm not going to lie to myself and say it's the equal of those Mega Drive games, and I don't think I can put that down to nostalgia. I think it's a flawed simulacrum that ultimately stems from a false memory, a delusion that these games were a certain way, had a certain feel and a complexity, and a constant stream of new ideas that they absolutely didn't. That Sonic Mania tries to capture, but it can't, because it never existed. Sonic works when it is just you out there in the world making your own fun. Mania doesn't work because it thinks it knows better. Well, that was the Halloween special. What did you think?
What was that to do with Halloween?
We covered some horror games, and you know the title card was from The Shining.
You literally had like decades worth of horror games that you could have covered there.
Well, I only got so much time.
Yeah, well, Brevity is the soul witch, you.
I don't have to put up with this abuse.
Alright. But do you know what? Walking away isn't going to make your show any better.
Fuck off.
You know what? Swearing's not big and it's not clever. Right, now that cunt's gone, time to crack on with my own show called Ken in Video World. Wait, do you know what? Hang on. It's got nothing to do with VHS, does it? Right, okay, what about Ken in Gamesland? Okay, no, hang on. That's enough of that. Get some Starship on. Cool. Right, okay. Today's featured game is WWF WrestleMania Challenge on the NES. You can play as yourself!
I just don't see the hype. Hi, welcome. That made too loud of a noise. I've got to do it again. Hello, welcome to Stuart Gipp in Video World, the second Christmas special. Actually, was there a first Christmas special? Hello, welcome to Stuart Gipp in Video World. I'm Stuart Gipp. This is not my house. What I'm doing this time is I'm doing this little thing called Sonic's Ups and Downs and All Arounds, which is a reference to a song from Sonic Adventure, which they then remixed by Cash Cash and put it in Sonic Generations for Speed Highway. See, I know that, but ask me what the capital of, like, Sweden is. I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. Arguably even more consistently excellent than its world-changing big Mega Drive brother, Sonic on the Master System is a much more linear, much less freewheeling and much slower platformer, more like Mario than Sonic in its design philosophy and the obstacles it throws at you. It's brilliant with some terrific music and graphics, each zone very distinct and memorable. I love the atmosphere of the jungle zone and I prefer the muted, almost nightmarish take on Labyrinth the game offers. There's so much more focus on exploration, with the Chaos Emeralds hidden around the stages themselves rather than confined to gameplay shifting special stages, which are in the game, but offer valuable lives and continues rather than any 100% completion hook. In fact, there's an extra life hidden on every single stage of the game, with one more appearing at the final boss if you manage to find and collect every single one. Another nice little bonus for playing well and seeking them all out. In fact, that's a good word for this one. It's nice. It's decently challenging, more so than the Mega Drive game for sure, and the soundtrack really draws you in. It's good looking, has really solid level design, it's actually very difficult to fault. If I had to nitpick, the third act of each stage is basically built around a boss fight, and without rings available, these are all one-hit kill jobs which could be considered a little bit cheap, but personally I found the bosses well designed enough to mitigate that. Otherwise, it's a great platform game, really well made and nicely varied and with a great difficulty curve. Don't play it or anything else on Game Gear when the full screen Master System version exists. I am inviting incredulity simply by calling this a down, but despite the ways that Sonic 2 inarguably excels, I still consider it an overall step down from the original, and I will try and communicate why that is without swearing. I feel as though Sonic 2 simply isn't as carefully designed as Sonic 1. I think the levels are overall more homogeneous and less interesting. Of course there is the bona fide classic chemical plant zone in there, but the rest of the levels don't really have much spark to them. The game opens with Emerald Hill Zone, which is basically Green Hill again, but with a more sort of washed out look. While Sonic 2 is definitely more colourful than the original, I feel the game's atmosphere takes a hit as a consequence. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a great game and a big achievement. It still feels like a sequel, like they were going for more, for better. The switch to 2 acts over 3 is a smart one. The music is great, and overall it'd be insane to say it was bad. It's just those little things that kick it down a notch for me. I really can't stand the special stages, mostly because they basically necessitate switching off Tails, because he makes them twice as hard, but then you don't get him bumming around the stages with you, which is always fun. I also feel as though there's a general creative dearth starting from Casino Night and running through to the end of the game. I mean, Casino Night started a big trend in the series and it looks spectacular, but to play just doesn't really do it for me. It's mostly pretty empty of enemies, and the only other obstacles are stationary spikes and crushing blocks, which are almost never fun to navigate. Hilltop Zone is a recoloured Emerald Hill, but with some lava, and it feels forgettable. I can't actually remember 100% the order of the levels that follow, but Mystic Cave and its 2 identical acts do nothing for me. Ditto the tedious Oil Ocean and awful Sky Chase Zone that I've never understood the acclaim for. The game picks up again right at the end, with Wing Fortress and Death Egg making for a superb climax, but that mid-section, including the overlong gauntlet that is Metropolis Zone, is one long misfire for me. Like I said, it's still a very impressive game, but of the classics, this is the one I return to the least. This is the most misunderstood game in the entire series, and I would probably go to my grave saying that it's actually good and you are wrong. It's a sandbox game unlike any other in the series, and it's entirely about exploration. It really is a compelling, exciting game once you understand how to play. See, the idea is to go and find a past signpost, then once you reach and maintain maximum speed for a few seconds, you break through the time barrier and travel to the past. A rearranged version of your current zone with a different aesthetic and music. When you find a special machine and smash it, voila, you created a good future. You can now, if you wish, travel into the present, then the future, and see your handiwork, but this is totally optional. All of it is, really. To get the most out of Sonic CD, you have to find exploration to be its own reward. You have to not pout when an arduous journey only nets you some rings or a dead end. Of course, if you don't want to do any of this, You can always aim for 50 rings, hit the special stages and get all the time stones to guarantee permanent good futures, but that's not as fun as doing it properly. Clever and creative level design aims to trip up players who want to play it like Sonic 1 and 2, and rewards those willing to comb each level for secrets. And the time attack mode is wonderful, in which you chip away at an overall clear game time and unlock various secrets and features by doing so. Terrific fun, and for my money, the close second best game in the franchise. Highly recommend it. An extremely bizarre spin-off title, Sonic Spinball has a strange feel from the off as you move Sonic along that first path. The delay on his jump and the way he moves at all is just utterly odd, and it doesn't get much better when you hop on the flippers. Of course, the whole thing is an extrapolation of Sonic 2's Casino Night Zone, and as mechanically dubious as it is, there's something utterly compelling about an adventure pinball game. It's a genre we don't see much of. There's basically this, Mario Pinball Land, and the hyper-obscure Flipnik. Incidentally, if anyone knows any other objective-based adventure pinball games, hook a brother up. Me, I'm the brother. Anyway, Spinball. As far as I'm concerned, it only has one level, the first one. I tend to beat that level, do the first bonus stage and then quit, because every other stage is an arduous nightmare. The first level though, creative and clever but scuppered by absurd physics and frustrating difficulty. I'd really like to see a modern take on the whole Sonic Spinball thing. Sonic Pinball Party doesn't count because it's just pinball. There's no toxic caves or anything.
He's gonna play the video games. He doesn't like the video games. He's a furious video games man.
This loot box shit is beyond the pale. It's beyond the pale.
There is nothing to say about this game that hasn't been stated at length by better critics. It's the magnum opus of the Sonic series. Others will say Sonic 2 and they are entitled to their opinion, but as far as I'm concerned, this is king shit motherfucker of the whole kit and caboodle. It's one of the few side-scrolling games that could reasonably be described as epic. It's a damn journey, it's a ride. Sonic has never felt more in sync with his environments. There's not a single level that feels gimmicky or out of place. The stages that do feature gameplay changes, such as Sandopolis Act 2, make up for it with their superb atmosphere and a sparing usage of said level-specific mechanics. Every single one of the many zones is memorable and aesthetically distinctive. The new takes on earlier themes, such as the Carnival Night and Flying Battery zones, are roundly superior, and the new shields make for a versatile experience as each one imbues you with a new way to move around the levels. The bosses are basically perfect, distilled Sonic, condensed, simple battles to reward you for finishing each level. The new special stages are breezy and fun to play, not particularly difficult to clear but hard to master, and the giant ring method of entering them gives the player a reason to explore the levels. The story is told brilliantly without a single word of dialogue, yet it presents a believable face turn from Knuckles the Echidna in a way that doesn't simply stop the player and show them a movie. It's diegetic storytelling that has never ever been bettered in the medium, and that's all there is to it. It's simple and it's brilliant. Sonic 3 and Knuckles is a masterpiece, it's the best game in the series, full stop.
Ready, set, go!
My mum likes this game. She used to ask for the game with Sonic's footsteps, which is a gently amusing memory. I mean, it is shite, isn't it? It's fun while it lasts, which is 30 minutes or so, but it is shite. There are like 4 levels, and a secret level called Radiant Emerald, which sucks. Plenty of unlockable characters, but they're not balanced at all, so you unlock Metal Knuckles and then always play as him. But no, it is an interesting concept, an on-foot racing game. Amy's in a car, but whatever, nobody plays as her. You run around these decent looking for the Saturn racetracks, collecting rings and coins and emeralds, opening gates, using boosters, doing loops and listening to amazing music. It's adorable, but it is shite. I'm sorry, but it's shite. Sonic Adventure is a good game. It's a game heaving with flaws and bizarre decisions, but remains a good game, a charming game, a game that seriously cares about the way it presents itself. It's glitched out the backside, but that comes from being very ambitious indeed with what was brand new hardware, and creating an experience that offers a very reasonable take on the speed, action and exploration of the previously side-scrolling Mega Drive games. It doesn't gel like those older titles though, the gameplay types are segregated. You have action stages which feel very much like the classics and adventure fields which are largely danger-free exploration fests. Your aim is to collect emblems which you can basically think of as the Power Stars from Mario 64, one for clearing each level, some hidden away in the adventure fields, others for clearing trial stages, others for raising Chow in the virtual pet minigame I can't bring myself to give a shit about or discuss. You play the game as multiple series characters, each with a unique gameplay twist. Sonic stages are straight A to B obstacle courses. Tails are similar but with a focus on beating Sonic to the finish line, which is impossible because Sonic is the fastest! Knuckles stages are genuinely enjoyable exploration games, where you need to find the 3 emerald shards in relatively compact environments, and it's the compact nature of said environments that makes it fun, and something the sequel, imaginatively titled Sonic Adventure 2, was lacking an understanding of with its hunting stages that are the same actual size as my arse, which is to say almost impossibly vast. Amy's stages are slower paced platformers incorporating sort of time pressure, as you're being chased through each one by a large robot named Zero. They're actually some of my favourite levels, but there's only about 3 of them, which is bollocks. There are also level types based around a new character named something like E102 Gamma, that's from memory. If I'm right, I owe myself some biltong. Anyway, those levels are fairly risible, but not as tedious as the similar gameplay type that pops up in the sequel, which is one of the most hatefully boring things ever. The last gameplay type is Big the Cat, whose levels are based around fishing for a frog! I was outside game before it even opened, waiting with barely restrained excitement to pick this up on PS2. Sonic, on non-Sega platforms. This was exciting! Sonic Advance had been excellent and wonderful, and this was a big mainline release. I eagerly handed over my 40 quid and open palm slammed the DVD into my console, and it was kind of promising, you know. That first level is still a rush, but almost immediately after that, it just falls into the toilet and stays there. The Bingo Highway stage is just an ordeal of physics that feel untested, and by this point the gameplay is just slush. Samey, seemingly endless slush. The decision to have 2 acts per zone again just adds to the repetition. The whole game seems like a pointed throwback, with an extremely simplistic storyline and very basic A to B gameplay. It also has the worst bosses in the series, and you have to beat the whole thing 4 times to sniff the final boss, which I might add is also shit. Sonic Heroes is an infuriating game as aesthetically it's near enough spot on, but to play it's just horrendous hateful stuff. You constantly boost off cliffs, fall through rails, get hurt by enemies you didn't touch, fall straight off loop-the-loops, glitch through the floor, get stuck in walls, get into an intimate situation with the camera. It's just a poorly made and unenjoyable game that undeniably looks and sounds lovely.
Hi, I hope you enjoyed enjoying the episode because it's just fucking Sonic. Like, if you don't like Sonic, just put it off. Watch someone else, like this fucking prick. What has he got that I don't? I mean, he gets like 1 million subscribers. I'm talking to like 15 people tops right now. What about him? Look at his fucking child's face. Look at him. I hate him. I hate you. I don't hate you. I think you're really talented. What is it, Kedekers? What do you have, Jim? Is it your youth? Give it to me! Give me your ears!
Sonic Rush is a very cleverly and carefully designed game, a follow-up to the Sonic Advance series by the same developers, but a very pointed change in focus, that is to say it has a focus at all. Sonic Advance 3 was a very good game, but bloated and felt very padded. Sonic Rush is a pared-down, razor-sharp experience. 2 playable characters in Sonic and the new likeable Blaze the Cat. This was also the first game to add the boost mode, triggered by hitting the Y button after killing enemies, performing tricks and collecting power-ups. Super fast-paced stuff with an excellent soundtrack by Hideki Naganuma of Jet Set Radio fame. It certainly has its flaws though. The graphics are ugly to say the least, and there's almost no distinction between the two characters in playstyle. The boss fights can be a little too grueling as well, but if you go into the options you can stick on easy mode that has them only take 6 hits instead of 8. I recommend doing this for a much breezier and less frustrating experience. It was followed by Sonic Rush Adventure, which, while very good, missed the point of this game and added loads of filler while you ride around on stupid sodding jet skis and stuff. I hate Sonic Unleashed. I think it is utterly maddening. I think every single step it took was a misstep. The aesthetic change from entertaining pop-art abstraction to the penguins of Madagascar background cells is mystifying. The change to the way the homing attack controls is baffling beyond measure. The focus on forced collection of difficult-to-find medals in each stage is tiresome, and most of the 9-hour-long Werehog levels with an unrefined, repetitious combat system, slower than molasses, absolutely kills this game. Aimlessly wander around talking to characters who look like advertising mascots for Dolmio. Listen to the same banal song every time you get into a fight, which is all the time. Fucking balance on thin fucking beams as slowly as fucking possible. Nobody likes balancing. Nobody who beat Uncharted or God of War or Castlevania Lords of Shadow went, man, this balancing bit is great. God, I hate Unleashed. Everyone's always like, oh, so-and-so version is better, it's better on Wii, it's better on 360. They are all a pile of actual shit. This is one of the very worst Sonic games. Absolutely loathsome and vile, misguided madness. Why did I buy it 4 times? Why am I like this? Sonic 4 is one of the most hated Sonic games, and it's easy to see why. They made the terrible, costly mistake of calling it Sonic 4 when they should have called it Just More Sonic, or something. There's compelling evidence that it was originally an iOS exclusive game, which is what it very much should have remained, but I like Sonic 4 and I'm not ashamed of that. Sure, a lot of that is just that 2D Sonic gameplay, even at its lower end of quality, is still thoroughly enjoyable to me. But the fact is, I'm just not sure what everyone's problem with it is. Lofty expectations aside, it feels like a perfectly solid bit of platforming. Sure, the physics could generously be called appalling, but it doesn't really interfere with the way that I play. I find the games so breezy and enjoyable that I go back to them frequently, bombing through the 4 zones in about 40 minutes. I just find it good old-fashioned fun. I'd argue that Episode 1 is slightly superior to Episode 2, which feels a little bit bloated with the pointless team-up gimmick and annoyingly lengthy boss battles, but they're both a good time for the absolute trifle they're charging these days. A game utterly hamstrung by the hardware it was released for, Sonic Colors would have been great in 60 frames per second on the PS3 or 360, and yes, I know I just mentioned frames per second, but the half-speed Wii title is seriously hurt by its performance problems. Thanks to the hardware, performing Sonic's jumps and double jumps feels unreliable, and I missed a lot of jumps thanks to dropped inputs. It's a shame because the level design is pretty strong and the game's disciplined nature is pretty refreshing after years of arbitrary gameplay changes. It's just a shame that its vibrant, colourful graphics weren't given the opportunity to shine in high definition. As it stands, it's just a floaty, frustrating chore to play. There's a DS version which is basically Sonic Rush 3 and is much better. I hope one day the Wii game is re-released on something that can actually run it.
Stu, is this part of the show? Stu? Stu?
Oh, Christ. This sure is better than I am.
This is a bit more like it, with the PC version running smooth as silk on decent hardware. Sonic Generations is a throwback celebration, taking classic stages from the past and sprucing them up wonderfully, catering to both classic 2D style gameplay as well as full-on modern 3D thrill rides, and by and large it's great stuff, with the new levels both familiar and surprising, and the retro takes on modern levels like Speed Highway and Rooftop Run genuinely exhilarating. They even made the Sonic 2006 stage, Crisis City, into something special and memorable. There are myriad boss fights with serious baddies of the past and a large collection of new, excellent remixed music. Tons of bonus missions too, not all of which are appalling nonsense. It's a great title and was hugely encouraging at the time, though looking back it does feel a little too brief, and it's rubbish that we never got any DLC in the only game that has ever actually cried out for it. A lovely game for fans and newcomers alike. It was truly awesome running through absolutely beautiful reimaginings of Green Hill, Chemical Plant and Sky Sanctuary, and I got a particular kick out of the Metal Sonic fight with its fabulous Stardust Speedway remixed music. Still an ace game, and I recommend getting it in. Sega hit on a formula that worked after years of tweaks and iterations, and immediately pissed it all up the wall with Sonic Lost World, which is something of a load of bollocks. Awkward shit controls feel like they're trying to address a problem that never existed. You move at a snail's pace unless you hold a trigger, which effectively means you're just holding a trigger for the entire game, since there's really no cause to go slowly at all. They try to ape Mario Galaxy and it just doesn't work. It feels awful and makes me nauseous. All this rotating cylinder crap, what's the point? What's it add? Also, it looks like someone vomited 6 bags of Haribo into a sack and then shook it. I don't understand just what in the world they think they were doing. Awful, tiresome stuff. They might as well have called this game Sonic, We Surrender. Sonic Mania is a game with zero ambition whatsoever, seeing fit to recreate past glories wholesale, without much of its own identity to speak of, and of course it's as excellent as any game that halfway successfully apes those genre-defining Mega Drive masterpieces could be, with plenty of great moments to choose from. It's a lengthy experience, offering much more than I expected for the asking price. If anything a little too much, it could have done with being a smidge breezier in places. The game was incredibly warmly received, and frankly I'm not surprised, but I find its utterly unabashed trading on past glories to be a little bit saddening, despite the panache with which it's undoubtedly been executed. The fact is, while it's the best Sonic game since 1994 or something, it's a downright shame that this is what they've had to resort to in order to secure that accolade. Remember Sonic 1 through 3? Here they are again, 10 out of 10. It's too easy, lads. Can't wait for the sequel, and I mean that. Obviously there's going to be a sequel.
Forces are surging into the city! We need you here now!
Hold on, Tails. I'm on my way!
The fact is, before I even played Sonic Forces, I had it listed mentally as a down. The gameplay footage they've revealed looked staid and dull, and I had no confidence that after Lost World, Sega even knew what they were doing. I had the lowest expectations and didn't pick it up at release, which is utterly crazy by my Sonic mad standards of behaviour. I mean, I've owned Sonic Unleashed on PS2, Wii, 360 and PS3, and I fucking hate that trash. But Sonic Forces I held off on until I started seeing positive impressions on a community I trust, piquing my interest with a video of a particular level that was absolutely rich with alternate routes and obstacles. So I picked it up, and I'm so glad that I did, as I can say without reservation that it is 100% the best 3D Sonic game ever made. It runs as smooth as butter, looks beautiful, the levels are short but there are plenty of them and plenty to do in them. The slightly divergent gameplay styles feel cohesive with each other, and there's no drastic gameplay changes throughout. I was absolutely astonished by how consistently good it was, and at the end of the game I reflected on it, and I just realised there wasn't a single level that had me saying, oh, that's just bullshit. I don't think I've said that about a Sonic game since 3 and Knuckles. It's confident, concise, and it just works. It doesn't feel like the whole game's about to fall apart on you. It feels like they had a vision and they made the vision. It's the ultimate refinement of the modern Sonic formula, introduced in Unleashed and perfected here. And I mean, if you don't like modern Sonic, you won't like this. It's not going to turn anyone into a fan. It just feels as though the gameplay finally has an engine that can keep up with it. There are no shit levels, there are tons of unlockables and collectibles, and I haven't even mentioned the Avatar thing because, Sonic fans, creative people creating things with passion and skill,
Kagome, you can be coy all you want, but I know that you really love Inuyasha. Oh, hi. 30 frames per second makes me vomit.
Bubsy is back. He is back. The Woolies have struck back. Bubsy has returned and he is here to stay, and there is nothing you or anyone can do about it. He has landed in a flurry of self-aware, "Ooh, aren't I so shit?" memes, one-liners about how nothing he does makes any sense, and frankly banal gameplay. It's the best Bubsy game of all time, and it isn't even close. It's superior to Claws Encounters by virtue of being much more accessible. It's superior to Bubsy 2 by virtue of being comprehensible. It's superior to Fractured Fairy Tales by virtue of not being controlled with this nonsense. And it's superior to Bubsy 3D by virtue of... just kidding. Bubsy 3D is the best game ever made. So The Woolies Strike Back is basically Bubsy, but with almost everything that makes it Bubsy removed, which is a good thing. You still have the one-hit kills, but you can mitigate them with a t-shirt that gives an extra hit point. You can still float, you move at a sane speed this time, and you have an arcing horizontal pounce attack, making you markedly less helpless. The maze-like stages of the original game have settled their shit down into much more linear areas, but still with scope for exploration to some degree. The issue is that there is nothing worth finding, just more yarn. You can max out 600 out of 600 yarn per stage, but there's really no point in doing so. You don't get any new moves or anything as far as I can tell. It's just a bit more normal platforming. Much like that Snoopy game I talked about, it's just some nice normal platforming. The level design is fine, it's decent, it doesn't just wash over you, you have to try and not die in that. It's an actual game, so that's good, that's worth several points. The game functions, big win for Bubsy here. If you've ever played Giana Sisters' Twisted Dreams, it's a bit like that, but less finicky, less changing into different characters, less manipulating the level layout in real time. In fact, there are no different characters or level layout manipulation, just Bubsy doing stuff. They had a host of characters that they could have worked with, these small children, this armadillo, someone else, this box of bananas, I don't know. It's just a solid, decent platformer. What is there to say about it? It's not as idiosyncratic as Jim Power. Jim Power! It's not as interesting as something like Alfred Chicken. Yeah, the most remarkable thing about it is that it exists. It's just a real thing you can buy, and that in itself is fairly astonishing. An inoffensive and perfectly acceptable platformer, released around the same time as Mario Odyssey, so we can see the absolute polar opposite ends of the spectrum of good. This game is good. Mario Odyssey is good. Think about that for the rest of your life. Garfield Labyrinth is an unusual, quite quaint, but rather enjoyable puzzle platformer in which you control the titular Mondays-hating, lasagna-devouring Garfield the cat as he uses what appears to be a power drill to make his way around Egyptian pyramids and probably some other environments, but I didn't get that far. As I write this, I'm 52 hours into Mario & Luigi Dream Team Bros on the 3DS. I'm in what I assume is the final area, but I honestly wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't, and I'm not done by the time this bit comes out. If you're not familiar with the Mario & Luigi series, it's a load of RPGs made by Alpha Dream. RPGs of fluctuating quality that peaked with the first game on GBA entitled Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga. The major gimmick of the series is the interplay and teamwork of Mario and Luigi, how you work together with Mario on the A button and Luigi on the B button. Combat is turn-based with real-time dodging and countering and special moves requiring user input. It's fun and breezy, and generally the games cap out at roughly 15 to 20 hours. I mean, they have to, really. Ultimately, in combat you're just using your most powerful move, and the extent of the strategy is don't jump on spiky things. The games in this series really can't afford to outstay their welcome when they're so mechanically limited. They're fun as hell, sure, the traversal is enjoyable and the games tend to look great, but it is limited stuff. There's only so much you can tolerate before you just start running from every battle. So Dream Team, at 50 plus hours, is exhausting. I remember saying to friends that I put so much time into it that I felt compelled to finish the game, and that was 25 hours ago. Like, the game is over twice as long as it should be. If a game is mechanically rich and diverse, then I don't mind a lengthy journey, but this is kind of like watching the same gently entertaining episode of The Vicar of Dibley 100 times in a row. I can't reasonably say Dream Team is a bad game. It's gorgeous to look at, and the exploration, as I said, is genuinely fun, but a few too many tutorials and way too much padding really let it down. I'd say the worst thing about it is it introduces a lot of different, potentially interesting ways to traverse the game's side-scrolling areas, then never once makes them even briefly challenging. Just moving around isn't engaging, there's got to be some sort of skill required besides persistence. I was going to end this with a hilarious joke about the game having a sleep-based theme and how it put me to sleep, but I came to the conclusion that it wasn't funny, so I've opted not to. So that's the end of this bit. Bye. The Real Ghostbusters is an unusual, quite quaint, but rather enjoyable puzzle platformer in which you star as the titular Ghostbuster, Peter Venkman, as he explores a sort of Egyptian pyramid with his proton laser, which acts as some kind of power drill. You walk around mostly this pyramid environment, but I mean, I don't know if you go anywhere else. I didn't get that far. It felt too familiar, so I stopped playing.
He's gonna play the video games. He doesn't like the video games. He's a furious video games man.
Fresh as a daisy. If your game doesn't have an FOV slider, fuck off.
Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze is one of those games that makes me think I might have mental problems, or that I might be living in some sort of They Live-esque scenario, where only I can see the truth behind society, except it's insanely specifically about this one Donkey Kong game. The thing is, ask anyone, anywhere, and they'll tell you one of two things. First, and most commonly, they'll tell you they don't know what a Donkey Kong is and to get out of their garden. If they don't say that, they'll say it's a masterpiece and one of the best 2D platform games ever made, and to get out of their garden. Now, what makes me think I might be Roddy Piper is that the game puts me to sleep every time I play it. I find it utterly dull throughout, pretty, but the level design is so homogenized and unexciting compared to the original Returns that I just glaze over. I'm just going through the platforming motions. Despite the spectacle, it's just so boring to me, and I truly don't know what everyone sees in it. Maybe a perfect storm of sequel to cult hit on underperforming cult platform, and, well, you know, Nintendo fans. Crazy, wonderful Nintendo fans. Okay, so here's the thing. I've seen a couple of videos about how good the level design is in this game. They tend to be along the lines of game introduces thing in non-threatening scenario, game introduces quirk of thing, escalates thing. This is presented as though this is somehow a remarkable or fresh approach to level design. My question is, how so? I mean, it's not a case of criticising a game for being casual or whatever gamer nonsense, but how is this formulaic approach in any way impressive? There are some creative and clever ways in which the aesthetics inform the gameplay, shape the obstacles you're tackling, but overall, when is this gentle toe-dipping approach to a game ever going to surprise or excite you? People are always going on about its visuals, and sure, they're clean, but what's exciting about those inherently 90s looking rendered characters about a penguin wearing a Viking helmet that's supposed to be world class? Sorry, but no. Don't get me wrong, the original games aren't exactly an aesthetic marvel, especially the characters, but there are traditions it's okay to let go of. A lot was made of Tropical Freeze's predecessor, Donkey Kong Country Returns, being difficult, and the later levels certainly were, but the surprises, the thrills and spills were so much more memorable. Yeah, it could be eager to kill you, but what better way to create a sense of danger, of high stakes? It's not a get good thing, it's just surprising the player isn't a bad thing. And Tropical Freeze is so safe and cozy that while it's pleasant enough, I just feel like I'm, like I said, going through the motions. I guess you could read this as an argument for bad level design if you wanted to hang me, but I feel as though a lot of what I see criticised as bad design is often interesting, memorable design. Tropical Freeze is just, it plays smoothly, and that's it. And, you know, that's not enough. Recently I've been on a bit of a Call of Duty kick. Not the multiplayer, I hasten to add, not that there's anything wrong with it I'm aware of, it's just not really my thing, so I've been playing the campaigns. I finished off the original Call of Duty Black Ops after a long time of on-off play, like 3-4 years. Then moved on to Black Ops 2, also jumping on a bit of the original Modern Warfare and World at War, as well as the more contemporary Advanced Warfare and Infinite Warfare. As I was swapping games and noting their similarities, I was also taken by how immediate the gameplay was. Sure, there's story in there, an often quite accomplished presentation of military action, which I have to confess I find engaging, but by and large it's firefight after firefight, and while a lot of it is very scripted in service of the storytelling, the moment-to-moment gameplay is very snappy and exciting. It's also very much single-minded. The find cover, shoot bad lads focus is almost never deviated from, and when it is, it's usually for a brief, extremely scripted bit of spectacle that lasts a few seconds before throwing you right back into the shoot-mans. And, you know, it's pretty pick-up-and-play as a result. The snap to target feels good, smooth. All the games in the series I've played have run at 60 frames per second, they feel polished, robust, and I realised how much they reminded me of old games. Not old FPS titles like Doom, Call of Duty couldn't be further from that, but old run-and-gun stuff like Contra, old arcade games, old NES games, Mega Drive, that instant gratification thing. It's that exact same ethos of instant gameplay applied to a contemporary setting, to that quick-fire gameplay. Call of Duty is realistic in the way that the Jurassic Park games on Mega Drive are realistic. You don't have this stylized, big cartoony head thing of a contemporary, in some ways realistic setting, but then the action itself is extremely OTT, though it's believable within this blockbuster world they've created. A lot like Contra, I'd say. So Call of Duty is basically a NES game. It pushes the same buttons. Hop in, play, hop out. Mickey Mouse 4 is an unusual, quite quaint, but rather this is the same fucking game again. They just kept releasing the same game. Garfield and the Ghostbusters and Mickey Mouse, they couldn't even make it like a round alliterative G, like some other G franchise like G Police or like GoBots or like Gundam Wing or I don't know, something else beginning with G, Gogglebox, Ormond Street Children's Hospital. I don't fucking know. I hate this. I don't want to review any more of the same game. I'm fed up. I want to stop this now. Do you know how long it took me to make this episode. You do. You can check. I put up a trailer that was like, oh, the next thing will be out in like a week, and that was like 1,000 years ago. I just completely blew it on this one. I tried so hard and got so far, and in the end, it doesn't even matter. Remember that bit I did about how Bloodborne needs a cheat mode? Yeah, I was wrong. Shut up, me. There already is an easy mode. It's cleverly disguised as spend all your blood echoes on vitality and summon other players for boss fights. I was gifted Dark Souls 3 for Christmas and got really into it, which made me realise that I wasn't actually burned out on this style of gameplay. It was just that Dark Souls 2 is a big pile of shit. So after that I wondered if I ought to repurchase Bloodborne. Conveniently, it was on sale, so I did, and I'm loving it. It turns out that when you're going through frustrated and unhappy times at work, you don't necessarily want to come back home to an arduous, challenging, oppressive video game like Bloodborne. Now that work is in better shape, touch wood, I'm more than up for the challenge of a game like this again. Now that brings me to my larger point, which is to condescendingly ask you once more not to completely dismiss games if you don't like them straight away. The fact is, if a game is popular, it has merit even if you can't perceive it or it doesn't appeal to you. You've got to keep giving these things a go even if you don't dig it first, second, even third time. It took me 4 distinct attempts to enjoy Dark Souls 1 and it finally clicked when the bell gargoyles succumbed that 4th go around. Now I love it, in fact I'm totally back on my bullshit. I've reinstalled Dark Souls 1 and 2 as well as Demon's Souls and I'm playing them all at the same time. I'm excited to pick up the recently announced remastered version on PS4. I'm seriously considering buying a Dark Souls t-shirt. I picked up Breath of the Wild recently and I can't get into it at all. I've really tried but I just don't like it that much. Rather than giving up, I'll just come back to it later and see if it clicks with me. See if I like it now, you know? Maybe I'm just in the mood for something a bit more structured right now. Every year or so I try and play another RTS. I hate them all, but one day I will find one that I like and it will be a gateway into another genre of gaming possibilities. I do like Defense Grid, but I'm pretty sure that doesn't count. Be like me, Stu. Be like a man who intentionally plays things he doesn't like. The original release of Devil May Cry 5 on the PS4 had an arse removed from it using bright light. After mass gamer outcry, they patched back in the arse and now you can see an arse. Look, if you want to see a girl's arse, just go on Google and search for girls' arses. Look, just search for girls' arses on Google, for fuck's sake. Before I even start, I want to make it clear that I understand that indie games is a nebulous term applying to a spectacularly broad spectrum of experiences. Bigger budget console stuff, big banner Steam titles, small scale Steam titles, itch.io stuff, obscure games even beyond that, fan-made games, click-and-play games, basic programs, Doom on a calculator, Doom on a printer. Indie games is one of the stupidest phrases ever, but for the purposes of this hardline investigative journalism, let's assume I mean the most broadly understood definition of indie games, Steam stuff that isn't published by Capcom or Bethesda. Here goes. Indie games seem to have a real problem with identity, like a real lack of confidence. Everything's in extreme debt to another game, and that other game tends to be Dark Souls, NetHack, or Symphony of the Night, or all three like Dead Cells. And that's fine, the point of this isn't to say that these games are bad. Dead Cells is incredibly promising, but it's getting a bit exhausting seeing the phrase, with roguelike elements, on every new game's PR. I've started to automatically translate it in my head to, with uninteresting level design, even though that isn't always the case. I realise the irony in someone whose actual literal favourite game of all time is The Binding of Isaac, criticising roguelike elements, but there are shades of grey. For every Isaac there's something tiresome like Rogue Legacy, drawing the player in with a compulsive unlockable system before abandoning all meaningful progression for iterative stat boosts, or something point missing like Enter the Gungeon, which is basically the same as Isaac, but with horrendous pacing. Rogue Legacy uses the roguelike stuff as a crutch to make up for what is extremely pedestrian level design. Gungeon would actually be fun with a bit of more balancing, but as it stands I feel like they've missed the mark as far as nailing that compulsive one more go feeling. The game is just too punishing, too lengthy. A patch could fix it. It's a very delicate balance. Anyway, that covers the roguelike side to some degree. Let's talk Metroidvanias. I'm sick of them. 10 years ago I couldn't get enough and eagerly swallowed garbage like Monster Tales, such was my thirst. Now you can't move for the bastards, with hideously bland examples of the genre praised to the skies, such as the near monochrome definition of style over substance Hollow Knight, or the tedious waste of 11 years development time Owlboy. I hasten to add that as these games are very popular they obviously have merit that is unfortunately wasted on me, that's a callback, but I cannot understand the appeal of Hollow Knight in particular. It's an ugly thing with extremely poor conveyance that seems to coast on its fastidious aping of other superior games. And that's without even taking into account the fetishism of difficulty that infects modern indie games, something that has evolved from the meme that Dark Souls is a throwback to the games of our youth. No mate, Dark Souls is modern as shit. Excessively difficult old games were usually that way because they sucked. I beat Dark Souls in relatively short order, but I've never cleared level 1 of Tomb Raider 3 because it's an obtuse nightmare of precision. You know, I saw a game called Top Hat on Steam that looked vaguely appealing, but the product description was like, remember when games were actually hard? Yeah mate, because there was no battery backup, because the collision detection was screwy, because I didn't finish making it. I don't miss it, mate. What's your point, Stu? I pretend to hear you cry. Well, there is no point. I have no solutions. If I had solutions, I'd be trying to break into the industry to make games instead of producing a YouTube show almost nobody watches. I suppose I'm tired of seeing game difficulty held up as the example of what it means to be an old school game, when the games I played as a child were largely pitifully short and easy. It bums me out that when a really excellent retro-style game like Cursed Castilla or Volgar the Viking comes out, titles absolutely nail the feel of a real classic game, they get largely overlooked in favour of meandering toss like Axiom Verge, I guess because people just like being reminded of Super Metroid. Now, I love indie games, obviously there are very big exceptions. Shovel Knight has been the game of the year for about 3 years now. Underdogs like Bleed and its sequel, Rex Rocket and Letterquest have brought me immense joy, but I just want to see things get a little bit more diverse and interesting within that relatively mainstream indie game space. Obviously I could turn to itch.io, Ink Repair, Kitty Horror Show, all manner of more hobbyist game designers if I wanted to dig deep, but it would be nice to scroll down the list of indies on PS4 and see something intriguing that doesn't include the descriptors with roguelike elements, old school difficulty or Metroidvania.
He's gonna play the video games. He doesn't like the video games. He's a furious video games man.
The Nintendo Switch has no games.
Patreon supporter Lewis Clark of SegaDriven.com, thanks, has asked me to cover my 5 favourite video games based on cartoons. That's a tall order for someone like me who plays a lot of games based on animation, but I've given it a go. I try to steer clear of the super obvious stuff like Turtles in Time, which everyone knows is amazing, and also I still hate ranking things out of 5, so this time it's going to be 5 seminal pop-punk albums. Smash by The Offspring. Tiny Toon Adventures Buster's Hidden Treasure is a superb Mega Drive jumperama that once you get used to the slightly odd player control is an absolute treat. Loads of levels, loads of secrets, great graphics and sound, there's nothing to reasonably fault it on. As far as I'm concerned it's a classic and should be played by everyone who likes leaping. Punkin' Drublick by NoFX. Bucky O'Hare for NES is mostly just rock hard to be honest. It's a great game if you don't mind dying a lot. It's brilliantly made with constant good ideas, it's got passwords so it's not completely insurmountable. It's got a lovely colour palette that's really vivid and makes it stand out in the NES library. Multiple playable characters, but again I stress, it really is hard. Battletoads hard. Dookie by Green Day. Biker Mice from Mars for SNES, an isometric racer, is a bit of a hidden gem. You chug around many different courses, upgrade your bike between races like Road Rash, it's all good. The best thing about it though is it's full what they call campaign co-op, but the actual best thing about it is that the PAL version is obsessed with Snickers. Seriously, everything is Snickers, it's hilarious. Enema of the State by Blink-182. Wacky Races for NES casts you as the irrepressible cartoon dog Muttley as he journeys through myriad side-scrolling levels to find his master Richard Dastardly. It's very good looking for a NES game with clean, crisp graphics, and it has an interesting Gradius-esque power-up bar sort of thing going on. It struck me as one of those games that on its Japanese release was actually something else, and it got localized into Wacky Races, but apparently not. Apparently the Japanese just love Wacky Races. As well they should. From Under the Cork Tree by Fallout Boy. Yogi Bear for ZX Spectrum is fairly meandering, slow-paced, and a bit of a walkabout like so many Specky games, but I played it as a kid so I've got a soft spot for it. You've got to explore Jellystone Park collecting, for some reason, toffee apples. It's easiest if you draw a map as the place can be pretty confusing, with caves warping you around this way and that. It's stuff like Yogi Bear that, while I'm fond of it, makes me understand why Americans just don't seem to have a second of patience for the microcomputer game style. Like, I understand you guys, it's fine. Hi, is that TT Fusion? It's Stuart Gipp. Are you sitting down? Good. I've got a killer idea for your studio. Ready? Okay, you know that Lego Star Wars thing you've been making about, 9 of? Well, there's a new Star Wars movie by J.J. Abrams, and it's called The Force Awakens. I'll tell you where I'm going with this. I think you should make a Lego of it. Yeah, no, just put me in a special thanks or something. No, I'm not bothered. I'm sure the Patreon will pick up soon, don't worry. Alright, yeah, alright. Bye. One of the most frequently debated questions in gaming is the deeply nebulous, what is the best gaming platform, console, handheld, whatever. Given this is episode 1 and I feel like I should start with a bang, I've decided to answer this question with complete definitive finality. Taking into account what constitutes a good platform really is a matter of two basic things. First of all, the library of games available for the system. It's not absolutely fundamental that a good games library is a big games library. While there's something to be said for quantity, the more titles are available for a system, the more likely that there's a lot of lesser quality getting released. Of course, these games can be simply ignored in favour of the masterpieces, but that would be too selective and ignorant of the premise here, which is to establish once and for all what is the best gaming machine. Secondly, of course, is hardware. While plentiful options are welcome and definitely count for something, the purity of a gaming exclusive console is very appealing indeed. It's a fine balance between ease of use and proliferation of extra features, and some newer systems can get a little clunky of the interface as a result of putting their fingers in too many pies. Having considered these fundamental building blocks, I've come to an immediate conclusion. The finest gaming device ever created is this incredibly hooky Super 118-in-1 keyring that I got off of the market when I was 8 years old. Software-wise, it's impossible to fault. While it only plays Tetris and a sort of top-down car-dodging game, they're both perfect in form and function with responsive controls and very clear objectives. In terms of hardware, it's also pretty much unassailable. It does exactly what it's supposed to, which is to offer 118 incredibly slight variations on the aforementioned two games. That's a lot of bang for your buck. And this purity of purpose, in addition to flawless hardware, means that the Super 118-in-1 is by far the best gaming platform of all time. This one doesn't actually work, but that's hardly a mark against it. Hello, hi, I'm Stuart Gipp. Thank you for watching Stuart Jam. I just wanted to sort of face-to-face tell you personally thank you for supporting me. If you've been waiting for this show a long time, because I know it's been a long time coming, I want to thank you especially for your patience, and I hope you enjoyed the show. This is just a sort of transitional Video World to Stuart Jam episode, so a lot of the more sort of new stuff is going to come in the next one, which won't take as long as this, hopefully. Now, I didn't want to do this without a big exclusive, scoop for episode 1. So I pulled a few strings. That's what that is. That's pulling strings, not like milking a cow or something much worse. And I was able to secure the thumb drive that allegedly contained unconventional pornography. So I put it into my computer, and it's bad. I mean, I only looked at the thumbnails, but
sometimes that's enough. That's all you need to see. I mean, I double-clicked a couple of the pictures and sort of full screen them, but you have to know. You know, you can't make accusations like this without. Well, no, sometimes a thumbnail looks like something bad, and it turns out it's okay. So I had to open a couple of them. Yeah, it's all true. Unfortunately, it's really a really bad look for that particular executive. Oh, hang on, I better go and get the door. Yep. Okay. Yep. That stands to reason. I'll come quietly. Let me just tell the there's not going to be any more episodes because I've just been arrested. So, bye. Hi friends, I hope you like the show. I'm not going to fill your screen with clickables because I don't know how to fucking do that. It seems hard. But if you do want to, if you did love it, if you even sort of liked it, or if you hated it but you want to pay me to go away, then if you look under the video, you'll see a link to various ways that you can help. There's the Patreon, which is patreon.com/Stuart Gipp, and there's also a Ko-fi and a direct PayPal. Sharing the video and liking the video and subscribing also helps. So if you could do those things, I'll be your friend forever. And if you're ever around, you know, I'll cook you some eggs or something. All right, thanks. See you next time.
If you have coronavirus symptoms, however mild, either a new continuous cough or a high temperature, then you should stay at home for at least 7 days to protect others and help slow the spread of the disease. We advise all those over 70 with serious medical conditions against going on holidays, and we advise against international school trips. At some point in the next few weeks, we are likely...
Jam 1.
In the many years I've spent being a twat on the internet, I've often been called a contrarian because people frequently mistake my shit opinions for insincere ones. When I say I love Air the Acrobat and Alfred Chicken and Frogger Helmet Chaos, I'm not ever just saying it, it's true. It is all absolutely true. I don't want to be provocative in a negative way, there's plenty of that on YouTube already. Having said that, one of my takes that seems to trouble people is my appreciation of limited live systems, specifically the full-on game over fail state in games. This is broadly considered a relic of the past, and I think I understand why. Taking into account that our past was our childhood, when we had a lot of time and few responsibilities, we could tolerate those restarts. Now, as adults with jobs presumably, relationships maybe, even children God forbid, and many other commitments otherwise, we have to manage our leisure time more carefully, which gives rise to the valid criticism of a video game not respecting the player's time, and booting you to a failure screen is a good example of that. It's a view I don't share, but I understand and appreciate it. For me, it's not so much a standard games should be hard thing, but more that for me personally, constant repetitions of the same scenario without any kind of straight up you lose try again built-in opportunity to regroup leads to extensive frustration. Now you'll probably be thinking, how is dying and losing progress less frustrating than dying and having to repeat from a closer checkpoint? And yeah, I hear you, but getting knocked back, going to the title screen, that's me done, and that's something I respond to differently than ultimately bludgeoning my head against the wall, figuratively speaking. When I played Super Meat Boy or more recently Celeste and died 400 times on a single level in one sitting, I'd be almost in a fugue state. I'd hit a wall, I'd start making dumb mistakes, I'd be kind of angry for like an hour, like hot-headed, squeezing the control pad when I failed, just in general discomfort, and when I finally succeeded I'd feel some measure of success. Sure, the tension would kind of evaporate, but not entirely. And when I play something that can kick you to the curb, so to speak, that's giving me pause, deliberate, literal pause. I'm thinking, okay, I've got 3 goes at this, and I'll try different things, or variable things on each of those 3 goes, and then if I fail, as I'm working my way through the level again, I'll be thinking about a new approach, or something on the level I may have missed before, will prompt me to try something else. For that matter, and again this is a broad statement and largely speculation, I think that giving the player infinite lives has a pronounced effect on level design. Stuff that would normally be considered unreasonably difficult will get a pass because you can just bang your head against it till you succeed. And that's fun, right? I mean, if the game is fun, then sure, I guess. But I think a lot of platform games in particular would benefit from balancing their difficulty to account for a game over screen. They even removed 1-ups from Super Mario Odyssey to great acclaim, and the result was the most toothless game in the series. I mean, sure, you'd have 99 lives in those games anyway, but those 99 could still be extinguished. Plus you lose the value of 1-ups of finding an item that isn't an unlockable or a trinket, but a genuinely valuable, useful, optional pickup. I think about how you feel when an enemy drops an extra life in Mega Man 3. You want to kiss the game right on its dirty mouth, right? The closest you can get to that now, outside of increasingly scarce traditional life systems, is finding an Estus shard in Dark Souls or similar. Of course, there are exceptions and outliers. I just hope this helps to explain why I like live systems and think they're ultimately beneficial for video games. Next time maybe I'll take a swing at why I dislike save states in retro re-releases and alienate myself even further from my audience. After all, you only live once. In a good game.
Tomorrow is the day you die.
So, in the beginning, there was heavy metal, the greatest thing to have ever existed and the pinnacle of all human endeavour. And eventually, there was also video games, and it was good. Except, actually, it wasn't good, it was a really dark time. Because when video games were invented, some tall fucking poser decided that these two great things should never meet. And because of this mandate, you had 2 incredible worlds that were like 2 star-crossed lovers, forbidden from touching because their parents were racist as fuck. And so for ages, the only games that existed were either Pong or Truck Driver Simulator. Then one day, the god of heavy metal decided that enough was enough. I'm going to tear down the Berlin Wall, and heavy metal and video games shall at last be allowed to meet. And so, Shadow of the Beast 2 happened. Chapter 1. The intro for Shadow of the Beast 2 for the Amiga. Do you remember Shadow of the Beast? It's like senior beards will like wistfully gaze at the horizon and lament a bygone era when games had rich imaginative environments and dark, fantastical stories reminiscent of Steve Jackson fighting fantasy and Dungeons and Dragons. But they're actually wrong because the games kind of sucked. Shadow of the Beast 1 was kind of shit. Shadow of the Beast 2 was kind of shit. Shadow of the Beast 3 was so kind of shit that it made my dad say fuck. And the recent one for the PS4 was, actually, yeah, that one was kind of okay. Anyway, the intro for Shadow of the Beast 2. So, it doesn't start off promising because there's words on the screen, and you're like, no. But if you get past the words, stuff starts happening. So there's this cottage in the middle of nowhere, some absolute shithole. It all looks really bleak and lifeless and blah. And inside this cottage, there's this woman with a striking baby. And just when you're thinking between reading and fucking babies, this is not a very metal way to start a game. Whoosh! You cut over to the top of a nearby mountain where there's a huge rad as fuck wizard dude, and he's got horns and black robes and a huge stick with a skull on it, and he's looking down at this cottage and he's like, fuck that baby, I fucking hate babies, like fuck them. So the wizard shoots himself in the head with a laser from his skull stick and he transforms into a fucking huge, fucking awesome, fucking dragon bird thing. And he swoops down and he's like, fuck this house, fuck this woman, and especially fuck this baby. This baby is mine now. I'm taking this shitty baby off to my shitty evil place to do shitty things to him, and fuck you if you have a problem with it. And it turns out that you're playing as like this nude bloke who has a problem with it, so he goes off to punch the shit out of him. And at this point, the good bit of the game ends, because then it just cuts to you getting the shit kicked out of you by dudes in a forest. And I can never get past the dude with the ball, either. The game over music is pretty good, though. Here, have a listen.
You fool.
He's gonna play the video games. He doesn't like the video games. He's a furious video games man.
The square of a hypotenuse is equal to the sum of the square of the other two sides. That is mental. Paying for mods over my dead body.
I have you now.
Bunga bunga.
For reasons I have been unable to nail down, possibly a combination of Jurassic Park and the live-action Flintstones movie, the games industry used to be obsessed with cavemen. For a couple of years you couldn't swing a saber-toothed cat without hitting some sort of prehistoric platformer, some Neolithic Nintendo, some Stone Age Sega, some Cro-Magnon character action game. That's enough, I'll stop. Anyway, I decided it's my damn duty to cover the bizarre fixation on early man that characterised a lot of software in the early 90s. Codemasters seem to earnestly want their shockingly uninteresting Big Nose the Caveman character to be a thing. The original Big Nose the Caveman hit the NES most prominently, releasing in 1991 for a bunch of systems, but none of them are really worth playing. It's an extremely basic Stone Age platformer where you tool around collecting bones. I don't know why, because he's a caveman, I guess. They also made a sequel for some reason, Big Nose Freaks Out. I would freak out if I was a kid and I spent money on this. Oh, who am I kidding? It's me. I would have rinsed it, played it for 1,000 hours. They also made Dino Basher starring Big Nose the Caveman for the Master System, but after bad reviews it got cancelled. That's pretty funny to me. It's like, well, we've made this whole game, but it got 40% in Sega Power, let's just not bother releasing it. I don't know, maybe that was financially sensible, but it's still pretty funny. So yeah, Big Nose crashed and burned, but he himself shouldn't feel too bad about it. After all, you know what they say about people with big noses. We're not conventionally attractive.
I can see you in fragments.
Danganronpa Trigger Happy Havoc is a depraved psychosexual high school kill frenzy aimed squarely at degenerate social misfits. I love it. It's 80% visual novel, 10% investigating murders, and 10% ridiculous Phoenix Wright on steroids trials where you turn arguments into physical bullets and shoot holes in your opponent's testimony. The logic is often flawed and a decent amount of frustration can emerge from the game. For example, asking what's strange about a piece of evidence when multiple things are strange about it, but you're supposed to pick a specific one. In most situations, brute force isn't just viable, it's encouraged, because your punishment for running out of chances is minimal. The gameplay of Danganronpa is not the draw, it's the fucked up situation, insane characters, and seeing just how much further the game is prepared to go. And it goes far, it's a dark, dark game. Totally absurd, but also genuinely shocking. When you think it's played its most horrifying card, it somehow finds a way to be even grosser. And just to be clear, I mean by design, not in its extremely unfortunate treatment of LGBT issues. I put that down to a cultural disparity rather than any pointed attempts to dehumanize or undermine oppressed people. The problem is that clumsiness makes the rest of the game's sick content seem part and parcel with the ignorance, when I don't think it is. If you can stomach some ugly, ignorant, sort of thoughtless stuff, and invest in the trashiness of the rest of the game's atmosphere, you'll have a ball with Danganronpa. The sequels, Danganronpa 2 Goodbye Despair and Danganronpa Another Episode Ultra Despair Girls, are similar in that their gameplay is weak but the characterization and story keep you playing. I haven't played the final game, Danganronpa V3 Killing Harmony yet, but I have been reliably informed that it is pants on head bananas, so that's a treat for me to look forward to. Danganronpa, it's a big pile of stupid anime bollocks with a side order of video nasty gruesomeness. Problematic fave.
You can never win.
Did you know that the excellent Ms. Pac-Man started life as a bootleg named Crazy Otto? Well, this is it. This is Crazy Otto. Look at him. Think of the world that we could have had. Look at his little leggies. How is he not better than Pac-Man? Okay, Ms. Pac-Man has a bow, but she doesn't have legs, despite obviously being sexy as hell. Crazy Otto, though, his pumping little pins really make you feel the horrendous panic of his situation. Getting pursued through that maze by whatever these things are. You're in there with him, you know? Just those legs give you pause, don't they? You're thinking right now, I can't relate to Pac-Man. He's just a big, round, fat, bald ball who constantly eats. Okay, I can relate to Pac-Man, but Crazy Otto is at least the physical match of most normal humans. I respect Crazy Otto far more than his more well-known brother and the sister that he eventually became. I'm thinking of you in there, Crazy Otto. Crazy Otto, folks. Crazy Otto for Smash Bros.
Live for me.
Prince of Persia: Warrior Within was heavily criticised on release for its diversion into grimdark, edgelord, bare-ass, man made out of crows, heavy metal, bloody sword combat, when the original game was more a sort of run on some walls and do some jumping. The problem is, if you don't think that arses, guys made out of crows, and hacking monsters up with swords are cool, I don't want to know you. Warrior Within is awesome, and it always has been. That's this entire bit. I have no further argument.
Don't die, Strider.
I don't really care about microtransactions. If anything, I quite like them. I mean, I get it, I understand the concern with your kids getting hold of your phone and that. And like, I'm not a dad, so I'm not going to start with, oh, just don't let the kid touch your stuff, as if I know what I'm talking about. Relatively recently, gamers have been showing their asses over Crash Team Racing Nitro Fuel because they added a real money currency system to that, and I'm like, great, I can get all the guys without like finishing the game with all the relics or whatever. At the moment I'm hoping they let me buy Entropy, who you can only get by beating his best time on every track, which that's not happening. And he's my favourite Crash villain. Let me buy him. I don't care. The Resident Evil 2 remake as well. I didn't like that game. I thought it was bad for, you know, several reasons. Then they released a DLC that gives you an infinite ammo rocket launcher and minigun, and that's like skipping 2 unlockables, whatever, but I bought that, £4, and now the game is actually fun. I don't feel like I've been exploited. Would it have been better if it was a cheat code? Yeah, for sure, but we don't live in that world anymore. And rather than make raging videos lamenting it, I just bought the coins, man. If I'm killing the industry, I'm sorry. Hello, it's me, your internet friend Stuart Gipp, from Stuart Gipp in Video World and Stuart Jam, which you've just watched, which is the same as Video World. Friends of mine say that I've screwed up my branding. They're right. I'm also from sites like Retronauts and Nintendo Life, but who gives a shit? Anyway, I'm sorry it's been a long time since I've done one of these videos, but as you know, there's a virus, and I've been ordered to sort of stay away from everyone until that clears up. So you know, I've had a lot of time to work on videos. I'm not talking about the coronavirus. It's you know, yeah, I'm gonna die.
Who might you be?